Whom's it's sitting? Good morning, members. We would have started debate on Tuesday, and I apologize to members of the public for the delay in beginning this morning, due in part to members paying the respect to on the passing of Honorable Mr. Abdul Shabazz, who is being laid to rest even now as we speak. Debate has started. We heard a contribution from the leader of opposition, and now we call upon any other member. Based on the conversations we've had, we have an agreement of a time limit of 1 hour for all members, with the exception of the leader of the opposition and the leader of government business. So I call upon members to indicate the order in which they wish to debate. Members? Members, we will not tarry on this matter. If you wish to debate, please indicate so now. Otherwise, I will call upon the move of the motion. I call upon the leader of opposition to wrap up the debate. No, miss, I've already called upon you to wrap up the debate, sir.
And the time that members didn't want to speak, I will use that time myself to speak.
Mr. Yes, sir. I recognize the member for the third.
Mr. Speaker, standing out 36 gives the right to move a motion to reply. As far as I see, there's nothing to reply to. Mr. Speaker, standing order 36 gives the right to the move of a motion to reply. The word reply has a specific meaning, and it means that you are responding to something that was said. Nothing was said, Madam Mr. Speaker, so there's nothing to reply to. And the mover of the motion has to know that that particular privilege is extended only because it is given him the privilege to clear up anything that someone may have said that's different from what he had presented in his original debate.
What section is it?
36.
Members, given the clause drawn to attention by the member for the third, which points out no need really for a reply on the part of the mover, given that there's nothing to respond to. I'll give the mover just a moment to see if he wishes to challenge.
Very quickly. But I believe there are other things that could rebut what is being said by the member. Give me a few moments to just take a look.
I will. This House resumes its sitting. Further to the matters being discussed before we break, I continue to rely on the clause brought by the member for the third with respect to replying and wrapping up. So while there was no matter to reply to, I will give the move of the motion the courtesy of a wrap-up with a maximum of 15 minutes. Leader of the opposition.
The only position that's left on the standing orders for the motion, to reply, not to wrap up. That's what you would have referred to as the wrap up, the reply. Since there's nothing to reply to, there's no wrap up.
Recognize the member for the second.
Mr. Speaker, good morning. Mr. Speaker, I just came back after the...
Are you rising on?
I'm rising on a point of information, Mr. Speaker, point of privilege. Mr. Speaker, I came here at 9:50, hoping that we would start on time. Members left to go to attend the funeral. I also left, and on my way back to debate, which I indicated, we had a discussion about the time this morning, and it was my intention to debate this bill. So I'm not sure how we get to this motion, Mr. Speaker.
So on a point of information, and remember, the House did resume its sitting, and when we called upon persons to debate, no one indicated, and so we moved on to the next step, calling upon the move of the motion to wrap up.
But it was my very intention, as I told you this morning, to debate this bill. That's why I was here on time. But after members left for about an hour, I did the same to attend the same funeral.
Thank you, member, but as I said, I have already called upon the leader of the opposition, and I will allow the leader of opposition.
Mr. Speaker, I am on my feet.
You're on your feet. I'm raising a point of order.
It's a point of order, member.
So you look at the section under whether you can sit down or stand up. Mr. Speaker, I do not understand the rule that you're following in order to give the leader of the opposition an opportunity to speak at this point. Reply has a definition, Mr. Speaker, and it has to be followed. It's a reply to something that someone has said. The term reply means to respond in words or writing. It can refer to answering a question, reacting to an action by someone else, or providing an answer to a statement. In essence, whenever you say something in response to someone, you are making a reply. No one else besides the leader of the opposition spoke. Who's he replying to? I mean, we sat here for over 3.5 hours Tuesday evening listening to him speak. Is he going to speak back to himself and say that he made a mistake on something? Well, that's on him, Mr. Speaker. There is no wrap-up. There's no reply. The standing orders are clear.
Miss-
I believe that you are in the chair as the speaker, and there is inherent jurisdiction that you have as speaker to make certain decisions. Mr. Speaker, also, we've had this happen in this House before, where bills and other motions and resolutions have come to this House, where nobody has debated, and this very premier has been able to get up and wrap those things up. It happened just recently.
The section is standing orders for that. Then the order speaks to that.
This House will take a brief recess. This House resumes its sitting. On the matter before us, the Standing Orders 91 does give the Speaker responsibility for ruling whenever questions arise as to the interpretation or application of a standing order for deciding cases not otherwise provided for. Taking into account the objection by the member for the third, I think it is clear, and hence there is no opportunity for the discretion of the Speaker to be used in that instance. So at this point, the debate is ended, and we now will call the matter to a vote.
May I ask for a division of votes, please, in Castle?
You can't have an act for division before the votes are made. So you call for the votes. You gotta call before, after the vote, before we enter.
No, but you call for a division, it says going to put it to a vote.
We'll put it to vote now. Members, a motion has been moved and seconded. Those in favor? Who seconded? Yes, yes. So those in favor, vote aye. Those against? It appears that the noes have it. So we'll have the division of votes. So call upon the clerk.
Honorable Sharid B. De Castro. No. Honorable Julian Fraser. Honorable Stacy Mehta. Honorable Marlon A. Penn. Honorable Kai M. Reimer.
No.
Honorable Ronnie W. Skelton. Honorable Lorna G. Smith. Honorable Luce Hodge Smith. Honorable Melvin M. Turnbull. Honorable Myron V. Walwyn.
Aye.
Honorable Dr. Natalia D. Wheatley.
No.
Honorable Vincent O. Wheatley.
The results of the division. 2 ayes, 7 noes, 1 abstain, and 2 members absent at the time of the vote. The motion is defeated. Members, I call upon the clerk.
Item number 10, other business.
Members, as we proceed to other business, opportunity will be given to members to speak, but we will impose today a 30-minute time limit. Any members wishing to speak, please indicate. Call upon the member for the second district.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, given where we are in this time of year where we are celebrating our emancipation, I first and foremost want to take the time to wish the people of the Virgin Islands a happy Emancipation 2025. It is a time where we celebrate our freedom. It is a time where we remember those who would have paved the way for us and sacrificed through their lives, their commitment, their blood to allow us to have the privileges that we have here in this Virgin Islands, but none of that could be possible without the grace that was and has been extended to us by Almighty God. Mr. Speaker, what I would reflect on is it seems as if a lot of things are being taken for granted when it comes to this freedom that we have, this emancipation that we celebrate. It is almost as if it's just another opportunity to go through a season. And when you talk about season, Mr. Speaker, the book of Ecclesiastes points out the times and the seasons of life, the seasons of what is supposed to happen. And Mr. Speaker, it seems that we are just on a season now of acknowledging what we have, but there's no real reverence paid to the sacrifice, to the appreciation of what we have and how we were able to achieve it, even to the point, Mr. Speaker, where we're not passing on the depth of wealth, the richness of our history, the richness of our culture to the generations that are coming before us so that they can have a deeper appreciation for it, Mr. Speaker. So we are losing the essence of who we are as a people in this season, but I am hoping, Mr. Speaker, that my little contribution that I would have will continue to impact and impart whatever knowledge that I have, and I continue to seek from those that are before me, the elders of our communities that we can pass on and understand that the Virgin Islands didn't just come to be. Mr. Speaker, we were supposed to have, and we were in the vote on the confidence vote, which was taking a long time to get here, and then we just went through the vote and it failed based on the government having the numbers. But Mr. Speaker, there are a number of things that in this season we find ourselves asking the question, what? What is happening to our Virgin Islands? In this season, Mr. Speaker, we find ourselves asking another question, why? Why are we not progressing in the way that we should some almost 200 years later? In this season, Mr. Speaker, we find the other question, how? How is it that with more education, with more financial resources, with more educational capacity, we're not able to move the goalpost because of lack of leadership, lack of vision, and lack of the ability to plan and improve the lives of the people of this territory and develop the infrastructure, develop this Virgin Islands to what we know it should be. Mr. Speaker, I would give you the what. What is happening? Mr. Speaker, we have issue with water, we have issue with infrastructure, we have issue in our ports, we have issue in education, we have issue in healthcare, we have issue with our managing of our finances. The what? I was doing some calculations, Mr. Speaker, over the last couple weeks. The infrastructure of the Virgin Islands, Mr. Speaker, because we're not paying the proper attention to it. From 2002 to 2025, the infrastructural budget under the Ministry of Communication and Works has received a budgetary amount of about $207 million. But Mr. Speaker, the question comes back to the what. What is happening with the infrastructure in this territory? What is the challenge, Mr. Speaker, when the said minister would call for additional resources? Because in that $207 million, Mr. Speaker, we understand that he has to deal with the ministries under his portfolio and the about 60 cents, maybe 72 cents to every dollar that he would receive goes towards personnel emoluments. So in terms of development, Mr. Speaker, there is the question of what is happening and why the what isn't happening. Why is it that we have potholes through this territory from District 1 to 9? Why is it that we don't have further development in areas that have been established and developed for the people of this territory? Why is it that it seems that we are at standstill? Then the question comes back again. What is happening? And if you average over those years, I've been here, hearing the minister call for money. But none is forthcoming. Mr. Speaker, I have seen this specific minister. I have a good relationship with him because we grew up in the same house, eat from the same pot and pan, swim in the same ocean. I've heard this minister call repeatedly, Mr. Speaker, for additional resources to do the things that he needs to do, but none have been forthcoming. And even when they gave it to him, Mr. Speaker, it ain't enough to properly do the things that need to be done. And my question, Mr. Speaker, if I analyze this same minister, even when he begging and bawling for what he needs, and he ain't getting it, if I was to analyze him, he does the best he can with what he has. But is it enough, Mr. Speaker? You ask me, the minister had performed better than any other minister on the government side. I'll give him that. The non-stop flight. He bring in the Astral plan. He doing anything. He doing anything, Mr. Speaker. But you ain't giving him the money. And the infrastructure continues to deteriorate because when you go over to water, that's another what? From 2019 to now 2025, we are spending between 25 and 27, if not $29 million a year on water and collecting between $5 and $8 million. You hear the plan, we buying pipe, then we buying pump, then we got to dig up these. I don't remember the kind, but the big one, them up by Diamond, them big, what they call is HSVE, HDPE pipe. But Mr. Speaker, the team that the minister responsible for underwater and sewage, the team deteriorating, the people them going home. They're retiring. He need more staff. So how does it supposed to work? If you have, let's just say, Mr. Speaker, 26 men. I have counted 2 that I have on Just Van Dyke for the whole island. 26 men on the island at TORTOLA to deal with all the leaky pipes that have been here forever. And you keep hearing the same thing, Mr. Speaker. How do people are supposed to get water to bathe? But Mr. Speaker, what I'm trying to understand is why. That's the most important question. That's the most inexhaustible question there is. And there's only 3 letters long. Why? Why is it that this government is comfortable, Mr. Speaker, not doing the things that are necessary to benefit the people of the Virgin Islands? Why is it that they're comfortable just giving a heap of word service and lip service and excuses, Mr. Speaker, and reasons of why things can't happen? And when those are exhausted, Mr. Speaker, they go to the blame game. Why is it, Mr. Speaker, that after 2 budgets, going into the 3rd one, we haven't seen more done for the people? You could go from healthcare to infrastructure, to education, to the natural resources, to fishing and farming. You go from north to south. And what we find, Mr. Speaker, is nothing is happening. Why? It's not because, Mr. Speaker, the public officers ain't willing to do the work, Mr. Speaker. You can't do the work if you don't have a plan. And you can't do the work, Mr. Speaker, if the priorities are not prioritized for the resources that you are given year to year. The opposition say, ain't about making the ministers happy. It's about developing a plan so you could prioritize. It's the simplest approach, Mr. Speaker, ain't rocket science. It's just simple planning and execution. Mr. Speaker, you go in terms of the resources, in terms of how much money has been squandered with no material return under this government over the last 2 years. And you look at where those monies could have gone to help basic necessities, basic development. In healthcare. Mr. Speaker, the Social Development Department, under the Minister and Ministry of Health and Social Development Department, is supposed to be aiding the community and the territory and the people in this territory who can't help themselves through the social assistance program. But before I get to the social assistance program, Mr. Speaker, the seniors in this territory. Mr. Speaker, the seniors in this territory have become accustomed to our seniors program. Here's why I know there's no plan. From 2015, when I got elected, to now 2025, Mr. Speaker, there's no shortage of seniors or persons reaching the age of retirement coming out of the working service. So they automatically tell you year by year, whether it's 3 or 10 or 15 or 40, by 40, by 40, by 40 each year. You have seniors leaving, not just the government service, but retiring, and they're at the age of 65, which is the retirement age. They need something to do. So the statistics, Mr. Speaker, you don't have to go look, you don't have to go research, you don't have to calculate it. But these seniors are accustomed to a program that used to meet 3 times a week. Mr. Speaker, in my district, I begged. I went to the acting chief social development officer. I went to the permanent secretary. I had a conversation with the minister. Since May, I'm trying to restart the program. The program used to be in Bruce Bay for the seniors of the 2nd district in Tortola. Can we just get resources to be able to, the one in Virgin and the one in East End and the one in thing, we want to get it all together, so we're trying to get the money together. Okay, what does it cost to run this program? They gave me the cost. The manager cost, the staff cost, the cleaning cost, the transportation cost. We don't have that. I said, no problem. I went back. I found a location. I have about 36 seniors, outside of who from the 2nd district are going to the Western Seniors Program, Mr. Speaker. And I said to the chief, the acting chief, I have
Members, be mindful of your devices.
Mr. Speaker, I have a location. King Alabama Baptist Church was gracious enough to let me their hall. I have identified 3 persons to run this program, none of which, given what was presented to them, are looking for any compensation. All we need is assistance with payment for the food, the breakfast in the morning and the lunch that you will have. Mr. Speaker, since May, are you paying every week for breakfast and lunch for these seniors? With no result. We were here in the SAP the other day, Mr. Speaker. The leader opposition, he begged, he bawled, I helped, he begged and bawled. Nothing. The minister said he's the minister. We called for the PS income. Called for the chief income. But the seniors there, Mr. Speaker. And this government is expecting that I and other members will continue to go in their pocket and pay for programs that the government is supposed to be taking care of. When we have seen from 2019, and even after the COI, Mr. Speaker, in 2022, when we have seen $600,000 return to the Treasury from the social assistance program, we right now set at close to about another $400,000 to return because we're able to assist the people. So, Mr. Speaker, if the minister is the minister, as he tell the leader of opposition, what are we doing? What are we doing to help the people, Mr. Speaker? You could go and transition to health services in terms of the care that we're giving. Mr. Speaker, for the last 2 years especially, maybe 3, if I go back 3 years when, God rest his soul, Honorable Calvin Malone was Minister for Health, he brought statistics regarding the dialysis patients who are on the machines, and it is worsening at the seas. Mr. Speaker, for 3 years now, it worsened at the seas from 3 years ago. And it ain't just the seniors, Mr. Speaker, it's the younger people. Some younger persons now have to be put on dialysis. And we have not increased the capacity to solve them. And then, Mr. Speaker, you go down there and you hear people say, because I have some seniors and I have some people from my district who I'm praying for in the hospital. You hearing them say they don't have basic supplies. God rest her soul, Mr. Speaker. One of my seniors were down there in the hospital. And she cried. She said, look what I come to. Them say, once a man, twice a child. And she said, no, I 3 times a day because not even pamper they got for me. Down in the hospital. I had to go send to buy it. Mr. Speaker, there's no lack of resources. There's a lack of management. There's a lack of a development plan for what we want to do for our people. And this territory, Mr. Speaker, continues to deteriorate. And there's no outlook. You borrow $100 million, you have $10 million access. What you use for? The same thing you were used for 6 months ago. What's the new plan? You ain't hear nothing. Tourism, the same thing. So what we expect to see? How we expect to improve the lives of people, Mr. Speaker, if we're not taking into consideration everything that's going on? Fishers and farmers, I'm in the 2nd district, Mr. Speaker, but remember for the 6th, in the 6th district, remember for the 8th there, he got fisherman and fisher folk, and you, Mr. Speaker, have fisher folk and farmers in your district. Mr. Speaker, what's the plan? You as junior minister came over to my people, I told you, my good cousin, Mr. Speaker, I told you, don't come over here and promise these people what we're going to do if you don't have the money to do it. I said, thanks for that advice. Mr. Speaker, the plans and the promises that were made by yourself, I ended up in a fisherman meeting by the high school with yourself and the premier. Some other promises were, Mr. Speaker, nothing, you realize nothing happened to help these people? Like, nothing at all happened? We're in the heart of hurricane season now. What's going to happen, God forbid, Mr. Speaker, if some system or something was developed, we're going to be running, it's about sustainability, food sustainability and protecting and doing this, and we got to do this for the farm. Nothing ain't changed. Nothing ain't changing. We're going through the same process. But there's no movement in terms of a plan. There's no movement in terms of development, Mr. Speaker, for the people of this territory. So what's the point? You get this money in the budget for under these ministries. You say you have this plan for fishing and farmers. You say they have this plan for food sustainability. And then the next year, oh, we reallocate the money to do something else. But you have a meeting, they get frustrated again. And then you have another meeting, you promise the same thing, Mr. Speaker. Execute. Where's the execution, Mr. Speaker? The fancy words that are being used. The eloquence, Mr. Speaker, that leads to nowhere. People want to see and feel that this government understands what they're going through. Mr. Speaker, I have been lobbying, and I'm going to continue to lobby on behalf of my district for the needs for infrastructure, for the needs for water, for the needs for education development, for the need for health care, for the need for my community center to be open and fully functional, Mr. Speaker, for the need for the sewage, Mr. Speaker, to stop having them pump it every single day, for the need for the natural resources in the territory, Mr. Speaker, to be preserved, for the beaches to be preserved, for the ponds to be preserved, Mr. Speaker, for the runoffs and the sediments that come into our oceans. Let us protect this, but you can't protect it by just attending a conference, and then say all the information is there, and then when time comes, Mr. Speaker, we're going to hire a consultant to go tell you the same thing that the people in the ministries have and have been sitting on for 14 years plus. Do something. Start anywhere. Mr. Speaker, I was the first person, and I say it without fear of being contradicted. Coming down to December last year, I tell you, I like the guy. The Minister for Communication and I had a conversation about this $200,000 for civil war, and all the stipulations that existed. And I told him the idea that I had. He said, well, this is what we've been advised. I said, Minister, finance telling you something, but I think there's another way. We agreed. I went and do some digging. We found a way. Last year, Mr. Speaker, I was able to access that money to start to do some projects in my district with some roads and Spooners in Just Van Dyke, in King Bay, and they were planned to continue those roads. Mr. Speaker, when the year turned, I was so happy. It was about February. I sent it to the minister first. I sent him a list as a minister. Here is my laundry list for my 200,000. He said, because I see you find a way. Work your program. This was February, I think it was February 20th, if I'm mistaken. He said, you don't find a way, you go ahead. The ministry then got the copy that I sent on the application for with the list of projects. I think it was 5 farms and 5, you know another thing. 5 farms and 5 in each area. Minister said, somebody's going to run. I said, Minister, once you tell me I reach the max, then I'm going to know how to go from Just Van Dyke to King Yard. Mr. Speaker, we're in August morning now. We're in August now. In not one project tender. The limits get increased from 10,000 to 25,000, Mr. Speaker. So I said, well, I do 150 feet of road, I could get a little bit more. It's the same thing to do the work. I could get a little bit more to do, Mr. Speaker. Not one. It was June, Mr. Speaker, last month, June, that I hear from the Director of Public Works that my list was only received by him a couple of days before, and we had a meeting about a road I trying to get fixed up in the vicinity of Shakira. I don't know what her married name is. Skelton. So you go on a road, these people driving on faith to go home and come back down. Nothing. Then I was advised, Mr. Speaker, well, you know, we're under-resourced in the ministry and public works don't have enough. Seek a private QS, quantity surveyor, to do the BQs and everything. I went to do that. Mr. Speaker. Man, the man lick shot. You hear what I tell you, Mr. Speaker? He lick shots and in these things. Up to now, nothing. Mr. Speaker, something has to be done. Are we out of time?
Member, we have 2 minutes.
2 minutes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will honor the time. Mr. Speaker, so when is anything going to be done from District 1 to 9? We could be in here begging in SAP for what we want. A member might get this, another member, but Mr. Speaker, the country holistically is suffering. The people are suffering. And we are just comfortable being minister this and minister that and minister this, Mr. Speaker, and nothing happening. Nothing at all ain't happening, Mr. Speaker. I would be ungrateful. I push the Minister for Communication. I tell you, I like the guy. Some walks done in the 2nd District with some road paving. Some of it I don't really agree how they can move a machine before they finish that area, but road paving in Soldier Hill and some going down Bruce Bay and Mayor's area, Mr. Speaker. We gain some little work, but Mr. Speaker, them same road got to dig up to put in the water pipe them. And while you addressing my road, in the 8th district, in the 6th district, in the 9th district, other areas suffering, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I am just asking for a plan to be done, to be executed by this government. Mr. Speaker, the people of the Virgin Islands deserve better. I think they heard enough of the talk. It's time to see the action. And I know, Mr. Speaker, that when you speak up sometimes on behalf of your people, depending on who is in a position, they will look at you a certain way. Mr. Speaker, the last thing I tell you, the public service is supposed to be transforming and transforming and transforming. They're still waiting for it. Mr. Speaker, the work the enthusiasm to work, Mr. Speaker, in the government service because of how things are crippling is hurting people. And if we can't get our own people to go out and work, how are they going to serve the public? Mr. Speaker, I just, again, as I close, extend condolences to those families of persons that have lost loved ones. I pray for those persons who are hospitalized in my district and community. We have an excited weekend down in King Garden Bay for the King Garden Bay reunion, which starts tonight with the meet and greet. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know that's my time, so in the next 10 seconds, if you will allow me, I just want to thank for the 23 seniors that we're going to be honoring, one of which, Mr. Speaker, is your mom, Teacher Yvonne Dawson, and one of my good aunts, Itnani Elaine Klein, and Mr. Leal Jr. Reimer, who we're going to be honoring tonight and tomorrow for King Garden Bay reunion. I'm just excited for that, Mr. Speaker, and we're going to look forward to continuing the seniors program. As long as I got to pay for it, I'll pay for it, but I'm going to let the government know and I'm going to let the people know that I'm paying for a program that the government, through the Ministry of Health, who have $47 million every year, could afford to pay for. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member. Any other member wishes to speak on any other business? If not, I'll call upon the clerk. Any other member wishes to speak? Chair recognizes Honorable Lorna Smith.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I too rise to wish everyone in the Virgin Islands, the British Virgin Islands as I like to call it, a happy Festival 2025, and I look forward to meeting a lot of BV Islanders during this festival. I would like to especially invite the seniors on the sister islands to join me in my seniors tent on August Monday, which will be next to Pusser's, opposite the parking lot. And I can assure the seniors and other people who will join me that they would be in for a great time. It's going to be one that is fitting for our seniors as well as the rest of the BVI. Mr. Speaker, it's been a while since I have been able to speak under other business. And as the saying goes, no ill winds blow. I'm very happy that I have this opportunity. Granted, it's for a short period of time. I want to say, Mr. Speaker, there is a song that goes, "The games people play every day and every night, never knowing what they say, never caring what they do," or something like that. And I think that is why we are where we are, because of the games that people play. I want to, Mr. Speaker, say for the next few minutes why I voted no, a very solid no, on the motion or the vote of no confidence. Mr. Speaker, I saw this vote of no confidence as an attempt, a rather paltry attempt, because there was no way that it could succeed. I saw it as a very paltry attempt to divide this House, to separate our people, and to create instability in this country. I was going to say more in terms of the intentions, but let me go to other factors because I only have 30 minutes, or less than that now. Mr. Speaker, I was one of the people who grew up under the tutelage of the late H. Lavity Stout. And I learned a lot of things from him. And one of the things he taught me, Mr. Speaker, was about timing. As he put it, timing is everything. Mr. Speaker, for a variety of reasons, and because one of the reasons being that there's never been a lot of time to talk under other business, I have never publicly said why I now sit on this side of the aisle, aside from being invited to do so. You see, Mr. Speaker, as I sat on the other side and I thought of why I was elected to serve the people and to put country above self, Mr. Speaker, I saw unity on this side, the side on which I sit. I saw unity of purpose. The kind of unity that I was not seeing on the opposition bench. In fact, Mr. Speaker, without going into too many details, I will tell a very short story, if I may. Yes, as I said before, I was invited to join this team. But I felt certainly that all 13 of us are elected as leaders of this country to serve a higher purpose. But I sensed while I was on the opposition bench that there was a split in the opposition. And Mr. Speaker, I need to make it clear because all kinds of stories have been in circulation. I did not create that split. I did not create that split. At the time, I said to 6 of us who were then on the opposition bench, and we had a discussion about it. It was a very short discussion. My words were, Mr. Speaker, we are 6 intelligent people who should continue to work for the people of this territory. I said, I made the observation that I observed that there was a split, and my words were, Mr. Speaker, I am not prepared to support either side of that split. I said I was not prepared to support either side. Mr. Speaker, call it coincidence, but I doubt that it was. The very next day, there was an announcement about a coalition. And Mr. Speaker, the rest is history. I am very happy where I am as I continue to serve the people of this territory. As we had some negotiations, the point is, I serve the people of this territory. As Junior Minister for Financial Services, Trade, Economic Development, and a number of other areas. Mr. Speaker, I want to speak about the critical areas that are facing this country and why I had to vote no on this vote of no confidence. We are emerging, for one thing, from about 3 years of a commission of inquiry. When the proverbial gun was at our heads for direct rule after Mr. Sir Higginbotham's report, it was the Premier who negotiated successfully for us to maintain the democracy that we are now under. There were some conditions which meant that we had to spend a lot of time in this House passing legislation and the like. That was the sacrifice, Mr. Speaker, that we made because we wanted to restore confidence in our governance system. Mr. Speaker, as we wait the possible lifting, and I hope it's more than possible, the likely lifting, we should be focusing on rebuilding trust and reconnecting with our people, especially at this emancipation time. So I'm happy that we will have a little more time or a lot more time to meet with and to fellowship with the people who elected us. As Minister of Financial Services, I should say that, as we all know, financial services contribute significantly to the GDP of this country. We know that due to global conflicts and so on, we're in a very delicate place. Sometimes I think of us as being on a knife's edge. one wrong move and our numbers could go down. Should we be in this house debating a vote or a motion of no confidence? I say no. What message are we sending to the industry? What message are we sending to investors? What message are we sending to the people of this country? It is only one of instability. Mr. Speaker, for the last 6 weeks or more, in fact, it's gone on, but this is an intense period. There has been a relentless campaign launched against our financial services by the United Kingdom at every level: government, NGOs, civil society. And Mr. Speaker, as the minister responsible, I would get the messages early o'clock, sometimes 4:30 in the morning and earlier, because of the public relations team that we have and because of the importance. You'd have the Guardian, you'd have the Times, the Financial Times, Politico, you name it. Everybody is on the BVI's case. And so it's been a very stressful period. We've done several things, including sending a very highly qualified BVI lander as an emissary to the United Kingdom to meet with members of Parliament, members of the House of Lords, civil society, and so on, to talk about what the BVI's offerings are. And this was over a two-month period. Mr. Speaker, it's been a battle royal almost. And Mr. Speaker, for us to have to battle with a vote of no confidence would have been totally unnecessary. It would have undermined our efforts completely. We have, of course, Mr. Speaker, kept members of this House informed of our various strategies. And the latest one included our constitutionally sound approach in response to the public access to registers of beneficial ownership. We struck a balance between protecting our clients' right to privacy while meeting global expectations of transparency. And we didn't just do so arbitrarily. We had consultation with the industry. We had consultation even with the United Kingdom, the NGOs, and whoever else. We had this wide consultation. And of course, we had very sound legal advice. So we were very comfortable, and we are very comfortable with where we have gotten to in terms of this balance that I spoke about. This is a time, Mr. Speaker, when we should be speaking with one voice. Mr. Speaker, because of my time, I'm going to go to the fact that very shortly we heard that Baroness Margaret Hodge is coming to the BVI. We hear that she's coming on a fact-finding visit, and to quote the Guardian, we will consider further steps to take in light of the findings. I know that the Premier invited her. I heard him myself. I was at the meeting virtually when he did so. But, Mr. Speaker, This is no time for us to be debating who invited her. The point is that she's coming. And let me say, we welcome her visit because we have nothing to hide. But what Baroness Hodge will see will be what we show her, or what we would have shown her had we gone with this vote of no confidence. A country divided, a country that we were hoping perhaps that another order in council would be imposed. Is this really what we wanted her to see? Mr. Speaker, I would not for a moment suggest that, as the leader of the opposition said when he introduced the motion, that we would be able to change her mind. Because we know very well that she is no friend of offshore. Mr. Speaker, I want to touch on a couple more things. And how much more time do I have? 14? Oh, I have lots of time then. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I wanted to touch on Bank of Asia that came up by the leader of the opposition. And I firmly reiterate that I support government's decisions on this matter. The regulator and the liquidator are taking action, and we await their report. Beyond that, the Premier has stated that he has asked the internal auditor, and I believe the Auditor General, to investigate and report on their findings in relation to a $5 million deposit, that $5 million deposit into the bank. As responsible members of this House, Mr. Speaker, we should know that we must await these reports and refrain from trying to make political capital. I have to say to you, sir, that I was very taken aback when the leader of the opposition stated that he had asked the governor to intervene in this matter. I don't know how many of my other colleagues in this House knew about it, but it was the first time I had heard it. As the saying goes, I was gobsmacked. Here we are, on the one hand, with the opposition demanding that we stay firm in the face of colonial decisions made by the United Kingdom. And on the other hand, we are asking the governor to intervene every time there is a need for clarity or we do not agree with a decision. Mr. Speaker, we have a Public Accounts Committee of which the Auditor General is a key member. This House of Assembly has the mechanisms that you would expect of a sophisticated legislature. So why not use them? Why this show? Because that is all it is. Mr. Speaker, I want to speak very briefly about some of the points made in the vote of no confidence, and I am not going to spend too much time. I want to speak to a couple of points. On other business, I could speak on what I want to speak about. No? Mr. Speaker, I am being interrupted. Is there a problem?
Yeah. The Honorable Skelton, I think you pointed to a particular point in standing order.
Okay.
Mr. Speaker, you cannot continue to bring up some matter that was already dealt with in this house. You can talk about the perimeters of it, but you can't continue to refer to the vote of no confidence. It's a matter that came to this house and was disposed of.
Thank you, member. Be guided, member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, is there a section that I want to refer to it? Anyway, Mr. Speaker, I'm losing precious time, so let me let me continue. I hope that that those 2 or 3 minutes
Go ahead, honorable member.
return to me. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, there's been a lot of discussion around the rated program. And it is one that I want to speak to very briefly. And we all know that that rated program, everybody calls it down, but in fact, Mr. Speaker, a lot of persons, especially in the district, use that rated program for keeping their districts clean, for beautifying their districts. Other persons use that rated program, Mr. Speaker, for work in government. I certainly have used the rated program to hire persons in the trade and in the labor department. And Mr. Speaker, it gave me such joy on Saturday at the Christmas in July as I was going down the track to come upon a young lady who had been in the rated program. She came up to me as people come up to us as politicians. Do you remember me? Of course I said, remind me. And she reminded me that she was in the rated program and she was well dressed as a police officer. And so, Mr. Speaker, I want to say that we should not be discrediting this program because it is an important program. I'm not saying that it's a perfect program, but it's a program that we should continue to use. Mr. Speaker, I wanted to go to the $100 million that has been discussed in this House from time to time, and to say, Mr. Speaker, that this loan of $100 million was based on data, rooted in data and not guesswork. And I'm pleased, Mr. Speaker, that this investment is being used to rebuild and upgrade roads that have been neglected for years and further devastated by the hurricanes, to fix our chronic water shortages, to improve our airport infrastructure, and so on. And speaking of airports, Mr. Speaker, we know very well that the American Airlines continues to land sometimes up to 6 times a day, full, and departs full. And Mr. Speaker, I'm speaking from experience. I saw it myself, and we're in the end of July. I heard it said that there are no tourists around. I am seeing, Mr. Speaker, tourists coming and going. And I see them in Road Town too. Mr. Speaker, we know that that American Airlines flight is a game changer. In fact, a businesswoman was reminding me that she could work in her store until 4:45 in Road Town. She could work in her store until 4:45. Take that flight, get to Miami, pick up her merchandise because she wants to come back the next day. So she just goes, she picks up her merchandise, and she's back, not to start at 9 o'clock, but certainly by midday. So, what more can we ask for? Just this Sunday, one of my friends sent me a photograph of yet another carrier, Sunrise Airways. And it wasn't a little pion plane. It was a proper plane. The big plane. Mr. Speaker, these developments don't happen by accident. They happen because this territory is doing something right. Yes, of course, that's true too. Mr. Speaker, there is the allegation that education is severely, not underfunded, unfunded. Unfunded. Mr. Speaker, I believe that our education sector is the third largest funded sector. I want to applaud the private sector for their generosity in contributing to this sector. I don't have the time to go into the names of the many who do so, large and small, as well as those who contribute through scholarships and so on. This is what corporate social responsibility means, and I encourage more companies to support our community. To talk about severely unfunded education is nothing but an insult to our teachers, our principals, and those who work so hard to educate our children. Mr. Speaker, just two or three more things I want to just quickly touch on. One is this thing about squandering public funds.
2 minutes, madam.
Okay. Mr. Speaker, I want to say that I am looking forward to the upcoming Music Fest. I know that a lot of work has gone into it. I'm talking about next year. No, not that. I'm talking about the one that's coming up, but the one at Cane Garden Bay. I know that a lot of work has gone into it, a lot of effort. And I want to say that, and let us not forget that we were the ones who started the Music Fest. Don't forget Frank Mahoney and the people who came in. St. Lucia has a music fest. St. Kitts has a music fest. So why shouldn't the BVI have a good music fest too? So let us stop calling down these events. They are events that contribute a lot. Everybody benefits. The shops, the restaurants, the hoteliers, and so on. Mr. Speaker, I am running out of time, so I can't go into anything else other than to say that I spent a weekend in Cane Garden Bay about 2 weeks ago. And Mr. Speaker, it was a beehive of activity. On the beach and elsewhere, I saw people benefiting and enjoying Cane Garden Bay. And I saw persons from the BVI also, Mr. Speaker, who were benefiting in terms of the funds, in fact, the monies that they were making. Mr. Speaker, I just want to end by saying again that the BVI is in a good place. This government is not perfect, but this government is genuine, this government is united, and this government is committed to helping the people of this territory to advance. And so, with those few words, Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
Members, please indicate, Honorable Minister of Health.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker. It has been a while since we have done any other business, and you've given us a strict timeline of 30 minutes, so I'll try my best to get through a few key things in this short time. But, Mr. Speaker, as was mentioned just now, coming off of the heels of Christmas in July, I must thank all those persons who came over to Virgin Gorda and supported the Puerto Ricans on this annual celebration. Every year has been going on for a very, very long time. And the Union Minister did mention the rated program, so I'll mention it here too, because I really want to thank the rated team for clearing that very track that you trod down to get to Palm Bay, and for making sure that the island looked pretty decent for our visitors and for the locals as well. I must give kudos to Wally de Castro, Tommy Dadet, and of course, Marcos Rivera for organizing this event that has come. I think it was one of the biggest ever. The place was just packed with people, all the restaurants and taxi drivers and hotels and guest houses. They all had a good time making money this weekend. The weather held up. It was a little rough for one day. So I must thank all the businesses who did the extra things to make the Puerto Ricans feel welcome. They had a lot of functions all over the place. Top of the Bats, Coco Maya, Rock Cafe, BNT. They were all over the place, supporting all the businesses, Bitter End, Saber Rock. And I think there was only one minor incident for the most part. So for the most part, it was quite a very peaceful and enjoyable experience down there. I also want to wish a belated birthday to Miss Gracia Stevens. Her birthday was yesterday. I did get a chance to speak with her briefly as you were getting ready for cabinet. And of course, I have to recognize Miss Iris Harrigan, who makes 102 on Monday. There's a special service for her on Sunday at the Anglican Church. So persons are free to come at 9 o'clock. Is a pre-service as we celebrate this significant milestone of one of our elders, the people we hold very, very dear. Madam Speaker, we are currently in the middle of festival, Emancipation Festival, here in the British Virgin Islands. Mr. Speaker, sorry. Just so you so, Madam Speaker. And this year, Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, is our 71st anniversary of celebrating the Easter Festival as we know it today. Ms. P did an excellent job, rest her soul, of capturing how this event started. We started with the coronation of Queen Elizabeth, and it's continued that, or her visitor, whatever it was, but had to do with the Queen, and they've continued the tradition ever since. Madam Speaker, today we was to have debated a vote. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, today we should have debated a vote of no confidence, which didn't really happen. And I am, I guess, bittersweet between the two. The reason being, I must say we are celebrating our 71st Emancipation Festival as we know it. We are celebrating our 191st year of emancipation from slavery. And it's a sobering number for me, and it's something I wish we were having a great debate about at this time. Because in 9 years, we'll be celebrating 200 years from emancipation. And it always concerns me, Mr. Speaker, what should we be doing to celebrate that significant milestone of 200 years of emancipation? But the celebration for that should be starting now. We should have in here vigorous debates about autonomy or independence or whatever you want to call it. It is so important we start that dialogue now. And things like, and the junior minister said it, things like a vote of no confidence, it creates division, it creates doubt in us and our people. The things that you're going to bring out there. Because the truth of the matter is, if you go looking for problems anywhere in the world, you're going to find them. But if you go looking for things to celebrate, you're going to find them also. And we should be trying right now having a dialogue of where we should be 200 years after the emancipation of slavery. And that dialogue should be now. We should be educating our people so they could understand the need for independence. Some people say we should not go independent unless everything is perfect. There's no place for that. There's no perfection on this side. You shouldn't go independent unless everybody agree. If any country took that attitude, no country in the Caribbean today would be independent. You have to have pride in yourself to want to go forward. It's your natural destination. It's no preamble. We want to be a self-determined people. But that discussion needs to be happening now. It needs to be happening now. Where do we want to be? What's our celebration 9 years from now? What should it be? We like comparing ourselves to this person eats no food, that person eats no lunch. But they're independent countries. If you want what they have, then grow there, what you know, and let's go independent to get what they have. They're not overseas territories that you compare us to. They're independent countries. We gotta stop being cowards and afraid of our own shadows and do what we're supposed to do. Afraid of our own very shadows. That's where we should be heading. People want everything, but don't want to give up nothing for it. I was doing some research about the whole concept of a vote of no confidence. And you'll be amazed where that concept came from. The very first vote of no confidence. You know where it came from? Heaven. Heaven. The first vote of no confidence recorded by man was in the Bible. When Satan thought he could do better than God. He brought a vote of no confidence into heaven. He brought it into heaven. I went to Sunday school. I go to church every Sunday from 6 to 1. And I pay attention. I pay attention. Satan didn't like how God ran in heaven. He found all the fault to the most perfect place. Satan, eloquent, a great orator, charismatic, and handsome. He was the morning star. He was made different to the other angels. But the arrogance of Satan was Lucifer, the morning star, to think he could do a better job than God in the most perfect place, heaven. But he was charismatic. When he gets troubled, he went by himself. He took 1/3. I mean, could you imagine how you got to be to take 1/3 of the angels from heaven, from the face of the Almighty? I mean, what a thing. That's where they started this demonic instrument. I'm sure. So anyhow, so we have these things there where people feel that they can do a better job than other people. I saw a vote of no confidence from 2013. Strangely enough, it had the same numbers as today, 7-2. When the now deputy premier brought a motion of no confidence against the then NDP government. The same people who are telling you now they will do a better job. The same people who couldn't handle it then telling you can handle it now, they may know what they're doing. They may ain't got no plan. This was 2013, so 12 years ago. The same people. The same people. And you know what they say then? They saw no need for the vote of no confidence. I agree with them, because it's true today too. It is true today too. In a time like this, we have an ardent council over our head. We should come together and unite and show strength and togetherness. You want to come create confusion in the minds of the people. We should be united now in solidarity, not here trying to pick off each other up. And I commend the Premier because we went through one of the most challenging times where our democracy was threatened to remove our constitution. That man down there, he navigated us through a very troubling, one of the most challenging times in our history. That's why we could sit here today. If he didn't do what he did then, there would be no house. The governor would have had all the power down there. The same man you'll run go to when you have a problem. He would have had all the power. We had to be home sitting down wondering, well, what happened? That man up there, Doctor, I'm going to tell you everything. Walking with us, all of us in unity, navigated us. But our council is still there. You can't no pretend like it ain't there and come with your division and divisiveness. No, now is not the time for that. No, it's not a time for that. But anyway, I got on. I got digressed there. The Premier is a very fair man. Very, very fair. Sometimes I think he's too fair. Because most of the opposition will be out there talking. They're never left out. This Premier makes sure if something we or the district are left out as a government, opposition are getting stuff done. In fact, most of what they get done is under VIP government in their districts. Go look up the record. Go look up the record. Go look up the record. Most of what is done in your district, NDP members were done under VIP. The member for the second was here. He got a school. What happened under? VIP was there in October. Community Center in King Admin. Who fixed that? Mash up since 2017. I come and fix it for him. Bruce Bay. It's about to finish now. I did it for him. Couldn't get it do for years of him balling for years over there about his school. For years. Can't get a school. Up, down, down. I mean, I could go on and on. You watching me? You're dark up Red Bay. You're dark up Red Bay. Who built that? VIP government built that again. I could go on all your district and tell you what VIP did. But I've seen governments where they get in there, they don't study no district that's not with the government. I've seen that. Our Premier here is not like he's fair. He's too fair sometimes. He's too fair sometimes. As a matter of fact, I just signed a contract, got a contract signed the other day to build a house, a social home in the 6th district. Not left out. The man applied, he qualified. I make sure it gets done. Okay, and people for years, the man, they're balling seniors, they're balling, they love their seniors. Of course, he loves our seniors. I'm also happy he's finally getting his home done. So happy for the man in the 6th district. The district is left out. Because all of us are sent here by the people to work for the people. And as a government, you're responsible for the whole territory, not just our own district as ministers. As ministers. And I take that seriously. We're here to work for all the people of the territory. Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, nearly all these challenges we have today in the territory are old challenges. They didn't just happen yesterday. And these are no easy fixes. No easy fixes that would have been fixed a long time ago. The water issues, you must be in high school here, water issues, the sewage issues. I had friends who live up east and there when I was in high school. And to this day, it's still a problem. But we're addressing it. The minister is addressing it. He's addressing it. It's just the issue of sewage. Water, again, been around forever. It's well documented, the issues of water and the cost of water, how much water. We're trying our best to meet all these things. Healthcare. Just 2 weeks ago, after 10 years, have a strategic plan in place. 10 years took us to get a strategic plan. But we have it now. We're now moving on to implementation very soon, hopefully by September, so we can start implementation. Yes, there are issues. There will always be issues. But the Premier has said one thing. He said to me, he said to others, we've come to office and met these issues, but we don't plan to leave the office and leave the issues there. We've taken all of them head on. We are tackling all issues of this territory head on. We like to talk about the seniors. I love my seniors. I spend more time with seniors than I do with anybody else because I love the seniors. I've been begging for a program for Energata for look how long. It's always some story. Program for Virgin Guard, we advertised. They were easy to do if I could just wave a wand and it happened. But I happened a long time ago. Yes, everybody wanted a seniors program in their own district. Everybody wanted. Who don't want a seniors program in their district? But it's a reality that we have to deal with, Mr. Speaker. There's a reality. We are all here, and to make certain insinuations as if we are intentionally, remember for the fifth, as if we are intentionally not doing certain things. Of course, we have to walk. Because at the end of the day, if you want to be accountable to your voters, be accountable to their own conscience. Be accountable to your own conscience. We all have to walk at the end of the day. But to sit down and just find everything that's wrong and make it, then again, that's opposition role anyway. Your job is to point out what's wrong with the country. But let me tell you, there's a lot of things to celebrate about this British Virgin Islands we live in here. If you look at the ratings, some of our properties get here. Some of our islands are rated in top 20, top 5, top 10 in the entire world. A lot of negative things that are said in the press ain't do no research to find them. They listen to the opposition. You know, they sit down over there all over the world and they write all kind of nasty articles. They ain't come here. I'm so glad that Haj is coming here because I don't know what they've been telling her, what she's seeing. I'm glad she's coming, that she could see for herself to get a better understanding. I don't think it's going to change her mind, but at least she could see. If she have a conscience, she might soften a little bit. But they listen to what is said out there and they just repeat what we say about ourselves. They've always said it, you know. When they came in here, we have to be very careful the things we say in this house because people are listening all around the world. They are listening and they are making decisions based on what they hear from this honorable house. This BVI is an incredibly beautiful place. It's a great place to live, visit, walk, and invest. Really, it's not going anywhere. But are there things that need to be adjusted and made a little more efficient? Of course. So many things are being addressed, but it's no easy fix. There's no magic wand you do and boom, all of a sudden, get a non-belongers in 2 days. I would love to see that. It's not going to happen. There's a process and processes. And these things take time, AG. You always cuss in your office saying you're holding up things. But you have to make sure when you sign up on something, AG, that it makes sense. You blame everybody for everything because, yes, when you're trying to do business, because people have choices. They must come to live here and invest here, you know. They can go, they have choices all over the world, all over. So we have to make sure that we get our share of the pie. We have to make sure we do what we have to do. We have to make sure when we start this honorable house, we ain't here airing all our dirty laundry about the things we need to fix. But I understand the politics of that. But we have to be very, very careful that when we try to make the government look bad, we ain't damaging the country. And of course, there are a bunch of people out there who have an answer for every single problem and a problem for every solution. How you get them beat? Every question you have, they have an answer. In every solution you have, they have a problem. Think about it. Think about it. No matter what problem you have, they have the solution. They have the answer for it. You bring a solution, they got a problem. Oh, that can't work. Oh, that can't work. Oh, that can't work. They got to do something. But they say, what they say, people say, the empty vessels make the most noise. Because some of these people had opportunity at one point in time, they were in positions of responsibility. What did you do that was sustainable? One thing the Premier has always said, when you come with a solution, make sure it is sustainable. It cannot be solve the problem today and tomorrow get ready again, as if you never solved it. God do it all over again. All over again. So yes, something may take a little longer than we would like. I wish we had a plan a long time ago. I wish we had moved to the next level in medicine a long time ago. And then the next issue, I see, Mr. Speaker, creeping more. Well, is very pervasive now. And there's this issue of personal responsibility. Personal responsibility. And I first noticed it some time ago with healthcare, but it became pronounced in healthcare. When nobody, you want to take care of themselves, to eat right, exercise right, do your annual screenings. No, there's no time with that. But when you're sick, make sure you have a place for me to go. No, it's something called quality of life. Yes, we're sick in your mattress on dialysis. You want to stay alive, but is that what you want to do? You want to spend 4 hours or 3 hours, 3 days a week on a machine when it could be avoided? And that mentality of, let me not do it for myself, let me depend on somebody else to do it. So no matter what state I'm in, I ain't got no part of it. I have no role in solving my problem. It is somebody else. Or the government this, or the minister that, or the permanent secretary this, or the boss that, or my wife this, just every problem is somebody else. Nobody wants to take no kind of personal responsibility for nothing. And we all of us have a role to play in our own health and our own lives. We must do our part. Yes, there's a role for government. There is a role for government. I grew up in a time when things were a little bit different. I remember I was studying the age some day ago. I remember being a little boy with our grandfather. They're building little wooden boats, sticking in the oak, coming the seams and the pitch apple there. And that pitch apple was a local product. People didn't bother the government about no boat. You get your neighbors, they go, Mr. Harvard Leonard, you go and pick the balsam fruit, make the pitch of the local industry here. We were so independent, the balsam fruit. We were independent, spirited people. We were independent, spirited people who pride ourselves on saying, I went to the bank for that house. The government didn't help me with that house. Times have changed, and challenges befall all of us. But it cannot be that you have no role in your own well-being. It cannot be. There's a role for all of us to play in our own well-being. The government, of course, has its place. And we will try our best, do what we can to help our people, because that's what we are sent there for. But people must start wallowing in their sorrow that if they don't help themselves, nobody ain't going to help them. No, that's not who we are as a people. That's not who we are at all as a people. We pride ourselves in saying, I did this, I pulled up myself by my own bootstrap. We pride ourselves in our independence. All of a sudden now, independence gone out the door. I must sit down here and wait for this. I must sit down. No, that's not who we are. We really, somebody said, oh, we really kind of lost ourselves, the truth, in the way we behave. But I want us to come back to who we are and to get back on track on who we're supposed to be. Against our preamble. We are self-determined people. Let's not let people tell us we can't seek greater autonomy because they give you all kind of reasons why you shouldn't go. And some of them sound good. But it's foolishness. If you look at it, the countries who went independent like Jamaica, they had nothing when they went independent compared to the BVI. Illiteracy was like 92% illiterate. 8% of the people could read, 8%. Hardly any education, no infrastructure. If they had stopped to think 1 second why they shouldn't go independent, today they would still be a colony. But they had ambition and pride that we used to have more of, and we need to get it back. Look at St. Kitts and Antigua, a lot of them, they were in really, really bad positions, no education, no healthcare, no infrastructure. But they had a dream, just like Martin Luther King. They had a dream that things would be better. I think we lost our dream. We could get it back. But things like a vote of confidence is not the way to go. It's not the way to go at all. I love the trend of thought just now. But as we go forward, Mr. Speaker, we need to find our way to be the people who we're supposed to be. Just think Emancipation, the premier can trace his roots right back to 1776. The first free slaves up there. They must be rolling in their grave right now. They must be rolling, my ancestors up north. Some will be rolling in their grave to see almost 200 years later These people still are fighting over nonsense and not doing what it's supposed to do, invest in themselves to take this country to where it needs to go. Mr. Speaker, I don't know how much time I have left. I want to start a whole new.
5 minutes.
I have a whole 5 minutes. Yeah, so I have a whole 5 minutes. I was going to start a topic, but I don't know if I should stop here for now. And yeah, so Madam Speaker, this idea of, the Junior Minister said it, about coming together, this divide, rule, and conquer, has been an order of the day for a long time. And we must be careful that we don't really feed into it. I have every confidence in my premier and in this team, every confidence. For what I see this country went through, when the COVID come up, and the premier handled himself, diplomacy, intelligence, international connections. This is the team that we need. Most of us came in green, but we came in through some of the toughest times, real battle tested, what we went through as individuals. I have no problem following this premier. None, absolutely. He took off his grandfather, left off. And if you all recall, right before his grandfather left office, the country was doing well. Things happened afterwards. So let's not get distracted with performances in here. Remember that performance in heaven and what it led to. That charismatic man up there named Lucifer. Oh, here's what's good. No, I talk about the battle in heaven. You know, as we go through emancipation, this is the last thing I would say here. I was doing some research this morning, and this whole idea of emancipation and self-determination is always on my mind, particularly around August. And the words of Harriet Tubman really rang through to me this morning when she said, "I freed 1,000 slaves, and I could have freed a lot more if they only knew they were slaves." Those words are so profound the first time I read those words. People are enslaved and don't even realize it. You have to, Bob Marley sang about it too, emancipate yourself. A lot of us have those chains, they thick chains on us, on our minds, mental slavery. You have to break those chains and not be afraid. You will be discouraged from doing it, but it's the way, it's our natural way to go. I also want to wish everyone a safe Easter festival. Drink responsibly. Look out for your friends, look out for the children especially. August festival, let me see. Yeah, sorry, the Easter version, madam. Enjoy yourself, participate, but just remember what we are celebrating. Emancipation from slavery, support our culture, the activities, the parade, the booths and everything. Look after the children, please. They can become disoriented. Social development has a safe sex program going. Again, let's be safe. This August festival. Mark a spot in the village for your children to go, should you and your child become separated. Put your name and number on the wristband and put it on the children's hand so they can call you if for some reason the child is separated. Make sure the child knows your name, not mommy or daddy, but your actual name. Or for some reason they're separated. Because children get disoriented with noise and all the colors and all the excitement. Police booth is in the village. Let the children know, if you lose mommy or daddy, head for the police booth and do not move. They will find your parents. So, Mr. Speaker, with those few words, I will take my seat. I thank you very kindly.
Members, we will now break for lunch. And This House resumes its sitting. Call upon the member for the 8th District.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to make my brief contribution on the other business. And I note you have imposed a time limit, Mr. Speaker, and I will endeavor to respect that time limit. Mr. Speaker, firstly, I would like to, as all the members before me, express greetings to every Virgin Islander in this festive season, the celebration of our emancipation, and more specifically to the people of District 8, whom I've had the very distinct privilege to represent over the last 12 plus months, Mr. Speaker, for which I've been eternally grateful. Mr. Speaker, and I want to, while we're on the topic of festival, commend the young team for the Eastern Festival and Fest Committee, who's doing an amazing job in terms of reviving the festivities in our community, Mr. Speaker. We've seen over the last couple of years it has diminished. They've made a Herculean effort to get it back up and running. We have a village celebration starting on Tuesday. The parade, I understand, is coming again in full swing. Many of the families have gotten involved. There are many floats and festivities happening on that day as well. So I want to really commend that young team of women and men who are taking a mantle to move that forward. As we know, the festivities initially started in our community, where the late Leslie Malone, of blessed memory, who was the uncle of myself and Honorable Premier, fought diligently to have that celebration started in the holiday vested for our community to celebrate. Coming from one of the first free people in the Western Hemisphere, the people of Eastern Longo. So I really want to commend that team for the work they're doing and encourage them to continue and build it from strength to strength, rebuild it from strength to strength. And all those persons who went before, Sandra Potter and her team before, who held the mantle and keeping those festivities alive. Mr. Speaker, I just wanted to make that point. Mr. Speaker, for the first time last evening, I attended a village since the festivities have started. A huge crowd, a lot of persons were out in numbers. Mr. Speaker, I can't say here. I really broke now. Mr. Speaker. But, Speaker, I was troubled by some of the things and the activities I saw. There's a debate happening right now on social media. And I often say, particularly when it surrounds our young people, that we should guide and support them, not judge and ridicule them. Being that is saying that, Mr. Speaker, we have to find a way to really get more involved with our young people in the territory. And I think this budget cycle, Premier, members of the House of Assembly, we have to find ways to get more meaningful activity for our young people, developmental activities for our young people in this territory. We have the program, I was just speaking to the minister about the summer program, and as minister, we sought to expand it, and I think it has been contracted since its initial. There used to be 2 cohorts of that program before, now it's only 1. We need to find monies, Premier, Minister of Finance in this House, to ensure that we have more meaningful activity for young people during the summer times and particularly in the Christmas time and when they're on break. Many young persons are coming up to me and saying, is there anything for me to do? I want to work here, I want to do this, but there's nothing. There's no program. There's nothing I can earn a $200 or $300 to help their parents during this period as well to buy their own school books and buy their school clothes, etc. But we want to do it in a way not just to give them money, but where they could learn something in the process. And I think we have a responsibility as a house to find a meaningful way to engage our young people and re-engage our young people. And all of us have a part to play, not just the House, but all of us collectively in the territory of the role to play. But we have to take the lead as the leaders of this country, Mr. Speaker, in terms of what we can do. We have to put the money in place to make sure that it's a possibility. Mr. Speaker, I'm not going to be long, Mr. Speaker, but I want to talk about a few things that are happening, particularly in my district and around the territory on the whole. Speaker, we have this new, not quite new, but more intense phenomenon of sargassum that has invaded our shores and has caused tremendous damage to our coastlines, tremendous damage to our tourism economy particularly, and even to our ports, Mr. Speaker. We are now, and I want to thank the Minister for the Environment and his team, his PS and his Finance and Planning Officer, for trying to work towards getting some type of relief to particularly to badly affected areas in my constituency on the western end in Long Bay, Beach Reef Island, where most of our seniors swim because it's more easier for them to get to that section of the beach. And it's the shallowest section of the beach for those persons who use that area and frequent it on a daily basis. And the Trailers Bay area, which is one of the busiest ports in this territory, which has been inundated now for the last several months for this sargassum invasion. Happy that we're able to put some additional funding in the budget to address this, but we have to take a more strategic approach going forward, Mr. Speaker, in terms of how we address this issue. We now know this is an annual thing that is increasingly getting worse. When you drive on the hillsides, you see them. It reminds me of those old World War II reenactments, where you see the ships coming, a platoon coming, and you see the sargassum coming as if a platoon is coming to drop bombs on your shoreline. And that's essentially what it is. And in fact, when we have rain events, flooding events, we go through a process where we deem it an emergency. This is an ongoing emergency. We see what's happening up in Handsome Bay. Is Handsome Bay?
Yeah,
Handsome Bay.
That's South Sound.
The South Sound. And the potential devastation to the water supply for that community if that is not addressed in a critical way. So we have to be more responsible in our approach in dealing with this matter. Just taking out of the water is not just a good enough solution. We have to be more creative in what we deploy. We have to look at what other persons are doing within the region and globally in trying to combat this new phenomenon that we all are plagued with. So we have to budget adequately going forward. We have the budget cycle coming up in October. I don't know, October, November, I don't know when the Premier is going to start the process. But we have to then focus in on properly allocating the resources to these increasingly devastating things to our economy. And this is one of those areas that are going to impact us in a meaningful way. And we don't yet know what is the impact from a health perspective, because you see the way it tarnishes metal, the way it tarnishes wood. It turns a wood green, dark brown, dark black in some instances. So imagine persons who are inhaling that, the fumes, or what the implications are for them health-wise. So those are things that we have to really seriously and adequately fund for and address in a meaningful way. So I'm calling on the Premier and his team to really work on us getting a more strategic approach to addressing this issue. And it dovetails into another concern that I have, a deep concern that I have, is the social development and the socioeconomic issues of this country, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we went through the SAP recently in this House prior to this other business session. And I'm deeply concerned in terms of our ability to be able to help the most vulnerable within our population. Speaker, before we had the situation where the monies that were vested with the members of the House and the monies that were vested with social development for the public assistance program, you had roughly around $2.2 million vested between the two subheads. 1 point, you have about $500,000 under social development and another 1.7 under the House of Assembly, about $2.2 million. And now that money has gone down to 1.4. That was budgeted in this last budget. And to add insult to injury, we had to find another additional $400,000 just to make sure that we could maintain the monthly obligations that were allocated through the program. That would mean you have little to no resources available to help the people in our territory that are most vulnerable. In a state where I have been here for a little while, Mr. Speaker, and this is some of the worst I've seen. Persons who have never normally sought or seek attention, support, are coming. It means there's some trouble in the economy. It means there's a need for us to help support our people, our most vulnerable persons, through these very difficult times that we're experiencing. So we have to ensure that these social systems and these social networks are adequately funded, that they have the resources in place to make sure that when our people need help, they get help, and that the systems are efficient enough to offer the help to those individuals. And I'll continue to have this conversation with the minister. You can't have a family, and I had a situation just recently, a mother who was desperate, had to have a surgery for her son, unable to finance the copay, needed the support to get that copay finance, and just couldn't get that support because of the bureaucracy and the bureaucratic nature of the system. Persons who are vulnerable and need support need to find a more efficient way of getting that support to those individuals. No child should go without medical care for the want of $1,500. In a society where our budget is close to $500 million. That should not happen in today's BVI. Minister, I continue to encourage you, let us get whatever changes that we need to the system done. We need to have an emergency provision in place for situations like that so that those vulnerable persons won't feel destitute or they have nowhere to turn when they need this level of support. We have to get the system revamped. I know that the consultant had done the work. I know when I was there under the UNT government, the work was done. It was a matter of bringing that forward and getting it implemented. So the minister said we're almost there, but we have to move quicker to make sure that our people are supported. And remember, we have to up the monies, at least get it back to where it used to be. The 1.4 is not sufficient to support our people. And we see it in the SAP. We have to find another $400,000 to support the program. People are struggling. People need the support. So we need to find a way to ensure that that support goes to our people. The Speaker, on infrastructure. We have some serious challenges with our infrastructure, and I'm sorry that the Minister for Works isn't here right now. From our district, the Eastern Lalo community, our infrastructure is in shambles. The bureaucracy that we've created through the Civil Mitigation Fund has to change. It's impossible to have 7 months in, you can't get things out to tender. 7 months in, when projects were sent forward from December, January. It's not practical. I continue to complain about the amount of monies that goes back into the Treasury every year, monies that should have been spent to stimulate and develop the economy of the Virgin Islands. We have to create the efficiencies in the system to make this happen. No COI could tell you that you can't help your people. No policy should be put in place to stymie the growth and development of a country. The cabinet has a responsibility to put policies in place for the efficient running of the country. Not put things in place that make things even more cumbersome and clutter the process. I have to commend the skeleton team that's at the ministry. You literally have 2 or 3 persons dealing with 9 districts plus the ministry's main programs. It's impossible for those persons to administer all that work. It's virtually impossible. And the cabinet and the ministers have the responsibility to put in place, the Constitution gives them the oversight, the running and management of the ministry. So we have to make sure that the resources are in place to ensure that the ministries work efficiently and effectively for the running of the country. We cannot continue along this path, Madam Speaker. And I'm hopeful that when we go through the budget cycle, that, Mr. Speaker, that we're able to really address this issue. Speaker, we have the Shepherd Hill Road, and I was heard that it's coming soon. It was like when the cinema over there was building, that a coming soon sign for eternity. I remember in 2007, I wasn't even in the house, Mr. Speaker, when foundations were up, steel were pointing up, and a wall was supposed to be built. And we're still here now, how much years later? If my math serves me right, more than 18 years later, the same scenario. So I'll believe it when it happens, eh? But we have to get that road done. We fought for the monies in the budget. I'm hearing that the contract is at the point of signing soon, and we're hopeful to get that done for the people of my community. But more importantly, Mr. Speaker, the bypass road. The ministry came to the 8th district, the public meeting about the same Shepherd Hill project. People expressed their concern with the dangerous road that I have to traverse every day in terms of that bypass Shepherd Hill Road. I get calls on it literally daily. I know my at-large colleague to my right gets constant calls about that road and the danger of that road. I send the minister and the public works team constantly the videos of persons who either stall in the middle of the road or can't get up the hill or almost slid off the embankment of the road, Mr. Speaker. They were promised to grade that road since March, I think it was since Easter. We're now in August. The last day in July, August 1st is tomorrow. Mr. Speaker, I want to implore the minister and his team, we have to get that place addressed and bring some relief to the people. We're putting the lives of our people at risk every day with these simple things that can be done for the want of $3,000 or $5,000 to grade a road, and the government owns a what do you call it, a bulldozer. Mr. Speaker, that road has to be addressed. It has to be addressed urgently. The guts and drains in the territory, Mr. Speaker, again, we're in the heart of the hurricane season, August, typically middle of August. When we go into the middle of August, things tend to heat up. We have to find a way to get our drains, our waterways clear. And I know that I also want to, and I saw a notice come out from DDM, that in the next couple of weeks, Premier House of Assembly members, that is going to be a serious heat wave passing through the territory for the next couple of weeks. So we have to find ways to ensure that the vulnerable persons amongst us are secure, and they have potable water, they have proper drinking water, that the conditions are conducive to what is happening within our society. So Minister of Health, we have to make sure that we coordinate and make sure that we support our vulnerable persons in our population, particularly our seniors, the ones who live by themselves, to see what is happening with them for the next couple of weeks. It's going to be very difficult weather conditions in terms of the heat. So we have to find ways to ensure that we protect our vulnerable populations. It leads me to water. I mean, there's this running press release that goes out around, and it's flowed through the chat, particularly my district chat. This area without water, constantly without water. Mr. Speaker. Speaker, we have to address this issue of the water situation in this country. You can't have $2 million to improve water infrastructure and only spend $35,000. It can't be an issue of money. Because when you say when you don't have money, you say you want money. And when you get the money, you don't spend it. We have $2 million in the budget this year for water infrastructure improvement. I asked a question in the House a few months ago, and at the time, only $35,000 of that money was spent. And that was in June, end of June going into July. Mr. Speaker. So we have to be more efficient in the way we operate within these systems. These are a human right to have potable running water in the territory. So we have to have this situation addressed, and we don't have a plan. We need to have a plan in terms of, I've asked a question in the House, what is the plan to deal with the water situation in this country? Up to yet, we cannot present a tangible plan to address this situation with the water, running water in our country. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to call on the team again in the ministry to find a way to address this situation in terms of our potable water. Mr. Speaker, my time is almost up, but before I take my seat, I want to express condolences to those persons who have lost loved ones over the past several weeks in this territory. We just laid to rest today Shabazz, one of our long-standing businessmen within our community, social commentator, Calypsonian. I think he ran for office one time, Uncle Fraser, you would know. Politician, yeah. And in the Lanark area, we lost Miss Earlene Thomas, who died in the U.S. Over a few days ago. It's the mother of Ralston's grandfather, Henry, who was into teacher Henry. We lost Booty, laid to rest. Booty was laid to rest last week. No. Tomorrow. Okay, we're laying to rest Booty tomorrow. Miss Smith, Mariel Smith, and one of Miss Bridget Maduro, who is Conrad Maduro's daughter, passing is going to be laid to rest as well. I want to express sincerest and deepest condolences to the family and the bereaved loved ones of those persons who we lost. And Barbara Smith, I apologize. And how I could forget Barbara Smith. From our community, still our community, a social worker, someone who spent a lot of her life taking care of the most vulnerable within our society and our population. Worked with the Social Development Department for many years. To her children, her siblings, and her mom, I want to express my sincerest condolences to them on this loss. And before I sit there, I just want to really encourage everyone to have a safe and eventful, but make sure we have a safe festival season as we start. We kicked out the festivities last week, but we get into the heart of the festivities starting tonight. Friday typically is when we really kick off the main festivities. But I want to encourage everyone to be safe, especially our young people amongst us to be vigilant, to operate with restraint. Every conflict resolution does not have to be through violence or through an argument or a fight. Sometimes it's best to walk away from conflict before it ignites into something more and cause more harm and destroy your lives going forward. So I want to encourage everyone to be safe. And I also encourage us as adults to really be encouraging. Speak to our young people. Don't be too quick to condemn all the time. Let's have a conversation with them. See where they're going, where they're coming from. figure out how we could guide and give them some guidance on the way forward in terms of some of the destructive behavior that we might see them partaking in. Mr. Speaker, on that note, I want to again wish everyone a safe, enjoyable festival season, and we'll engage with you along the way at the various celebrations and festivities. Mr. Speaker, I'm looking forward to Thursday, where we're going to come down into your village and take away all the trophies and prize money that you have for the Fisherman Tournament. My guys are geared up and ready to go, and they're excited for just the good camaraderie that's derived from these type of events. And I've expressed to the Premier that we have to find a way to waive these fees for the fishermen, particularly for our cultural celebrations, to ensure that those persons who would wish to partake can partake in those celebrations. So I'm looking forward to that particular event and all the other events. I want to invite everyone to come up to the Eastern Lolop community. We have festivities. On Sunday is the boat race. On Tuesday is the opening of the village. And on Wednesday is the parade and closing of the festivities. And I also want to encourage everyone who are going out to the parade on Monday. The Amber Skelton and I have and Mr. Lesmo Smith have a seniors tent for the Eastern Lolop seniors, and as well persons out Long Trench. And any senior who might not have a space, they could come enjoy the festivities from a good vantage point. We're building up an elevated platform for them right across from the hospital, the emergency exit by the hospital, so they have they're not impeded by anybody's passing through there, so they could come and enjoy the festivity with us on August Monday. So it's open, so it's Eastern Long Trench, but any senior who don't have a place to sit, they could come and sit. We'll have food and drinks for them as well during the day. Again, have a blessed and enjoyable festival, and thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member, call upon the at-large member from McNamara.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I don't know where to begin, but I will begin at where my colleague ended off in to extend my condolences on behalf of my wife and my family to all of those people who have lost loved ones. Some I know I know them all my life. And it is sad because we are going fast. And one of my colleagues said to me Ronnie, you notice it's only we dying? You know, so it's a troubling thing. And it's not stopping. It's not slowing down. And I just want to. I know about a bit about death in terms of losing loved ones, and it's hard for people who are close. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to do that, and I want also to, you hear me say this out several times, our celebration is not a festival, it's not a carnival, I mean. It's a festival where we celebrate the emancipation of our forefathers and mothers, and the way it's going, leave all of us who have grown up a bit and from when it was nothing to what it is today. And it's moved from a festival and a celebration of our emancipation to a carnival. So that's where we are. How to slow it down, how to get it on a detour track, and leave it for the new Festival and Fairs Committee who seem to have the vigor and the vitality to do something good about festival in this country. But, Mr. Speaker, you know, my friend who hails from the 9th District, he really painted a nice picture of this shining city on a hill. You know, and he went to the Bible to, I guess, compare us on this side to Lucifer and his angels. Well, that's how we interpret it. Things could be misinterpreted. But, Mr. Speaker, I could assure you that we are far from that analogy, very far distance from that analogy. And we have no intention of, you know, trying to destroy the very country that we hold so dearly. But anyone who sits in this house and outside this house will recognize that good and bad exist together. So you can't turn to me and say, oh, we have airlift at Beef Island, and that's a good thing. Yes, it's a good thing. But when you dive into what is happening to your people are being left down the Caribbean islands, and they have to fend for themselves. Some of them ain't got the money to go into the hotels and for the night, spend the night. They have to concentrate on rebooking their own tickets. All of these things are happening while we get in advancing airlift. You know, they're canceling flights. Which, you know, you have mechanical failure. Man make them, they will have problems. But then they tell you so late that you can't cancel your hotel reservation and the destination you're going. You know, these are issues that we need to talk to the airlines about, you know. And in Great America, they can't get away with it. But out in the third world, they can do it, get away with it. So while we paint this bright city, we got to make sure that these things are eradicated so that they don't destroy the shining city on a hill. There are problems. There are major issues that are confronting us. Yes, we have the America that is basically saying to us, or saying to the world, if you're not a born American with born American parentage, you don't belong there. And if you don't act in their interests, we will not allow you any documentation to travel through or into America. We are facing wars around the globe. And they're going to affect us. They're going to affect trade. The cost of living is going to increase. And you have all of these natural disasters that are happening around the globe. You know, global warming, you have heat. You have elevated temperatures in places you have never seen them before. And I think I was looking at the news up to yesterday, where in China, Beijing, they got a year's rain in a couple of hours. Destroy and kill people. And we're not immune to it. We're part of the global community. You know, we had ours in 2017 on August Monday. But they're happening more frequent now, and we got to pay attention to these global catastrophes that are confronting us. We don't print money. We're going to need help. So we got to use our resources in a very more responsible and more prudent way. Accomplish more with less. Accomplish more with the same amount. And we can do it. We have done it from in the 50s and 60s and 70s and 80s. But when we believe that what is will always be, and it will be more, I think we're fooling ourselves, you know. We're doing a good job of fooling ourselves that we can expect a budget to be increasing exponentially without one day recognizing that you might have a difficult task ahead of you to meet ends. So, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker, we this shining city on a hill, but we got problems. We have issues, and we need to confront those issues. The issues are not simple issues. The issues are complicated, and they're complex in nature, and some of them stems from the hurricanes we had in 2017 and the pandemic that followed shortly after. And these problems still exist today. I listen to all my colleagues talk about the seniors. But I'm one of them can stand here and say, when I was the Minister for Health, the most vibrant senior citizen programs from Antigua to Johnson Lake existed. It existed. All the centers, some of them were built. You know, but that was shortly then. The hurricane of 2017 destroyed many of them. And we never, as a people and a government, because 2017, 2019, the Virgin Islands Party government was in office. So you're responsible for some of this stuff. You know, this country is the only country that I see people got an inheritance and complain about the inheritance day in and day out. The inheritance was not enough. I needed more. You got an inheritance. Don't be like the prodigal son who took his and went and squandered it. You know, don't be like that. You know, it's your inheritance. You convince the public, all of us, that you're the better person to take this country inheritance and move it forward. So let's do that. Let us do that. Let us don't talk about, oh, I inherit this. You know, I would like to inherit some of this stuff out here. Because, you know, I have my modus operandi is to fix things. If I'm responsible for them, I'll fix them. If I am not, I can't. You know. So, Mr. Speaker, yes, the seniors, we need to do more. I am one of those. And I see two more in here. Is there anybody who goes by? We're not just looking at, we're not trying to save the seniors' lives who are not in here. It's our very own lives we're trying to save. You know, so we need to not be here talking like the seniors like they're like an appendix or appendage, and nobody cares about them. I think we need to understand that we got to do more for our seniors. That yes, the complications they're having medically and physically needs to be addressed. And we shouldn't hesitate to address, because, like the leader of opposition said, you measure a country by how it treats its young and its old. If I see you not taking care of your mother, what do you think I will be thinking? I'll be thinking, you know, this is a person to keep away from. We need to do better, and we must do better. We don't need to have a fight to create a seniors program if it's going to help. that don't need a long discussion in my mind. I may be wrong. You know, but, Mr. Speaker, we also have the seniors. They're seniors because they're retired and they're gone home. We send them home, or we don't like old people anymore. So we're sending all the older folks at home. I don't know what be watching me like that. We're sending the older colleague, that's not what we're doing? We're sending them home. So we need to provide some level of support for them. And they have a little pension. Some of these pensions they're not sufficient, Mr. Speaker. And here it is now, we give ourselves a raise. You know, when we leave here, if they'll fire all of us tomorrow, the government will have to fine. How much you said it was, Premier? About $7 million to give to us? We got to find a good amount of money to, if they send all of us at home. So, Mr. Speaker, we need to help the pensioners, the retirees. We need to get them the increase. And we need to do it now. We shouldn't want to do it because we have some with kids. They're all young. They got about 20 years more to go before they become seniors. And they're just taking their jolly old time. And what seniors don't have, what seniors don't have, Minister? They don't have time. Time is what they don't have. Every week we're burying seniors. And we need to fix it, Mr. Premier, please. And we need to fix it sooner than later. The pensioners need their increase, and I doubt it's a lot of money. I doubt it is, because we did it before, and we can't do it again. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to talk about banks and insurance companies, because they're the things they're the two elements, the two things in this country that's going to make it impossible, extremely difficult for all people to own, participate, transfer economic things to the next generation and the generation after. I said in here, nobody seemed to hear me, so I can say it again. Mr. Speaker, God forbid you and your wife disappear. You transfer your house to your children or to your child. They're gonna have, if they don't have a decent job, a real high-paying job, they can't keep it. I'm just talking about insurance. Somewhere, all of these, every time we hear the FATF coming, we could get all of these kids in a room and fight, let's see if you could fight off the FATF. That is all right. But why we can't get some with kids in the room to find out what do we need to do with insurance in this country? We need to do it. It is scary. This is scary. Non-revenue producing assets, transferring them to your offsprings, is almost impossible for them to keep it. Especially with the banks insisting that you must have whatever 100% insurance. They must have 85% insurance. Can't keep it. You can't keep that. And if you build a house today, and if you don't have a decent job, Mr. Speaker, you can't keep that property, pay your mortgage, maintain it, and pay insurance. You can't get it done. You can't do it. And this is, we're talking about a large percentage of this population. A large percentage of this population, that's what's happening. You know, Mr. Speaker, if no one listens, please, if you don't listen to nothing else, you need to do this. Or people are losing the very things that we built, worked so hard to build today, and they exist today. You see it in the bank, they're selling this person property, they're selling that person property. But the banks would give me money to buy your property. You owe $500,000. You got 7 more years to go. They will give me your money to buy your property and give me 20 years to pay for it. So they stretch the $500,000 over 20 years. The same property. I don't mind interest. The whole thing is to live on this earth in a comfortable way while you're here. You're not taking anything with you. But so why don't they turn to the person who properties is selling and stretch the loan back over the 20 years? I find that to be a troubling thing. Yes, you pay more interest, but at some point in time you might get your act together and you might pay them off. Or you might double up on payments. And your life becomes a simpler operation. Because if my mortgage now is $5,000 a month, and you can make it $2,500 by just stretching the loan out, back out over many years, I'm paying. There are some simple things that to me can be done. But I guess when the banks when they get disgust of you or they don't like you anymore, then they won't try to help you to do this, you know. So I am asking the Minister for Banks and Insurance and the Premier to please get some people together, get what do you call it? An exploratory committee to go and come back with some stuff that can be done. If you want to help, Mr. Speaker, let me digress a bit. I grew up in this country, went from down by the hospital, in every village around this country had businesses, small businesses. They had them, they existed. From down by the hospital to the top of here, the burial ground, you call it. Almost every every house go down the road had a business in it. You go Fairfax Bay. The same thing existed. You go Portugal, the same kind of little businesses existed. And today they're being destroyed because of the economic condition in the country. They're being destroyed. It's no fault of any one person or any one thing. But we need to address some of this stuff. You know, and you need many big businesses in the country, because the big businesses, the little businesses, feed off of big businesses. That's how it works. You know, you got the mowings, the ice people, the laundry people, until you give, and then the restaurants and the supermarkets. But if you give the mowings everything, then small business can't exist in those areas. So we got to pay attention to some of this stuff. We're a small country. We're trying to operate like we a big country with many people, hundreds of thousands of people. You know, so we're killing small businesses. And it's a lot of factors that we causing it to happen. And let us face it, Mr. Speaker, economic activities is slow, very slow. And one of the things our government understood, you say you were, not you, but junior minister, sorry, the junior minister for finance, she grew up under Lavity, Lavity style. But she will tell you I did too. You know, and we understand a simple thing in this country. The things that can create the most jobs quickly is the construction industry. The construction industry can take this country from a standstill to, how to say in the Cabot Wall, to 60 miles in about 10 seconds. You have to get the Land Development Control Authority, all of those departments and that deals with construction. They're there to assist. They're there to get people to move their project forward, not to hinder them and make life difficult that they can't do this and they can't do that. But tell me what you want. You want this, I'll give it to you. And so the people can get on with their construction, get on with the occupation of their property in terms of electrical inspection and whatever, and get people moving. But I think, Mr. Premier, you probably need to call in some businesses, have a discussion. Not just the hotels in them, you know. Like somebody said earlier that there are many tourists. I have never seen in the off season. So if you go to the moorings to have a dinner or something, it's packed with people who are going on boats or coming off of boats. You go Naniki, your restaurant is always full. But that translates into captains, and I understand now we ain't gonna captains anymore. No, you don't want to stop commerce, but some group of people need to find out what is the balancing act that we need to play in these areas. I don't know the time, right? Well, the time. Yeah. So, Mr. Speaker, we have to find out what we can do to advance our people. I remember back we created the marine courses at the college, the building up there, and that was to get our people into the marine side. A lot of our people went into repairs to the engines and the different things. That was good. But we have not created captains. You know, all of those guys who were captains, they continue to complain. And they're just complaining, don't get me wrong. They've been complaining for the last probably 20 years because they saw something that they out on the water, they've seen it. So now even the chefs and stuff that used to go with the boats, you know, they don't go anymore. They're not many. So they bring chefs from overseas. You know, it is true when you're out on the water, you want people who you're comfortable with. But you can't come into place that the population is predominantly colored, to say now you only want people of your color. Now you shouldn't do that. Give people a chance. If you have a pool, choose from the pool. Mr. Speaker, and the last thing I want to talk about, I think it is this house. Mr. Speaker, for the younger ones who are here, if you don't hear me again on this, you're destroying the very thing, the very institution that's supposed to sit on the pinnacle of any democracy. That people like this young lady here who spent all the last couple of days with us, you give them no hope. Because if we are operating just like the people by the rum shop or the people in the street, there's no difference. So there's no example to follow. We say we're going to start 10 o'clock. And if we start 10 o'clock, 2 times we did well. If I'm wrong, somebody could correct me, please. And I think it's a government obligation, if they call a meeting, to make sure that their people are here. At least 7. If you don't have 7 or they're traveling, they should call members of the opposition and please make sure you, and I'm sure we will agree we'll come on time. Because we're always here, most of us. If one skip, we still have at least three of us here. So we are willing to assist. But this message that we send in, you tell the public you're coming on 10 o'clock, and you ain't come on till, we ain't come on till 11. So today we did 12. So we're getting good. We're moving up. Mr. Speaker, we are destroying the very thing that we're supposed to hold up as an example. And we're celebrating 75 years in November. 75 years of the restoration of the legislature. And we are so low down in terms of the decorum of this house. It's amazing. We need to do better. We need to give the people who are aspiring to be in here hope, and we need to teach on a constant basis what it means to be a member of this house. We're allowing people to do all sorts of stuff, all of us to do all kinds of stuff that are not right. Mr. Speaker, this house, I don't want to use the word shambles because that's not right. But this house needs some talking to. No, don't use it in decent language, not parliamentary. This house needs some talking to, and we need to do it sooner than later. So, Mr. Speaker, with those few words, if you hear anything I say, I rest my case. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Amir?
Thank you. Honorable member, call upon the Junior Minister for Culture and Tourism.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity for me to make a contribution on the other business. I know I have a time limit, and I don't think I will be able to go through the 30 minutes, but I will make my presentation accordingly. First, Mr. Speaker, I would like to also extend condolences to the families who have lost loved ones during the week and past weeks. Today, laid to rest a very well-known person in our community known as Shabazz. His given name, of course, at birth was Garfield Hodge, but due to his conversion to Muslim, he is now known, or was known as Abdul El Shabazz. Also want to recognize that Mr. Elias Hodge will be buried tomorrow, Miss Jessica Coram on Saturday, and we also want to recognize the passing of Miss Mariel Smith of Frenchman's Key and all the others who have passed on. We want to extend condolences to the families, close friends, other relatives at this time of bereavement. I also want to again extend best wishes, continued best wishes to everyone that is celebrating our Emancipation Festival celebrations that has started on a good foot, I would say, with a beautiful torchlight procession and the official opening ceremony, and continued with activities in the village. And want to recognize more so, tomorrow, the 1st of August, is very significant for us, and I really would wish that from next year onwards, we will really do something on the 1st of August, because it was the 1st of August, 1834, that the proclamation was read, and the Emancipation Proclamation was read. So it is very significant for us here in the history of the Virgin Islands, and I believe throughout other areas as well. Tomorrow is the Cultural Food Fair. I'd like to extend an invitation to everyone to attend that major cultural event for us, where we have on display our food, our local food, our dishes, our drinks, and pastries, and also have an opportunity to, I think there's going to be something different this year. Just let me find the flyer. Yes. Besides food, drink, music, culture, there's going to be a little bit of competition. And competition with mat and coaster making and crochet making as well. There's going to be entertainment by the Razor Blades, Zion Sounds, Shooting Stars, Pan in Motion, DJ Carly, Cartel, and DJ Shadow. And the event starts at 10 and ends around 5:30, 6 o'clock, and then it's going to be at the Cyril B. Romney Tortola Pear Park. So we'd like everyone to come out to that event, and of course we want everyone to participate in the remaining events for the festival. I believe Honorable Marlon Penn extended an invitation to join the Eastern Longlow Committee, as they will be having events, and then I would do so on behalf of our speaker. We culminate the events at the Carrot Bay community. So again, wishing everyone the best, have fun, and continue to be safe. I'd like to take this opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to extend an invitation to the seniors of the 4th District to come out and view the parade from the seniors tent that we continue to support, to allow the seniors of the district to view the parade under a tent, thereby having an opportunity to be in a relaxed and comfortable situation or position. We will have refreshments for them, and they can just come out, no need to register or anything, just come out and sit under the tent, and you will be treated as best as we possibly can treat you for this particular event. Our back to school event for the 4th District will be held on August 16th. You will hear more about that, but just giving you a date right now, and more information will be shared as soon as we get it all finalized. Mr. Speaker, we talked a lot about, we've heard other members talk about the situation in terms of our position in the Virgin Islands, whether we are doing well or we're not doing well, or we could do a bit more in terms of enhancing our economic situation here in the territory. And I agree with some of the information or some that was shared, but I just want us to remember that in my view, Mr. Speaker, the evidence is strong that despite the many challenges that we have faced as a territory, or even as a government, you know, since we've had the elections of 2023 and this particular government has come into office, this government has remained steadfast with its efforts to bring about growth, development, and increased quality of life for our people, and has remained, in my view, laser focused to carry out its mandates, and to carry out these mandates, of course, with the assistance of the various ministries, departments, units, etc. In the State of the Territory address that the Honorable Premier presented on 20th May, the government, of course, outlined the many successes the ministries have carried out under a few headings. I don't want to go into all that was said because it was a very extensive and detailed presentation of the state of the territory. But under the headings like building our youth, building our healthcare system, building economic prosperity, building a sustainable environment, building our infrastructure, building our international relations, and building cultural heritage, building our parliamentary democracy, and building our policies. And under each of these headings is a myriad of items that listed that were achieved by the various departments under these headings. Yes, we're not perfect. Yes, we have a lot more to do in terms of building our country, especially building the economic side of things. But there are plans, Mr. Speaker. And there are ongoing projects. There are future plans. And there is a clear vision, although despite the fact that some may say there's no vision, and there are active works being done. And the vision is outlined, Mr. Speaker, through the National Sustainable Development Plan. Plans are also outlined to assist the country moving forward. Now, this National Sustainable Development Plan, of course, gives us a future development. It outlines what's going to happen in the future, what's going to happen now, and it gives the opportunity for us to be able to build on this National Sustainable Development Plan, because it outlines what we especially planned for this territory moving forward. We didn't have this National Sustainable Development Plan before, but then it's here now, and it's like a chart for us to take us through the next few years. So to say that we don't have a plan, in my view, is not, to me, is not true, because there is this plan, and from this plan, the different ministries and departments will establish their individual plans that they are going to be able to execute and implement to, again, move this country forward. And then we also, of course, give updates to how the territory is going through the newly established Facebook program, which is entitled Virgin Islands Voice, where ministers with their technical staff share each ministry's plans and achievements. So it's not like we're keeping things to ourselves. We're sharing with the community, what are the plans, what are the activities that are taking place, and the progress on those activities that are taking place. Mr. Speaker, information is valuable, and information is key, and the sharing of this information with our citizens of this country so that they are informed is what our government is doing. Each time the Premier travels, he holds a press conference to inform the public on the details of his trip. And to me, this to me is an open government. It's a transparent government. It keeps our people informed. So it's not like we don't have plans. It's not like we don't have goals to achieve. But to say that there's no plan, in my view, is false, because of the fact that we are sharing all the information as we proceed. Yes, plans change due to certain circumstances. That's why it's a plan, and until it's actually implemented, things can change. Now, Mr. Speaker, how did we get to where we are today? And the fact that it may seem as if we're not moving forward with the plans as fast as we possibly can. But I just want to remind us, going back, this being my first term, but this is the second term of this government since the previous administration that was in charge. And in my view, this government came to a point in this territory's development when there were a lot of challenges. In 2019, there was, just coming off of the heels of the hurricanes of 2017, and met a lot of things that were undone. Of course, yes, it took some time to get it done because, we didn't have the resources and all these different things. And then after that, you had COVID in 2019. And I know we like to say, don't talk about the past, talk about now. But in order for you to move forward, you have to know what happened in the past. You have to know what was done in the past and decide if we're going to stick with what happened in the past and move forward from that, or we're going to pivot into something else. So recognizing these things that happened, especially again too, the COI, the Commission of Inquiry, that stalled things a little bit because a lot of the work that was done in getting the information to satisfy those persons dealing with the Commission of Inquiry, it kind of stalled progress. So to say that 2019, instead of a 4-year term, in my view, you had a 2-year term because of COVID, because of COI, and all these different things. And COVID was actually almost 2 years. So to say that the government did not establish anything, I think it's unfair under the circumstances that the government met itself back in those times. Moving forward to 2023, was mentioned by my colleague to the left, Honorable Lorna, that when we got in 2023, we had to do a lot of, being in the house to deal with a lot of bills and a lot of things that just took up so much time in order to meet the deadline pertaining to the COI recommendations. So it took some time to get that done. But the fact of the matter is, despite doing all of this, it still remained laser focused to help to move the country forward. And there are a lot of success stories, a lot of achievements, a lot was done. Yes, we do have some challenges with the infrastructure in terms of the water supplies, the sewage systems, the roads, but progress is being made. We did the road in Fish Bay. We're driving on it now as if it existed like that for years, but we tend to forget that that road was recently commissioned. And now we're doing the one on the eastern side, and soon that will be completed. And then you move on to a next road and the next road until we get all the roads in perfect or even good conditions, that we will no longer be complaining about our road structure. But in the Road Town area, we want to talk about the public-private partnership. Yes, we talked about it in depth before, but it's worth mentioning that we were able to revive the plans that were in existence years ago, that just sat on the shelf, sat on shelves. Good plans, wonderful plans. If we had executed those plans then, where would we be today? Where would we be now? We wouldn't be necessarily having to deal with these things. We would have been advancing even further in terms of developing our capital. We would have been more further ahead. But that didn't happen. I think it was some 20 years ago that it didn't happen. So we're behind, you could say, 20 years of not getting these things done. So efforts are being made, Mr. Speaker, from this particular government, a government that cares, a government that is working hard every day to take us forward. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to say that, yes, we already dealt with the vote of no confidence. But in my view, as I voted, I just want to say why I decided to vote the way I did in the vote of no confidence. In my view, it would have caused instability in our progress as a government moving forward.
Mr. Speaker, I need not say anymore.
Okay, I understand, Mr. Speaker, but I'm just saying why I voted the way I voted. I don't know. Well, he stood up. Yes, but he didn't say anything, but I understood. Anyways, I think I do, in other words, yes. I voted the way I voted, and I wanted to explain.
Mr. Speaker.
I wanted to explain.
Mr. Speaker, I rise on
I'm not.
privilege. Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, am I standing or I'm not standing? You want me to stay?
Mr. Speaker.
I think.
You are the Speaker of this House. I understand the precarious situation that you're in because they are also your colleagues. But you have to maintain the sanctity of the House. Section 38.3 was raised earlier. Section 38.3 says, it shall be out of order to attempt to revive in any debate a matter or reconsider any specific question upon which the House has come to a conclusion during the current session. And it goes on to say some more things. If the member wanted to speak, she should have spoken as part of the debate or when the resolution or the motion was here before us. To now try to justify after the fact, it goes against the standing orders 38.3, Mr. Speaker.
Members, the matter that the member just raised, and as it relates now to any other business where people are typically given significant leeway as to what they may speak on. But I will say to members, as others have done today, they have spoken about the topic, but not as directly as you attempted to do just now. So others have spoken about it, but I think you should avoid doing so as directly as you did just now, Junior Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I understand. I stand corrected. But just basically, I would wish to continue, if you don't mind. Yes? Okay. I will end basically then, Mr. Speaker, by talking a little bit more, not end, but before I end and come to my closure of this contribution. The tourism industry that we have here in the Virgin Islands is one of a kind. I just want to speak a little bit about that. I think some of our members spoke about the industry earlier. And the fact that we are doing well in terms of the increase in numbers of our arrivals, and that we could say contributes to the fact that we do have the airlift. During the tourism summit in January talked about a lot of things, and which was a very successful summit. We have since had consultations, a very, very wide consultation with the industry stakeholders about the tourism policy and the tourism plan. And also the fact that we are getting ready to conclude with this tourism policy and put out an RFP on the tourism plan. It's a good thing to say that the industry, our tourism industry, is moving in strides because of the plans that we have in place for our industry. Recognizing that it was said that, you know, other people or other destinations are moving ahead of us. But we are moving at the pace in which we should be moving. There are things in place that we are now putting in place, a Department of Tourism that will help us to move forward now that we have a Ministry of Tourism, the first time that we've never had a Ministry of Tourism before, but we now have a Ministry of Tourism. We'll be establishing a Department of Tourism, and they will be fully staffed to carry out the things that we need to carry out to improve on our tourism product, and also to increase our visitor arrivals, especially with the plans that we have to transform our capital, increase pedestrian safety and make it more pedestrian friendly, and have more green spaces for our visitors to enjoy. And also recognizing as well that within the region, there's a pivot when it comes to tourism, that it's no longer sun, sea, and sand. And that, like our colleagues in the region and throughout the world, we have to find creative ways in which to attracting our visitors to our shores, and calls for increasingly looking for different experiences that our visitors can enjoy while they are here. And it has started. It has started with the hiking. It has, well, sailing, being the sailing capital of the world for us, will always be a part of our industry. And one of the things that we'll also be looking at when it comes to our Department of Tourism, we'll be looking at standards, increasing our standards, our service standards, hospitality standards, looking at licenses in terms of ensuring that the institutions that are part of our industries are properly licensed, and training, capacity building to ensure that our tourism industry is sustained. Recognizing the threats that are coming towards in the financial services sector. Financial services sector and tourism being our two economic pillars, we must, of course, do all that we can to safeguard our tourism industry. And I believe that we are heading in the right direction in terms of our plans moving forward. We hope to see some fruitful results of our plans coming into place once they are implemented. And of course, we will be providing more information about our plans as the time goes by and as the information becomes available. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I would like to just share that I am very supportive of our leader, Honorable Dr. the Honorable Natalia Wheatley. I am of the view that he is the leader for the times such as this, that we find ourselves in the situation that we find ourselves in. Someone said earlier he's a little too fair. I think that he holds the temperament to be our leader at this time. I also think that he holds the decorum to be our leader at this time. He's able to travel throughout the world. May say that he's traveling too much, but I believe that he's traveling the world. Wherever he travels, he represents his territory well, and he also comes back and gives us reports on what he has done or what he has decided to do when he's out there representing us, whether it's regionally or internationally. And I believe, Mr. Speaker, that while he is being the leader of this country, he will always have my support. And I believe at a time like this, we ourselves, whether we, whatever side that we're on, need to give him the support that he needs. It's a lot of stress to lead a country, especially at a time when our financial services sector is under attack. Whenever we reach the goalpost is moved, and there are those who don't understand what this financial services sector is about. There are those who refuse to understand what it's about. But it's because of the financial services sector that we are able to have the quality of life that we have today. And I believe also as well, Mr. Speaker, that we must believe in ourselves as a country. We must believe in ourselves as a territory. We must believe in ourselves as a people. The irony of having this debate and being able to talk about this today during when we're celebrating our emancipation from slavery, and others said it before, we need to emancipate our minds. We're no longer physically enslaved, but our minds are enslaved. As the Virgin Islands, we've come a long way from being just a two-way, one-way road, or one road with two-way in which you drive it, which is Main Street. We've come a long way over the development, but it is our people, our leaders of the past, that has helped to forge us to where we are today. There's lots of potential for our territory, and there's lots of potential for our people. But we have to believe in ourselves. We have to do the things we need to do to move us forward, and we cannot hesitate. We have to be hasty in our steps to get the things done. We have to put sometimes our personal feelings aside, and we have to roll up our sleeves and do the work that needs to be done to move our country forward. It entails sometimes, taking a backseat, then we do that. It entails sometimes working long hours, then we need to do that. But Mr. Speaker, I just want to end to say that this is the time when we need to reflect on where we're going as a people. And the only way that we're going to get there is through unity, through collaboration, and not just with ourselves in this territory, because we need our regional support as well, and we are grateful for the regional support that we have received. We are grateful for the international support that we have received. So let us move forward with the one vision, with the one goal, to develop this country for the people of this country, for the generations to come and those yet unborn. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Junior Minister of Culture and Tourism. I recognize the Deputy Premier.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I first would like to recognize you in the chair and to commend you for the work that you've done without notice beginning on Tuesday and hopefully ending today. It's baptismal by fire, and you weathered the storm. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to start by acknowledging the season that we're in, which to many who don't care and a lot who doesn't know, it's a carnival season. You're not listening to me. You're not listening. I said to many who doesn't know and many who doesn't care, it's a carnival. To the rest of us for whom it means so much and who has an obligation to educate those who doesn't know that this is an emancipation celebration. Emancipation from what must have been the most heinous punishment to man, called slavery. We have to, the more I think about it and the more I see and the more I listen, I think we have to double down, Mr. Speaker, and make sure that future generations know what they are into. I think it's Honorable Smith who was talking about someone lamenting that they could have freed more slaves if only the people knew they were enslaved. That's Honorable Whitley? Yes. If they only knew they were enslaved, the numbers would have been higher, right? We're living in a period in our minds. Too many people are living in a period in their minds of ignorance. I used to look at the Tortola Pier Park and I said to myself, I wonder if it's a good thing or a bad thing that we have it. Because it reminds me back in the 60s in St. Thomas when motorcycles and safari jeeps would blaze up and down Waterfront Drive, especially on a Friday. And the young people were just living in glee. They didn't have a clue they were heading towards their own destruction. And going out there, drinking your head off, like crazy people, thinking you're having fun. What you're really doing is wasting your life away. That's what you're doing. Fun comes at a price. And you pay for it in years of your life. So, Mr. Speaker, I think those of us who are bright enough that goes to the village, when you go there, you must educate people as well. You don't have to do it in a disrespectful manner. It doesn't have to be obvious that you're trying to teach someone something. I think you could teach people by example. We have to really understand what life, the kind of life that we're living. Mr. Speaker. No, they say all that glitters is not gold. But you have to know that you would really believe that it's gold because it's glittering. You know, I listen to the Honorable Skelton when he speaks about the future generation and wealth. He talks about big homes and not being able to maintain it, to keep it. If you're an owner of a big house right now, you should know what he's talking about. Costs to keep it. How is the younger generation going to be able to keep their inheritance? How? You know, for me, Mr. Speaker, my parents were able to what do you call it? Will bequeath unto me property. Will I be able to bequeath to my children property? And if I do, I don't know what they will do with it when their time comes to bequeath it. Looking at the way things are, who are the people? People talk about high unemployment in the Virgin Islands, and I ask myself the question: if you go to look at the Department of Labor to see how many work permits that they're issuing, it's certainly got to be higher than the number of people who are unemployed. And if these unemployed are Virgin Islanders, and the work permits are being issued to non-Virgin Islanders, then how do you blame the government? Who do you blame? It means that we have 3,000 jobs out there that you could have occupied, or 6,000 jobs, or whatever the number is. It's more like 3,000, I think. So we are not educating our youth. We are not educating our youth. If we're not even educating them on how to get employed, how are we going to educate them on the future and who they are? We're not teaching them who they are. So there's a huge responsibility when we talk about festival committees and all the rest of it. I think the festival committee is going to have to take on another chapter in making sure that people know that it's an emancipation celebration, and it's not a carnival. And once they know it's an emancipation celebration, their curiosity will fly to know what are we emancipating ourselves from. When Theodore Faulkner left Anegada and came to Tortola, he didn't come down to Tortola and start saying we have to educate the people. We have to go around to every neighborhood and every school educating the people to understand what this is all about. But he got it done. Once he got started, people understood what he was doing. And today we are here celebrating our 75th anniversary of the restoration of legislature in the Virgin Islands. And even us here behaving in this house doesn't seem to reflect that struggle that Faulkner went through 75 years ago. And trust me, Madam Speaker, and Mr. Speaker, trust me when I tell you this. Life can go on as it is right now for the next 75 years, meaning that nothing will change. It can. But there are those of us who has this consciousness within us to make change for the better. I heard the member for the ninth talking about when Jamaica, God bless them, the first among us, went out and got independence, literacy was 8% or something like that, 9%. All literacy is about 105% right now, Mr. Speaker. Some of us got so much PhDs and all kind of stuff wrong. Literacy got to be double for some, right? And we are here still talking about we must educate our people on the struggle that they are going through right now. Not the struggle we went through, but the ones they're going through right now. That mental slavery before we make a move. Don't get me wrong. I'm 100% with the leader of the opposition when he said we have to take it to the people. But that's not a prerequisite for me. Yeah, the people has to be a part of it. There will be a referendum. And it's only when the people say yes, it's going to happen. But at the same time, it doesn't mean that we got to sit on twiddle our thumbs and wait for that to happen, Mr. Speaker. No. I think Dominica got its independence in 1978. Dominica. And in 2011, I was in St. Vincent. And you know when you get around those folks down the Caribbean, most of them have gone to UE. And they're bright people, loaded with jokes. I'm not from UE, so I just sit back and listen. I heard one commented that if Columbus came to the Virgin Islands, the only island he would recognize would have been Dominica. That's in 2011. 2011, that's only 14 years ago, Mr. Speaker. Today, as I speak, Global Export Minister, what's the name of the company? Global Ports. Global Ports was to tell us a few nights ago that Dominica is on the cusp of establishing or opening a new airport. And I know, Mr. Speaker, that airport isn't for ATR 72s and ATR 42s. No. You know why they are able to do that? Because they're independent, Mr. Speaker. That's why. They sell more citizenship by investment than we would ever hope to do. I'm not in favor of it myself, but that's what they do. That's what they could do. It's not just them. Every Caribbean island is doing it. At the same time, when I was there in 2011, St. Vincent, that they were moving cemeteries and churches to build their airport. Think we could do that here? We can't even move into the Trellis Bay a couple of feet to extend our runway. You got more hullabaloo about it. And when you hear all that noise, everyone is, the poor government that is sitting at the time, they must go back. We don't deserve all the heat that's coming down on us. Mr. Speaker. We don't deserve it. All that heat that came down on us with the COI. And I must say, Mr. Speaker, this premiere that we have, Honorable Dean of Darwin, yeah, Mr. Speaker, this premier that we have, I must say this about him. You know, he's a very young person, filled with ambition. For a long time, he's been filled with ambition. But what happened to him, I don't think he expected it to happen to him. Sometimes you got to be careful about what you ask for because you might get it. When this position was thrust upon him to be lead of this country, some people would have said no thanks. Some because of their inability to deal with it, and others because of the cowardice, and others because it was a thankless job. Took it on. And what he went through, what I saw him go through, I was not a part of his unity government. There are those here who were within this unity government. The struggles that that unity government went through and the inhumanity to me, as far as I see it. We got to report this, we got to report that. Mr. Speaker, not only was I wasn't going to do it. I was not going to do what I think I saw him do. Whether I was capable or not, I don't think it's a matter of capability. I think it was one that was humiliating to the core. But because of who he is, him being who he is, he went through it. And I think he took us through the storm. And to this day, as we are trying to get this order of council lifted from above us, over us, there are those who doesn't seem to understand what the country is going through. And when the country goes through it, we go through it as human beings. And that order of council, that order in council is not over the trees and the stones and the beaches and the ocean surrounding the Virgin Islands. It's over the people that occupies the Virgin Islands. That's what the order in council is about. It's over us. And we have been patient. We've done everything possible, right, Honorable Smith? We've done everything. The clothes we're wearing, I mean, you only could assume that we have underwears. But we're naked. Those people who has the order in council over us, they're looking to us. They get their signals from us. Not just us in the House of Assembly, from us in the territory, as to when we feel within ourselves that we have been denigrated to the point where we're saying enough is enough. Until they see that, It's going to stay there. Despite the work that the Premier is doing and his team, I sat over there in the opposition, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the first person to have gotten the opportunity to help the Premier form this government was myself. The Premier came to me with his team to form the government. I had two things. One was the first call that I had at the time was with the other members of the opposition, the NDP and the PVIM. Those were my first call. I had to satisfy that call. The second call was myself to decide whether I was going to join him. And I told him straight up, I said either you're either going to give me the top job or no job. I told him that because I was quite comfortable where I was. I was comfortable right where I was. I wasn't looking for anything. It's just that he wasn't going to lead me. That's what it was. So I stayed where I was. I sat over on that side, Mr. Speaker. And I looked from that side, I looked here, and I said to myself, when that time came to move a motion of no confidence against him, his government, and I looked over here and I saw him, I said, there's a group of people who needs help. They need a direction. They need stability. And if they get that, they would have gotten a chance to prove to this territory that they could run the country. So I walked over. I walked over, Mr. Speaker, to give him an opportunity to do what I think he's capable of doing. And even after coming here, Mr. Speaker, you can see the daggers that are hurled at him. You can see them. You can see every effort to slip the rug from under him. I am convinced, Mr. Speaker, that Premier Natalio Whitley is smart enough. He is smart enough to recognize what's happening. And I'll stay here and give him the time for him to get out from under what he's under. Natalio Whitley, Mr. Speaker, has a brother named Benito. That's only one. He has several brothers, but this one, I understood he has another one that is equally smart. But Benito Whitley is doing a phenomenal job for this territory. Phenomenal. His name, Mr. Speaker, is well known throughout the Caribbean and in the halls of the United Nations. The Virgin Islands need more ambassadors. Financial services need a full-time person campaigning, lobbying for us in Europe. Come on. How much money to pour into our coffers directly into our treasury? 260 million or something each year? You'll be paying somebody less than $1 million, maybe, a year. So when I sit here, Mr. Speaker, and I hear people talking about writing the governor on matters pertaining to the Premier, the governor, writing them about us, when you could pick up the phone and speak to the man direct or come and talk to him yourself. I am not going to say anything about the motion of no confidence, Mr. Speaker, because I think it's the obligation of the opposition to do things like that. I really and truly do. And I'm not going to talk about the fact that, you know, they were defeated, whatever the number was. It's expected. It's your job. But when I saw the direction that is taken, you know, I hope the leader of the opposition doesn't feel away. You know, it's parliamentary democracy that we're practicing. You have the right to move your motion, and the government has the right to defend themselves. And I think that's what played out today. I have to commend the leader of the opposition for his stamina and his presentation that he did Tuesday night, sir. Mr. Speaker, we talked about, well, first let me move on to say, even though I was speaking about festivities and emancipation, I wish that everyone enjoys themselves during this time in a safe way, a responsible way, and that there be no incidents or misfortune during the time. I'm sure that we are capable of pulling that off. I see it's drizzling right now, and I hope that it doesn't turn out to be a 2017 or anything like that, anything far from that. I pray that it doesn't happen. I think that the Minister for Communications and Works has done his part as far as making the roads safe during this time. And if not, he's probably still working on that. People talk about the water situation. I hope that he has his whatever little overtime you could find for your crew to make sure that they're out there having water available. It's just a matter, it's not a matter of water production. I think it's a matter of keeping the lines patched. So have your crews out there to make sure the lines are patched and people get water for August. And I think you're capable of doing that. For the folks that we have, Mr. Speaker, in the hospitals, hospital, I want to wish them a speedy recovery and get back out to their families. I know my brother is in there, and I hope that he will, if he could only get ZBVI online, he would hear me now telling him that he must get well and get out of the hospital. He'll be better off at home. He'll be better off at home than he will be inside there. So that brings me to my knowledge of the hospital, part of my knowledge of the hospital. The BVI Health Services Authority, when in 2013, 14, I think is when the hospital opened, Dr. D. Orlando Smith Hospital, 2014. It's a magnificent facility. I don't think anyone will argue that. I mean, for Christ's sake, the VIP government built it, right? Well, when we got there, they had a design for it and everything, but we built it. And they opened it. Who gets the most credit? The guy who opened it, right? Man, I was a VIP at the time. I was with the VIP. And, so anyhow, I was talking about the hospital facility. The facility is a magnificent facility. It's being run by great staff. It's just that the management has to step up and do their part. I've worked with NHI and BVI Health Services Authority and the minister to ensure that this, what do you call it, Vincent? This what we're trying to work on? No, we got a name. That we get this contract between the NHI and the BVI Health Services Authority signed so that the BVI Health Services Authority can do what private sectors are doing as far as being self-sufficient. Right now, every private facility who does healthcare, when an NHI insured individual go there, they use the NHI card and the facility bill NHI for the service and they get paid. When they do the same to the hospital, I don't know what happens. So I might as well not say anything because I might put my foot in my mouth. But let's say it's nothing that what happens in the private sector. That should change. And you want to have that done before they come back here to stand in finance. That would be a feather in your cap, Minister. This way they can maintain the facility in the way it should be maintained. We got two chillers sitting in the parking lot, waiting to be installed. That should happen in short order. And all the equipment that's done in the hospital not functioning should start functioning soon. And that $42 million that we're giving to the hospital, we're not saying we'll take it from you, but yeah, you're gonna have to justify why you're getting it. So this is 10 years running, 10 years since they were supposed to have started this contract with the NHI. So things are not as bad as things are not as good as they should be, but they're far from being as bad as people would make them seem to be. Yes, we have a situation of criminality in the territory, but do you blame the government for that? Is it the government's responsibility of government to come up with a plan for crime reduction plan, or this is the police? I'm not going to take the government off the hook for anything that they can do. But in order for someone to be a criminal, they have to commit a crime. And what's a crime? Crimes are things that are arrested, stopped, mitigated by the police. And the government has no control or directive in saying what the police can do or cannot do. I wish we did. Believe me, I wish we did. As we said, we got laws on the books, and things are still happening in broad daylight. When we were working on the Road Traffic Act, we realized that a lot of things that we were advocating for are already on the books. And when you ask the police, well, if this is the case, how so? I'm sitting here and I'm looking out in the street and I can see two people riding up on a motor scooter, no helmets. And we're here trying to say, well, maybe we need a law for that. But the law exists. So I don't know if blame is being placed in the right place. I'm not sure it is. Roads, Minister, I think that the work that's being done on the road from Chadwell to Seacoast Bay, the road has been already constructed. It's just a matter of completing the curbs down to the main road.
Remember, just to remind you that you're just about out of time.
How much time I have?
I'll give you,
I'm out?
Eh.
Well, let me just wrap up.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Yes, especially for the people in the district, as we speak, I didn't want to be the one to say it, but I have to say it, Minister. I think I said it a little while back down in Seacoast Bay, that the cabinet has given the minister approval to install a water production plant in Seacoast Bay. And for the people of the Seacoast Bay area, it's nothing new, because in 2003, just before I demitted office, I commissioned a water plant in Seacoast Bay. And people in Seacoast Bay, Duff Bottom, Packwood Pond, Harvest, Pleasant Valley, all that area in the 3rd District were receiving water 24/7. I think that as soon as this minister is able to do that, this will happen again. And those derelict vessels that were abandoned in the Seacoast Bay Harbor by Hurricane Irma, the request for proposals for bids went out a few weeks ago, and in short order, those vessels should be removed. I don't want to say that it's because I'm here this is happening, but you be the judge. I want to thank you, Mr. Speaker, again. You and your staff, I wish you all the best over these holidays, and do the things that you know are safe. Don't look for me because you're not going to see me, but my spirit is with you. Thank you.
thank you, Deputy Mayor. Call upon the Leader of the Opposition and the 66th Representative.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to first start off by thanking the good people of District 6 for their continued support and for their decision to send me here to the House of Assembly to represent their interest. I often remind them that I take this responsibility to represent them very seriously, and I will always do so to the absolute best of my ability. The place, Mr. Speaker, where you advocate strongly for your people is in the House of Assembly in particular. Of course, in addition to the daily things that you do as a representative throughout the district. Mr. Speaker, a vote of no confidence was brought. I'm not speaking on the vote itself, I'm speaking around it. And I mentioned, and I'll mention it again, a vote of no confidence is an accountability tool in our parliamentary democracy. It is one of the few devices, apart from questions and answer to questions, that members of the opposition have to be able to hold the government to account. Accountability, Mr. Speaker, should never be mistaken for disunity. It should never be mistaken for disunity. They're two separate and distinct concepts. On the contrary, it is essential to preserving trust, transparency, and collective progress. So when the opposition brings a vote of no confidence, it must not be misconstrued as disunity. It's accountability, which is an important part of building a country and building a nation. And I want to say that first. I also want to say, Mr. Speaker, that the people of District 6 sent me to the House of Assembly not to make friends with anybody, not to be part of any club, not to be part of any gang that makes me betray my trust to them to fit into a political party or structure. Because if that is what they expected me to do, I am the wrong person to send, because I am not that person. If you send me to represent you, I will represent your interest. And I believe I've been doing that. Mr. Speaker, the state of affairs in this country is not good. And there are some people who could purge their conscience to fit in. There are some people who can purge their conscience to fit in, fully well knowing that what they're saying is not so. One person got up and spoke, but that same person who got up and spoke was one of them who publicly said she had no confidence in the premier. She said that. But now all of a sudden it's a different ball game. The vote of no confidence that was brought before, leader of the opposition at the time, Honorable Skelton, by myself, with the assistance of the other colleagues, is ostensibly the same one that is here now. And nothing has changed in terms of the information inside of it. And all of a sudden today, it's a different ball game because we want to fit in. We want to feel as if we are a part. And that is shameful. That is absolutely shameful. We were sent here to represent the interests of our people, not to represent no political party. Not to make anybody believe who is not doing a good job that they're doing such a wonderful job because we want to fit in. That is not what representation is about. And when you hear the young people say all the time they're not coming back to the polls to vote, it is for that reason that they're not coming to the polls to vote. Because they see hypocrisy. We say one thing with our mouths and our actions are fundamentally different. Mr. Speaker, facts are very stubborn creatures. Facts are stubborn creatures. They cannot be impeached because facts are what they are. And the reality is the living conditions in this country, Mr. Speaker, are worse than we have ever seen them in modern Virgin Islands. That is the truth. Regardless of how you try to face it, however you try to make anybody feel as if they're a hero or they're doing well, the facts are what they are. And we know it. We know it. We have a tourism sector that's going nowhere without a plan. We know it. We have an agriculture industry going nowhere without a plan. People can't get water to sympathy like water to deal with their plants. We have no inward investment coming into the country. The place is stagnant. The construction industry is basically dead. And there's no plan for anything. And we're here sitting and pretending as if all is well when we know different. Because we're afraid to stand up and stand out. Man, if you're part of an organization and you can't stand up and speak the truth, if they throw you out, let them throw you out. As I said in the Bible, if I perish, let me perish. But you must do what is right. You must do what is right. We have problems with water. When the people go home tonight at 7 o'clock in my district, they're not going to have any water. That is a fact. That is a fact. Water is an essential ingredient in the quality of life. That is a fact. Facts are stubborn creatures, Mr. Speaker. Our seniors, the seniors of this country not be treated well. That is a fact. We have 2 programs in the whole country. One Eastern, one Western. You want to tell me we can't do better than that? And we think that is fine?
Member, a word, please.
Sure.
As you started, you indicated, and I thought you approached in terms of a philosophical discussion around the question of the role of the no confidence vote.
Yes.
as you continue, it sounds a lot like your presentation from the day before. So I'm just telling you that the cant where you were in terms of discussing it as a philosophical and a tool for accountability, that is the way we should go, rather than bringing back again
No,
the
no,
same issues.
Mr. Speaker, we are under a different segment of the order of the day. We are under other business. Members are allowed to speak about any matter under other business. I only reference the vote of no confidence to say it was an accountability tool. I have left that thought. Other business means you discuss any other business like other members were able to do before. I don't follow what you're saying. And what you're saying is not right, Mr. Speaker. I am discussing another issue under another segment in the order of the day. There's no correlation between the two things.
So I've given my warning up to this point.
But Mr. Speaker, there's nothing to warn about.
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. Our seniors, I'm concerned about them. I am very much concerned about them. And I believe one of the previous speakers talked about taking care of your parents. I remember when my father told me he was sick, that he had cancer. I took off myself from work as a minister and moved everywhere with my dad to make sure he was comfortable. Clear out the bottom of my house to make sure my father don't go back sick, but he come right in my house at Pascal to live with me so I could take care of my father. And we have people who don't take care of their parents, put their people in the old people home, and act as if nothing works. We have got to do a better job at taking care of the seniors, Mr. Speaker, in this country. I'm not happy about it. And then we come in and we pretend that all is well when we know it's not true. People can't buy food. The cries are there. The cries are there. Just the other day I was in the village. A lady came up to me and said, Mara, can you imagine in all my years of being in the village, I went into the bathroom down there and I've never seen so much feces one place in my entire life. Absolutely no water to flush the toilets. People can't wash their hands in the bathroom, the place full of feces. And we think that everything is fine because we want to be able to get along. Mr. Speaker, the economy is not working for a lot of people. And that is the truth. That has nothing to do with party politics. That is the reality of the lives, Mr. Speaker, of persons in this country. And we just want to get along, to say that people are doing well when we know it's not true. If you're part of a team and the thing is not going well, speak to who you have to speak to. Close the door and lick your child. But you cannot pretend that things are well when we know it's not so. That because we can go home and live comfortably, we don't care about the other people who go home and are catching hell to make ends meet. Since when have we become so cruel and so uncaring? And then you mustn't do things to defend people because, oh, it's a bad time. Oh, the international community is going to say this. Oh, it's going to affect financial services. But it's affecting the lives of our ordinary people every day, and we're not doing anything about it. And we're pretending like it does not exist. And we think that we are doing a good job as representatives of the people. I can't, Mr. Speaker, support that. We can't put party before people. It is wrong. We all had a mandate. We were all sent here to represent the interests of the people. And we hear the people saying every day that things are not well with them. And we continue, Mr. Speaker, to pretend as if all is well. I'm not going to be much longer because I said what I needed to say already. And I want to join with the others, Mr. Speaker, who spoke before, to say to everyone to remember the reason why we are celebrating our emancipation. And even though we are free, we are not free to do whatever we want. we are free to do what we can within the confines of the law. And so I ask everyone to be safe, party, but do so in a responsible way, without causing injury to yourself and without causing injury, Mr. Speaker, to other persons. I would also like to, I've had a tent for the years that I've been a member of the House of Assembly, dating back from as early as 2011. My tent originally was for the differently abled. And that's when you see me speak with passion in this House of Assembly, Mr. Speaker, about the differently able. It's because my concerns are genuine. And I don't know how we can feel comfortable and say that all is well when we know that we have all of these seniors, these adult, differently abled persons home twiddling their thumbs doing nothing. And a simple fix of even getting them on the rated program and put a little money there to get them in government offices, we can't do. And we think that all is well. And we come in here to make somebody believe who has the responsibility to do that, that they're doing such a brilliant job before we try to fix the problems. Put people before politics and stop the nonsense. Let's do better than that. We can do better. We can do better. It takes caring. It takes love. It takes courage. Don't be afraid to stand out. Everybody was born individually. You come with your own strengths to the table. Why everybody there is singing Kumbaya? And they know it's not true. Because some of the same ones over there who are saying it, when they see you in the corner, they're chucking the thing in your ear. Even their supporters, when they see you, oh, they're saying the same thing that you're saying. And then they come in here and pretend as if all is well because they don't want to offend the premier. Man, give me a break. You could talk to somebody in love. You could do it. But don't pretend it's all is well and we know that people are not living good in the country. And I noticed, Mr. Speaker, I heard the news from the Deputy Speaker, the Deputy Premier, that he's getting a water plant in Seacouls Bay. I asked the same Minister for Communication and Works, what about reviving the water plant in Bargos Bay? I heard all kind of different talk. I heard all kind of different talk. But the people are not getting the water. But the people are not getting the water. It is now it's now 5:15. In an hour and 45 minutes, the water will be off. And people come back home from jumping up in the parade in the village, turn on the tap, no water for them to take a shower. And all is well. Everything is fine and nice and dandy. When we know it's not true. But Mr. Speaker, as I was saying on my tent, I've now transferred the tent into a senior's tent. And the tent has been located for the last several years, a decade now, right in front of where Flo is located, in the building where Prime is housed. And I want to let the good people, my seniors in particular, and the differently abled persons from District 6, that the tent is there, and y'all could come. I will take care of y'all. I will take care of y'all because I will show y'all how to love people. I'll show you how to love people. So when something from me will rub off on y'all, so when you go back to your offices, you will show love to the people and make life a little better for them on some of the things that you can. Because some of the things that can be fixed, some are more difficult than others. Water, yes, I understand that. It's going to take a while to fix the water problem. But there are a lot of simple things that you can just simply do, according to Freddie Kiki, with a stroke of a pen, to make life easier for people. Just do it. Just do it. But yes, Mr. Speaker, my tent will be there for the seniors. And we start from as early as 10 o'clock. Lots of food, lots of drink. good company, and they can watch the parade. Again, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you. I know you would have wanted to be able to debate. I don't know if you're going to debate, but you were somewhat disenfranchised. And I know when I was hitting those points on the debate, they were hurting you a little bit there, but you couldn't grumble like how you used to grumble when you're down here. You had to keep quiet. So I want to commend you, sir, for taking them blows quietly. I believe, though, because the thing is in the Constitution allows the Speaker to be an elected member. So maybe while you're up there, because if the Constitution contemplates that the Speaker can be an elected member, and it also contemplates that you can be up there to speak. So I'll just give you a partner to say something to the good people of your district. Again, a good and fair festival to everyone. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Leader of the Opposition. This House will now take a very brief recess. This House resumes its sitting. Call upon the at-large member, Honorable Mather.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Good afternoon. Mr. Speaker, if you would allow me, first off, to offer my apologies to the citizens of the territory, voters of the territory, and also to my colleagues within the House of Assembly for my absence this morning. If my colleagues are being truthful, I am generally one of the first here each day, and I do take my role seriously. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, yes, Honorable Deputy Premier, you and I, and Honorable Vincent Wheatley. This morning I had a family matter and a personal matter that did prevent me from being here this morning, and I do ask for the forgiveness of the voters and the citizens of the territory. Needless to say, Mr. Speaker, this is other business, and I'm going to earn my pay today again. Mr. Speaker, you know, aside from one member in this House of Assembly, I don't call anyone cuz. I don't call them family. When there's an argument or a dispute, which there seldom has been, I don't walk out of here feeling that there's a personal rift between me and anyone. Why? Because I don't think it's necessary. I have stood in here and heard people say, don't play politics, don't do this, don't do that. And I agree. We shouldn't. But also, we all have a job to do, Mr. Speaker. And we have perspectives. And I've talked to many of the senior members over here who would say to me, Mather, you came in here, you're on this side, you're getting that perspective. If you're over there, you'll have that perspective. And I respect that statement. I do. If I'm afforded that opportunity or that privilege, Mr. Speaker, I am grateful. But for now, this is my perspective. I stand and I look across the aisle, and I see my colleagues who I have respect for. Mr. Speaker, I see the people outside who, whether they voted for me or didn't vote for me, they come up to me, just like everyone else, and I'm not saying it's everyone. I'm saying who does come up to me and whether chastise me, encourage me, they voice their opinions, Mr. Speaker. And they say, when you go into the house, Meta, when you go into the house, Stacy, when you go into the house, Buddha, say this. And any member sitting in here should say this has been their experience as well. Mr. Speaker, a fisherman never tells you how bad his fish smells. Perspective, Mr. Speaker. Now, Mr. Speaker, the government of the Virgin Islands is allowed to put people on boards, correct? Yes. And when you're on a board, you have performance reviews. You have things to do. Many people have come to me and said, Mather, how do I get on a board? I said, you can get on the board by applying. That came through from the COI. Get on the board if you're recommended by a minister, depending on the type of board. You can get on the board by the leader of opposition. And you know, Mr. Speaker, recently a young man said to me, if I get on a board, how do you get off a board? That's a valid question. So, Mr. Speaker, I said to him, because I did some research, on a board you have a fiduciary duty. And if you breach that, it's a problem. So our boards hold a legal and ethical responsibility to act in the best interest of the company and its shareholders. Mr. Speaker, who's the shareholders of the Virgin Islands? It's the voters. Okay? That's the majority shareholders in this company. Correct? And the board member should put any personal interest to aside for the company's obligations, misuse of the company assets, compromising confidential information. All these things are fundamental breaches. It means you act in the best interest of the company.
and its shareholders. Mr. Speaker, misconduct, criminal behavior, it can have you removed because one of the biggest things is maintaining the reputation and the legal standing of a company. You know, that optics of how it looks, fundamental. Persistent poor performance, Mr. Speaker. You know when you're on a job and you hear everybody complaining about the work environment. We've all been there. Then when you get in a staff meeting, everybody shut up. Them hush, them whispering, but they don't say anything. Yeah, you can keep a board accountable if you have poor performance. Mr. Speaker, I told the young man conflict of interest. So if you have you fail to disclose something or you have improper handling of conflicts of interest. Because you know, if you are not building trust and objectivity, your shareholders and your company will look bad. You have an insolvency or loss of qualifications. That's seldom. But then you know, Mr. Speaker, within a board sometimes, it is time to reshuffle or refresh. They call it a strategic refresh. And then sometimes you might have shareholder disputes and the board will hear it and they will have to do things. So, Mr. Speaker, I told the young man sometimes, you know, the removing of a board of directors is a monumental decision, but it can safeguard the reputation of the company. And I said to him, you know, if you're committed to excellence and the long-term success of the company, you'll do what's necessary. Mr. Speaker, I don't want to play politics. And I refuse to play politics. Mr. Speaker, in here we talk about several things. So recently we went through a SAP, Mr. Speaker. And when I looked at it, and I've been saying this in the public domain, there is a civil vote, and I've been corrected. The money doesn't go to the members, but the money goes for the members to do work. Okay. So now in the SAP that we just did, it's festival season, so Flow, Line, Digicel, they all giving tap-up. Well, the Premier gave a tap-up in here. So the first district got 86,900. The second district got 25,900. The third district got 139,000. The fourth got 12,500. The fifth got 111,400. The sixth, 40,500. The seventh, 147,800. The eighth, 19,200. And the ninth, 164,800. There's some interesting figures. Notice how it went that side, this side, that side, that side. Perspective, Mr. Speaker. So my perspective is over here.
Honorable Mather, is there a point? Is there a point?
A point of information, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the numbers that the member read out, when the SAP was completed, each member retained $200,000. And the reason those figures look that way is because works were done in 2024 and the funds were taken from the civil board in 2025. So I just want to make a correction there. So his perspective doesn't seem like as if that districts were given what districts were expected. So I just want to put that in there.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the minister, but I didn't finish, so I guess my perspective was not perceived yet. Because when I look at it, again, I heard my colleagues say how fair the Premier is. And the Premier said last time in the House of Assembly, when I asked him on July the 3rd, what is there for territorial representatives, he said we need to lobby. There's nothing there. Nothing for the territorial representative who's a junior minister. Nothing for the territorial representative who's the Minister of Education. Minister, you're getting up to correct me again? Oh, okay, no, thank you. Nothing there for the territorial representative sitting on the end, Honorable Skelton. So we move in together, we show in unity, and opportunity has the word unity in it too. But there is nothing there. Perspective. So when the lady in the 5th district says to me, Honorable Nathan, this is what's going on the property on the road, I can do nothing. When Honorable Penn says there is something going on at an area up in his district, I can do nothing. When the premier and I go to him and say, well, you know, one of those people up in that district is still need addressing, I can't take money and put to make it happen. I have lived in the 3rd district for many years. Down there has never looked like that before. My liberator, who I voted for consecutively, and I have no problem saying that. Why in that district look like that now? If I had some money, maybe I would spend it. Honorable Smith, I think we're going to put some money together, but you can't put zero together with my colleagues and get anything. So from my perspective, Premier, maybe you need to shuffle around some things inside here. Maybe a board restructuring. Because when you had a job for 6 years and certain things ain't moving, maybe it's a problem. You know, we talked about healthcare. I had a public officer came to me recently, Mr. Speaker, and said they had a relative that was not well, and they had to carry bottled water into the hospital to bathe them. But when we talk about the things in our territory that are bad, we are wrong. Mr. Speaker, one of the realities in life, when it comes to life, being an adult, being in partnerships, being in whatever, is having the hard conversation. Or people didn't put us in here to only talk about the good things. And you know something, Mr. Speaker, you're a man of God. When you lay that plow in the ground to plow, where you looking back? But we good in here. I have a man who used to be in here, Bambole. He used to say the front or the windshield is bigger than the rear view mirror. And he was put there for a time like this. Mr. Speaker, when we talk about our seniors, and I hear my members asking for funds for my seniors, and it's being told we ain't ready yet. You have one program in one district, you mimic that program and put it in another district. That's how it's done. The Rotown seniors traveling all over the island like they're on tour. They don't need a building. They just need to get back in the building they had. And they're in the 4th district, and they're in the 5th district. But it's my district, so we're going to talk. You see, Mr. Speaker, the problem I have is perspective. I have 2 seniors. You have one, Mr. Speaker, that we take care of and we love. And every day when I watch mine and I communicate, I think about what is going to happen to me when I get to that age. And we talk a lot in here about pensioners, and we talk about security and life. Well, Mr. Speaker, let me say something to you. Sometimes you say uncomfortable things. With the whole pension and greedy fund sitting inside there, especially in this front bench, and 2 over here, they're bread butter. So who feels it, knows it, Mr. Speaker? When you know when your term comes to an end, whether by God or by will or by choice, you're walking with that. What is the rush to make sure you are taken care of? So, Mr. Speaker, perspective for the seniors that sit out there, because nobody in here, I'm sure if I ask the Premier, wrote in and said, we ain't taking it. Not a soul. But you got people out there begging you on the street because they can't pay water. Water the main game. Even though the government went and said what? The 20th of June 2025, water is now declared a national critical issue. But yet they're going to tell you it's been a problem for all this time. So 6 years now and you can't declare it an issue? It wasn't a national critical issue? Perspective. I am not naive to say that these things could be fixed overnight. Absolutely not. I have been in here and I've been criticized for begging for the minister to get money. Begging. Criticized by people to support me. Why are you in here begging for the minister to get money? You give him more money, what he going to do? I want to watch your work, baby. Mr. Speaker, you see, there's a lot going on talking about seniors and how they build the country and they did this and they did that. But we can't figure it out. Mr. Speaker, there is an audit report I heard coming out about that 20, 30, whatever $1 million it is that we went over. But in January of 2023, in this house, I stood in this position and I asked my friend over there, the Premier, do you think you have enough money to make this happen? Told me based on the information he getting. But Mr. Speaker, I'm not talking about a Premier. I'm not talking about Natalia. I'm talking about positions. In hand, outside in the public service, it seems like when you make a mistake, you brush it off. But if you go in the private sector, you know what happening to you? Clear your desk and go. Because they have accountability there. Perspective, Mr. Speaker. So the perspective you have up there right now, Mr. Speaker, I had it a few months ago. I know you probably up there, just as the Honorable Leader of Opposition said, you're probably knitting up there because you want to contribute. I'm happy it's you up there, not me, no. I'm happy you up there. And when I make this next statement, I want to be clear why I'm making it. We have some children in this territory, and the minister was in here, and I don't hold it against you to answer that question. But I want to put it in context. We have some neat children out there. Neat, not in how they dress, you know. Not enrolled in education, not in employment, and in no training. There's a big thing going on social media, how the children them down there smoking and this and that, and I understand the perspective. I've seen people comment about the same thing happening down by the Pay Pack. A similar thing was happening over by UPs years ago. Perspective, y'all remember when we had a place called the Afro? All young people will continue to evolve and find things to get into, but we have to have conversations with them about figuring it out. Premier, I've said to you, the last time I went to house, 19 out of the number of people you had in the rated program, which just got another $2 million, but yet the territorial representative gets zero. Increase those apprenticeship programs. Minister, you've been challenged to put back in the employment services that Honorable Walwyn have. Mix it with the rated program. You got money there? You need money. Mr. Speaker, one of the best things you could do as a family is sit down and have hard conversations. Not brush it off, not say cause this and cause that. The senior member has always said there's a privilege, it's a privilege to be in here, Mr. Speaker. A privilege. Mr. Speaker, it's a privilege. Don't take the privilege for granted. There was a young lady sitting in the gallery. She's involved in a program that I am part of through here, trying to get young people in the hospitality industry. But when you get up here and you say there is no plan, people get upset. Mr. Speaker, I was in Anguilla recently, and I saw the young people in Anguilla involved in everything. And I didn't walk away coming saying down here why we don't have it. You know what I said? We need to go by them and figure out what they're doing and how we can mimic it. I was in St. Kitts. The roads down there smooth like a baby's. I didn't say, okay, all roads are bad. I want to see things fixed. And sometimes, Premier, maybe the person you have there is not the person that needs to be there. Maybe the person who have the job is not the person for the job. And no, I'm not advocating for Stacey Mata today. But let me say, because I don't want that to be what is perceived. Because perception is important. Mr. Speaker, if we go sit in here and believe that all people out there are not hurting. I understand my cousin coming from up the UK. Let her come. But understand this. It is the people of the Virgin Islands who elected me and not Hajj. And that's the Hajj that's coming. Because, Mr. Speaker, while you have to worry about what is out there, you have to worry about what is going to be here for people. We're talking about land. Honorable Skelton talked about the people can't afford to build in this country. You can't afford to live in this country. Minimum wage went up by $1.25. Congratulations. Tell a person out there that's struggling that they should be happy for something, but give them more You said we need to work together. The question was posed several times, even during the campaign. Can we raise the ceiling for what is the income that is not taxable? Is it even possible? But to sit in here and get offended, or even to cheer because something was not perceived your way, or get offended about it, is not right. I know my honorable colleague here, I call him the Minister Farmer. I know when he got up and said something about the angels and the devil and the vote and no confidence and this and that. Well, Mr. Speaker, I don't take personal offense to it. I refuse. Because my people would have never voted for me if my skin was this thin. But if you look within yourself right now, and you feel you're doing a great job for where you are, regardless of your age, regardless of your gender, and I mean all across all of us, then sleep well tonight. Sleep well. Because the people out there who get excited when things like bragadam are said, it's because they feel it. When things are said, do you shop? If you're broke, it's because they feel what is going on. And if all shareholders, Mr. Speaker, could have voted against, so be it. If today Meta had to go home because that thing I did earlier, which we cannot talk about, was passed, then I would have go back home and I would have go to the polls. But we sit in here, we have a victory because we get to carry our job on tomorrow and we get the authority, the power, the respect from our people. It's a win. It's definitely a win. Nothing to feel bad about. Because if someone out there tells you this is their perspective, you have to take it. Take it for what it's worth. Because when you leave this country, when you leave, this space, when death takes you, no matter what people talk good about you, they're going to say, right? That's not true. Mr. Speaker, how much time I have left?
10 minutes.
Ah, God is good. That's an eternity. No, man, don't say it like that. Don't say it like that. Do not say it like that. That's a lot of time. I could have given you some, you know. Mr. Speaker, I saw in the SAP, and the minister might get up and correct, but let me finish it first. There is maybe less than 50,000 for the employees down at, the public officers down at Board Point. After the SAP, it wasn't during, so I couldn't say anything. I got some information that might not be enough to pay the overtime to these workers. Minister, I hope if it isn't, you look into it and you rectify it. If it isn't, you rectify it. Go to the Premier. Talk to the Premier. I just see people walking down talking to the Premier, even from this side over here. And money is found. What the first thing I said? Board Point. The employees, overtime. The figure in there, I'm being told by some sources, they may not be right, that might not be enough. Look into it. If it's enough, it's enough. If it isn't, well, I ain't encouraging people to do things, but it might be a problem. Mr. Speaker, you know, I must say this to you. Within our country, there's a lot of conversation about the village not having water. I don't need to repeat it. But you know what concerns me, Mr. Speaker? And I encourage the people in the territory to go and pull up that document from 2023. I like looking at it. It's very beautiful. Moving forward together. Premier, together seems like it don't include me. Moving forward together because I ain't getting any support, Premier. The seniors ain't getting enough support. These shareholders in the Virginians, they ain't getting enough. In that document, Mr. Speaker, you would know it too. There are 30 goals in there tied to the National Sustainable Development Plan. Page 16 and 17, I've been reading it. That's how you measure a board of directors based on the plan they gave you, which is now 2 years old. How far along have they gone? I'm not going to get into it. I'm going to pick one for now. Let's go with sargassum, which is a pristine marine environment. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to talk about a website that you to read. It's called Virginia's News Online. I'm sure you to read it. I'm sure everybody in here to read it. And when was it? May? I think it was May the 5th. And this big headline that April had 200% more sargassum in the region than any time. Mr. Speaker, if you look Virgin Garden, Handsome Bay, all the other bays, I was looking at Seacoast Bay. I love Seacoast Bay, Hog City down there, full of by Nanny Key going around. And perspective, I think the Deputy Premier get $200,000 extra. Extra. Well, okay, that means we're going to be cooking with gas. I'm going to be seeing big things going on with sargassum. Means up before long when you go Trellis Bay, clean. All throughout the territory. Now my question is this. If it's said, and I remember the predictions from before, why we wait so late? Why we made so late to make action? Every year we know this is going to happen. We're going to do the same methods. Yeah, Haima can drag it out. Go down to other Caribbean countries and other places. And I know people that say, don't compare, don't compare. But we do compare. That's why we travel. We travel to compare. We travel to see other places, right? Other Caribbean countries throughout the world, they go and they get it out in the harbor. They find out. We had a young man, I think he went in the 6th district. He had a machine, brewing. Who used to go and do it? What happened? Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker. You know, crime. It is the job of all of us to come up with strategies to reduce crime. It may not be aggressive strategies that include law enforcement. It may be prevention or deterrence. But I see the Premier doing a crime summit. I'm hoping that the plan comes with the summit. I'm hoping that's what happens. Mr. Speaker, the sex offenders registry. The Minister of Health, I can honestly say, has been committed. And I expect to see that coming shortly, right, Minister? It's coming shortly. Because when you look on social media, you have parents who are saying people are going after their children. You have women who complain about men complaining about men. Our country needs some kind of protection because we have predators. So I just want to go on record again that I support that and I will continue to hammer it. You know, Mr. Speaker, you know, sometimes I feel like I need to bring my friend in here to help me argue for money for certain things. $300,000 for Gaza to come. Can't get money for the seniors. I can't get none as a territorial at large rep. Even though I had, what, 3,600 votes, 3,600? Between all that large in here, Minister, we had a lot. Do you know, Minister, we had a lot. But for some reason, we overlooked. That brings me to self-determination. One of the ways of demonstrating that you're ready for self-determination is having equality in this house. We want to talk about gender equality. How about the equality of members who we elected? Because we weren't elected to be ministers. We elected to represent people. But that inequality seems to be real. So maybe I should work on my persuasion to the Premier. Premier, what he had said? He had persuade you. Maybe I need to figure out how he had to do that. Because I ain't getting it done. I ain't getting it done. I can't get it done for the seniors. I can't get it done to do anything. Premier, you can come back and tell me what you told me last time, Mr. Speaker. You have to lobby. But the Premier know he have the army over there. So the eyes have it. I got two over there. I'm waiting on them to join me. Because this ain't politics. This is representation. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to say this. And I'll give context. There was a vote of no confidence in 2022. Not talking about the one today. I was brought against Honorable Foy, the former Premier. And when we were putting together a document a year ago, sometime this year too, we borrowed from it. That was interesting, that some of those things still remain. Mr. Speaker, someone said, and a few of my colleagues on the other side say, why bring the motion that was coming during the festival time? I like to do my research. In late July or August of 2017, there was a motion of no confidence. Deputy Premier, you remember that one? It was brought around the same time. You see, my thing is this. If you live in a glass house, don't throw stones. Mr. Speaker, our obligation, because we like to say when the governor gets up and he pledge allegiance to King Charles, who we pledge allegiance to, who we go out and beg votes for or from. We seem to forget. Obligation is to our people. So even though democracy is walking in a territory by the mechanisms that are built into the Constitution that we always standing on, don't pick and choose. Walk with the whole book. Just like how people say don't look in one section of the Bible but use the whole Bible. Mr. Speaker, I want to wish everyone in the Virgin Islands a safe festival. There is much to be said when our people have fought for their freedom and are able to celebrate it. But there is a lot to be said about people who want democracy. Mr. Premier, when I asked you when I first came into this house, some people chastised me outside. If you're going to do a referendum for same-sex marriage, I remember that was a big thing. But Premier, with a referendum for self-determination. Because on page 16 and 17 of the Virgin Islands Party Manifesto 2023, it says that it's going to lead us to self-determination. And I'm not against it. I'm all for it. But it was the voters who put us in here. Therefore, we get their opinion before we go. All that background work, I love it. But that background work is not educating our population. That's why we have so many differing opinions. Mr. Speaker, how much time I got left? I want to take all of it.
10 seconds.
Ah, beautiful. Mr. Speaker, I want to wish all my colleagues an enjoyable festival, and I want to say this. If Andrew Foy was the premier, he would have fixed the roads, he would have fixed water, he would have fixed everything else that we needed. I stand on that. Have a good day.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Now call on Honorable Shari De Castro, the Minister of Education.
Mr. Speaker, Leader of the Opposition, you going? I had a couple of things I wanted to raise with you, but I'll raise it in your absence. Mr. Speaker, I want to really speak to accountability. I'm going to start there. And Madam Speaker, sorry, Mr., thank you. Thank you, at-large representative. Mr. Speaker, sir, I'm going to really speak plainly. And it's because I believe that the public deserves honesty. And Mr. Speaker, while I was hoping to have an audience, just, you're looking across the aisle, so. But, Mr. Speaker, I believe in accountability. I believe that we, as the government of the day, are to be held accountable. I welcome it, Mr. Speaker. And this is because I believe this is a part of leadership. It demands from us a level of looking at ourselves. And if persons see things that they want to point out, then we must assess it. We must answer the hard questions, and we must own the decisions that we make, Mr. Speaker. And we must stand by the work that we do. And so, Mr. Speaker, what I believe, though, while I believe that accountability is important, I believe that it must be rooted in facts, not fiction. Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, we cannot continue to mislead and misinform the public. Our responsibility is to build trust with the public It's not to twist stories and to cherry pick with numbers and to weaponize misinformation, Mr. Speaker. I believe that we have a responsibility to speak the truth, even when it's inconvenient, and ensure that we present the facts to the public, even when it doesn't fit our political narrative. And ultimately, Mr. Speaker, the Virgin Islands public is smart. They can judge for themselves and make their own decisions. But give them the information and give them the facts, Mr. Speaker. Once we paint the full picture, then it is for them to really assess. Mr. Speaker, I don't believe that accountability is about tearing people down for sport, for conjecture. I believe it is about lifting a standard, holding people to that standard through governance, through debate. That's what we ought to do in this House of Assembly, Mr. Speaker. So with that in mind, that concept of accountability, I want to speak to some of the nuances that we've been hearing about more recently. I believe that the recent antics by the opposition was never a matter of political viability. It had nothing to do with that. It had to do with performance. It was a performance that did not end in debate, but with empty chairs, the same empty chairs I'm looking at right now, and a silent opposition. I want to explain, Mr. Speaker, with a simple metaphor. You know, I'm a teacher, I'm an English teacher, proud and loud. So imagine a classroom with 13 students. One student comes in passionately demanding a test, a debate, to challenge the knowledge of the others. They insist on it, demand it, and then when the time came to take the test, they didn't show up. That's what happened here today, Mr. Speaker. The stage was set, the government was ready to respond, and yet the very ones who called for accountability, for transparency, for scrutiny, for debate, chose spectacle over substance and chose absence over action. Mr. Speaker, I want to go on a little tangent there because we like to talk about who is present and who is absent in the House when it suits our political convenience. But Mr. Speaker, when the moment of truth came and when the debate started and the floor was open and it demanded the voice of members, they were nowhere to be found. Mr. Speaker, since we're speaking about absences, let me address another narrative that has been floating around, the suggestion that the Minister for Education should not be attending graduations, but should be in the House. Mr. Speaker, I want to speak clearly and sincerely on this. I hope people hear my heart because, Mr. Speaker, during this year's graduation season, I had the honor of attending 23 graduations, sometimes 2 and 3 a day. And of course, Mr. Speaker, it was tiring, but it was the job. And Mr. Speaker, some tried to put a political twist on it and make it about politics. But I want to explain what happened for the record. Due process was followed. The Speaker of the House was written to well in advance. The requisite permission of absence from the House was sought and acknowledged, Mr. Speaker. This wasn't avoidance or disregard for the House, Mr. Speaker. It was about prioritizing the people that I get the awesome responsibility to serve. In this case, the students of the Virgin Islands, the teachers, the families, and the communities who come out to celebrate this amazing accomplishment. Mr. Speaker, graduations are not about giving a speech. They are not political platforms. We have to remove politics out of education, Mr. Speaker. They are sacred moments in the lives of our young people. It has nothing to do with politics. It's about our young people, Mr. Speaker. It's a moment of pride for parents, a celebration for teachers who had a hand to play in the destination that these young people are at, Mr. Speaker. And it's also a reflection time for the entire community. Hundreds of children graduated from the Virgin Islands education system this school year, at the end of it. And that is something to celebrate and be thankful for, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it was also an opportunity for me to be there because I believe wholeheartedly, and my mind will not change, that it is my absolute duty to be present and to be there. Not to be the center of attention. That's for the students, it's for the graduates, it's for the children. But Mr. Speaker, it's about letting those students know that your government sees you, that your leaders believe in you, and that we will work with you every step of the way, even though you've graduated from within the halls and the walls of our schools, Mr. Speaker. So I wanted to clear that up because I wanted to make sure that people understand genuinely. The graduations have shifted, they've shortened. A graduation was 45 minutes. We've cut out some of the speeches and we've made it about the students, the graduates, Mr. Speaker. And I will continue to ensure that I show up for the students when they are engaging in this rite of passage out of the education system, Mr. Speaker, because they matter and I see them. And it's important for me, on behalf of the government and the Premier and others in instances where they cannot be present, that the Minister of Education is there. Now, Mr. Speaker, let me speak to something even more troubling to me. We've heard a lot of conversation and discourse around, how we must respect each other in this honorable house. And I have to say, Mr. Speaker, recently the language that I've been hearing in the house is entirely unacceptable. And it's a bit hard because, we expect a certain level of decorum in this house. Madam Speaker, just a few days ago, the term mumu, which is colloquial in BVI terms suggesting someone is stupid, was used in this House of Assembly in reference to members of this House of Assembly. And I want to be clear, pellucidly clear, Mr. Speaker, that that is unparliamentary, that it is disrespectful, and that it is beneath the dignity of this House. And we should refrain from doing it. Mr. Speaker, we like standing order, so I'm going to quote Standing Order 38.4, which is explicit. It reads, "It shall be out of order to use offensive and insulting language about members of the House." It is there, so we have a responsibility, Mr. Speaker. I believe that we can disagree. We could do it passionately, but we can debate vigorously, but we don't have to descend in insults. It's not acceptable. Our people are watching, most importantly, our children are watching. We have young people. I admire the young Miss Chukwuto who sat here in the House. She represented the Virgin Islands in the UK earlier this year, just so amazingly. And just seeing her here in the House, and for members of the House to be using that kind of language towards each other, just despicable, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to move on because I want to use this context about ensuring that we speak with civility and that we not use crude language, because I believe you can bring about facts without being rude and disrespectful. And so, Mr. Speaker, I want to use this opportunity to really speak to something, an accusation that has been swirling around regarding education. Specifically, I'm going to use this as an example to show how I believe you could use the facts to dismantle untruths, as my grandmother would say, is the more respectable term, that people say and communicate. Mr. Speaker, education remains severely unfunded, and the private sector contributes more to education than the government. It's something I've been hearing. And I just want to take an opportunity to speak plainly. And I want to categorically say that that is false. It's not only false, Mr. Speaker, it's dangerous. I want to, before I go any further, thank the private sector. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Education worked really hard. And I want to thank, with the assistance of the Attorney General's chambers, we were able to complete the first ever donations policy in the territory of the Virgin Islands. We did that. And Mr. Speaker, that is the vehicle by which we're now able to see a ramp up in private sector support. We did the hard work, the laborious work, the paperwork that justifies the actions that we take. And so, Mr. Speaker, using that, I want to clarify that I believe that the private sector plays a very important role in education, in healthcare, in these social areas. We speak about the reality of them having funding for community-minded projects and engaging with government and other entities. Madam Speaker, in order for the private sector to engage with the Ministry of Education, the Ministry of Education had to have a plan. Mr. Speaker, I've traveled and I've gone to conferences and I've had to speak about the reimagination of education and what it means to move full steam ahead. And I remember resoundingly ministers of education at the World Forum were saying, we have a lot of private sector persons, they have funding, but they're coming to us and telling us what they are doing with the funding. And I said, thank you, Jesus, in the Virgin Islands, we don't have that problem. The private sector has allowed the Ministry of Education to give them a plan, schools to give them a plan, and they are supporting the plan of education that the government has taken the time to put together. Mr. Speaker, I want to be clear about this plan because this plan was developed out of the bosom of the education ecosystem. Mr. Speaker, we met with stakeholders. We met with students, we met with teachers, we met with parents, we met with students, we met with the private sector, we met with bus drivers, we met with the ECD, the Early Childhood Centers. Mr. Speaker, I've met with every single department at the Elmore South High School. My team and I individually, we went in over the last few months and we met with every single department through an initiative called Meet the Minister. And we did it because we don't want to sit in the ministry and make decisions and drive policy and spend funding that is not supportive of what is happening on the ground. So we go to the people and they give us the mandate and the marching order that we are now effecting through this plan that we have collectively come up with. I remember, Mr. Speaker, that I was new to this role in 2022. And I had to try to figure out what am I going to go in and say to the educators of the system, because I know at the point, honestly, Mr. Speaker, they were stretched thin. And I knew something had to change. I was a part of the system in the past. I personally understood the struggles, and through these consultations over time, I remember we initially sat and we agreed on 3 priority areas. This is us as an education ecosystem: infrastructure, resources, training. I remember saying we have 33 problems, but we can't fix all. Let we choose 3 and let we hammer them for the next couple of years so we could see some results. Mr. Speaker, that's what we did. So, Mr. Speaker, I remember having to speak to them and encourage them during this difficult period while we were still putting together the plan. And I said to them a quote that I would have written down some time ago, years ago, and it just came back in my mind. A speech was written for me, I remember, but I couldn't say it. This quote came to mind, and I wrote a speech based on this quote. And the quote is, you can't get change if you give exact. But if you give more, you get change. Mr. Speaker, think about it. When you go to the supermarket and you hand over the exact amount, what happens? You get your goods, your food, your drinks, whatever you bought, but you don't get change. Mr. Speaker, but if you give a little more, even if it's just $1, something comes back to you. That is the definition of change in the realest form, Mr. Speaker. It is value returned based on an investment. So, Mr. Speaker, for years, we've been in a situation where we've been asking teachers to give more, give more, give more, while the system was giving less. That's a fact. We asked them to stretch shrinking budgets, to carry heavy classrooms with light support, to innovate without infrastructure, and to motivate without materials. Mr. Speaker, they showed up anyway and they did it. But I knew, Mr. Speaker, that if we wanted real transformation, if we wanted real change, it couldn't come by giving the exact level of funding that we've been given for decades. It meant that we had to step up as a government and we had to give more. So, Mr. Speaker, I have some receipts here because I went and I did my research because I believe in facts, not fiction, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to give you a scenario here. Let me give you the math. I like to say that the math ain't mathin'. I'm an English teacher, So I had to make sure I verified this number and these numbers that I'm about to speak about. So, Mr. Speaker, listen carefully. Under the National Democratic Party government, from 2011 to 2017, before the hurricanes, the average annual education budget was $50.5 million. Let's make note of that. $50.5 million, the average spend. But if I may offer a deeper comparison, because the numbers tell an even more compelling story, right? In 2018, following the devastation of Hurricanes Irma and Maria, we saw what appeared to be a spike in the education budget. So it went up to $59.7 million in total funding, including over $6.1 million in capital allocation. But let's be clear, Mr. Speaker, that was not a sign of transformation. That was a one-time anomaly driven by the emergency need to repair hurricane-damaged schools using loan funding. And even then, Mr. Speaker, only $784,801 of that $6.1 million in capital funding was actually expended in 2018. Mr. Speaker, so yes, those funds were budgeted, but there was no implementation. Mr. Speaker, I want to be clear that during this period, 2011 to 2018, the now leader of the opposition, who eloquently expressed a motion of no confidence, specific in an instance to education, was the Minister of Education at that point. So let me dig a little deeper. Mr. Speaker, in 2025, this government has allocated $67.4 million to education, the highest in the history of the Virgin Islands. The highest, the absolute highest. I want to clarify. So in 2025, Mr. Speaker, we, the Virgin Islands Party government, are investing $16.9 million more than the average of the NDP administration. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to go a little further. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I no longer have culture. Not only that, I no longer have agriculture and fisheries, because I have my full spreadsheet here with the numbers from that period of time. And I have a note that it was first the Ministry of Education and Culture, then the Ministry of Education, Culture, Agriculture, and Fisheries, and now just solely the Ministry of Education, Youth Affairs, and Sports. So even with removing those portfolios, the budget is now $16.9 million more than the average spend under the NDP administration. Mr. Speaker, just in the last supplementary appropriation that we did on Tuesday, the ministry negotiated an additional $1.5 million to support new programs and projects, and we were successful. And I want to thank the Minister of Finance, the Ministry of Finance team for supporting the ministry, and you will see some new programs and projects coming to light. I don't have the time to delve into them. But Mr. Speaker, with that additional estimated $1.5 million received in the SAP, we are now spending $68.9 million this year towards education. A Virgin Islands Party government, Mr. Speaker, is now spending an estimated $18.4 million above the average spend of the National Democratic Party government. Mr. Speaker, the numbers don't lie. The budget book is there. We can go and we can trace. I could take the time and I could call out every single number to you right now, but I won't do it because I don't have the time. Mr. Speaker, the reason I delved into those facts and I went to the budget books to speak to those numbers is because if we're going to talk about unfunded ministries and portfolios, if we're going to talk about investments and responsibilities, then we must compare like with like. So I went to the previous budgets to have an understanding of what was previously given. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to be clear in saying this. the government of the Virgin Islands, under the Virgin Islands Party, for the last 2 terms, currently under Dr. the Honorable Natalia Whitley, have invested significant funding in education. Now I'll pause to say the Premier knows me very well. I've been lobbying for this funding. And I won't stop. I guarantee you before the end of the year, I'm going to get some more. Because another SAP going to come. And what people have to understand is, while I'm happy with the amounts we've had, Mr. Speaker, we are doing these walks in a phased approach because we don't have the funding that we need. I remember my first stand in finance. We went in and you know, you always, education always wah, 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 wah. You know, you had that song, you wah, 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 like a siren. And I remember us going in there and saying a simple quote: if you think education is expensive, try ignorance. Mr. Speaker, we, Virgin Islands Party members here in this honorable house who have been given the admirable duty to serve the people of these Virgin Islands, we understand that education is not just a department or a ministry. It's not just a line item in the budget. It's not just a box on a farm that we have to tick to say we've done things. Mr. Speaker, a Virgin Islands Party government has always proven that we believe that education is the heartbeat of this nation. Mr. Speaker, I have the receipts for that, because this Virgin Islands Party government, along with the ones prior, have not just in words, but in dollars, in funding, in an almost $20 million increase over the last decade, has proven that we believe that education is the means by which our people will be liberated and our people will take their rightful place, not just in this country, but in the world. And so we invest in education, and we'll continue to do it, Mr. Speaker. So I want to, just for context, say that the reason I try to elucidate this is I believe if we are speaking to the public, if we are challenging the government of the day, Mr. Speaker, let's come with facts. And I'm certain that my other colleagues can go to their portfolios, can do the requisite comparisons, and show the Minister of Works can tell you this is the most funding that the Ministry of Works has ever had. I dare someone to challenge me on it. What we have to do, and I will be honest in saying, we have to do a better job of mobilizing the funding. We have to get the right expertise and capacity in ministries. That means that through education, we have to give scholarships and grants, which we've increased, to make sure that our people get trained, because education is the way out. We're talking about youth development. We're talking about young people. Education is the way out. Education doesn't just mean a classroom, a chalkboard, marker. Education means vocational training and technical training as well. It means that they can become engaged in the marine and agriculture, in mechanics and engineering to help build the same roads that we're talking about need repair. Is the education system that going to fix that? So, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to say this because I say this all the time. We drive on roads every day. That's why we complain about them. When we turn on a tap and we don't get no water, that's something we see and feel every day. So we complain about them. And so we put the requisite funding in the budget to support them. But Mr. Speaker, when it comes to education, most of us, most parents, their obligations with work and stuff, they either hire a bus to take their children to school, or they drop them off and they have to rush and head to school. They barely walk into the school gate to see the condition of our schools. The condition of our schools infrastructurally have been challenged for a long time. Mr. Speaker, it's through these same partnerships with the private sector that for the first time we were able to do structural assessments on every single school, public school in the Virgin Islands. Doing those structural assessments helped us to understand the structure, the electricals, the plumbing, and so forth. We got a cost to be able to remediate these challenges, and we were able to make representation in the budget for the government to provide the requisite funding to be able to address these concerns. That's what partnership is about. And I want to thank Unite BVI for their continued support of the Ministry of Education in that regard, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you could give me an update on my time because I'm winding down, but I want to make sure that I capture a few more points.
6 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to wrap up by really lamenting on a point, because the challenges, the questions, the concerns we've been speaking about and defending boils down to leadership. Mr. Speaker, I am a proud member of the Virgin Islands Party. I don't know nothing else. If you cut my veins, you're going to see green, not red. That's what I know. And it's not about politics in that very germane or surface level. It's about the leadership and the principles that exist within the Virgin Islands Party. Mr. Speaker, I am a proud representative that was elected under a Virgin Islands Party government. Mr. Speaker, when we talk about this same concept of education, I know that the leaders of the Virgin Islands Party believe that lifting a nation started in the classroom. I spoke about that. And I just want to end on that basis because when you look at the visionary leadership of the late Honorable Hamilton Lavity Stout and what he did in education, the college that I was able to attend the very year I was born is when he conceptualized, when he put it in place. And I am now the first minister to have passed through the H. Lavity Stout Community College. I am a proud alumna of the H. Lavity Stout Community College. I don't take that lightly. It's H.L. Stout's vision that got me here. Mr. Speaker, he didn't do it alone. The steady hands of the late Honorable Ralph T. O'Neill. He was in this house as a leader of this territory as well, under a Virgin Islands Party government, and he developed the Virgin Islands, not just Tortola, but specific emphasis on the sister islands, understanding that he himself understood the journey of a sister islands person. And as a territorial representative, I understand that as well, Mr. Speaker. And then you had some very bold investments from the Honorable Andrew Foy. He made, especially in education as the minister, but then as premier, he made impact in education. And I was a recipient of his work growing up in the education system at that time. And Mr. Speaker, now under the leadership of Premier Dr. the Honorable Natalia Whitley, the legacy continues. Mr. Speaker, you see him there in his green suit. He had on one on Tuesday, and I was so happy when I walk in here and I see him in one today. They could make all the joke them want. Green is prosperity. Mr. Speaker, under the Virgin Islands Party government, this country will prosper. Amen. Mr. Speaker, I know that there are challenges, even within my ministry. Procurement, maintenance, things aren't moving as fast as you want to. We have to strategize on the structure of the public service, the makeup, and we have to figure out how we incentivize persons. Thank God for the salary review. That has helped in some ways. But there are other things that we must do as well. But I believe firmly, Mr. Speaker, that under this Virgin Islands Party government, we will continue to do the work to bring about change. Mr. Speaker, you can't get change if you give exact. But if you give more, you get change. We've been here in this seat for the past few years, and while we have met upon obstacles, while there have been deliberate attempts in many fashions and factors to detour the direction of where we're trying to go, we have remained steady, and we have tried to lead given the resources that are available to us. So, Mr. Speaker, I end by saying that I honor the legacy of the leaders that I have the opportunity to sit on this side with. We have our issues, all of us. We have big personalities, all of us. We're intelligent, we're passionate about different industries and sectors, and so at times there are disagreements. Mr. Speaker, we still together. Look, all of us here together. We can't see who over there. All of us here together. We moving forward together. One direction, Mr. Speaker. Forward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Call upon the Minister for Communication and Works.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The day seems like it's about fast spent. But, Mr. Speaker, we are here, and we are about to get to the end of a long session. This house session started on July 3rd. July 3rd. This is nearly 1 month that we have been working on this order paper and working consistently. But Mr. Speaker, we are winding down. We are winding down, and I need to firstly speak to the people of this territory in terms of something that has been said and something that we are quite aware of, the water challenges. I think it's only fair that I speak to the public on the water challenges, Mr. Speaker. It's not good knowing that when you turn on your pipes, you're not sure if you'll get water. Mr. Speaker, we know about what took place at the village, the opening of the village where there was no water as well. And Mr. Speaker, we mobilized the team the following day and days after to make sure that every night, no matter what happens, no matter how many pipes are broken, that there is water at the festival ground. And since Friday, last night we had a minor issue, but we were able to rectify it and we were able to make sure that water was there. But it goes beyond just the festival grounds, Mr. Speaker, where we are working. We have a team engaged and we are working diligently to address the water challenges that this territory is now facing. Mr. Speaker, we've had persons from past members from water and sewage, they reach out and they say, don't feel bad, we expected this to happen. Mr. Speaker, this is what I am responsible for, and I sincerely apologize to the public for the challenges that we are facing with water, but rest assured, this is something that we are tackling head on, and I ask for your patience, Mr. Speaker, as we work towards fixing the water woes of this territory. Mr. Speaker, you would have heard the debates. The roads were a joke at one point. Now you would have heard even a leader of the opposition say he's seeing that we're working on it. And Mr. Speaker, that is something that we intend to continue to do with our infrastructure, Mr. Speaker. So, Speaker, when you go through this order paper, there are over 100 questions in this order paper, varying questions for all ministers. So, Speaker, at the back, you would see that there's this vote of no confidence with 22 whereas. Mr. Speaker, this is all basically in line with the same questions that were asked previously. Same thing. Now, I don't feel bad about the motion of the vote of no confidence. I think it's anyone's constitutional right to bring it forward. But the question is, what was the real motive behind it? We heard eloquence for about 3 hours. Mr. Speaker, in that presentation, it was stated that yes, we will ask for a division of votes. Mr. Speaker, that statement wasn't for this government term. That statement of the division of votes was to make sure to see where the members who sit on the same side would be voting. That's all that was. So, Speaker, we are stable government over on this side. So there was no need for any sort of infiltration in terms of thinking that we would be in support of this vote of no confidence. That's all it was. members just wanted to know where the other members stood, because you'd have heard the leader of the opposition say he drafted the first and the second one with a little help here and there. So it was drafted just to confirm if, maybe other members of other parties who formed this coalition opposition would have voted with him. And we saw the results were only 2 years on that side. So that's all I was, just playing on people's emotions to see what's going to happen in the future in terms of where the political future ends up. That's all it was. Hoping that they would vote, and then maybe we could have a conversation and see, if we could get this thing back together. That's all it was. Clearly, it blew up in his face, and it's unfortunate that we're here speaking to these empty chairs, but we know the public, they're listening. And the same member sitting in this house, the leader of the opposition, spoke out on members if they have to go to a graduation. And is speaking about the first priority is the House of Assembly. Where they are today? Not one. Mr. Speaker, you know what's so sad? The same leader of the opposition got up and spoke about party politics. But Mr. Speaker, as his last member of the alliance spoke, 3 of them packed their bags and they walked out. And you talk about hypocrisy. I think that's a height of hypocrisy right there. You're speaking one thing and you're doing something different. You can't be out here messing with people's emotions because it sounds good to you at the time, because you're wax in eloquence. You speak so proper that people like what you say. But we go to that character. We go to the character of people. Mr. Speaker, I look at, you go to the bank for a loan. When you go to the bank for a loan, they look at your credit history. They ask you for references and who would speak on your behalf, and if you're self-employed, you have to show your financials, and you have to see all of that. It speaks to your character. The bank going to look for certain things. They look at the money and so forth, but that plays a role. Mr. Speaker, I have worked under my premier. And the premier said something. He said, God is the reason why he's here, right? The leader of the opposition made a joke. He said, this man from Senegal put something over our eyes or something and blinded us. Hence, the voters voted, the voters couldn't see. But we are God-fearing people. We believe in God in this house. Mr. Speaker, when you think about Moses who endured 40 years in the wilderness, 40 years, leading his people. And then you think about people who are behind them following this character, Korah, in the Bible. Mr. Speaker, I just heard this in church some day ago, and I heard this in church, I was listening. And I think it's so relevant, when you read the story of Korah. Korah then wanted to throw out the leader. I look at it right here. We got a leader of the opposition. We don't even know how he get there. And when you look at the character, you look back on, Mr. Speaker, I think it starts with a good leader needing to be a follower at some times. Gotta be a servant. We've seen where if I am not at the head, I can't do anything. Why is that? Man, Mr. Speaker, we are in some terrible times in these Virgin Islands. We need genuine leadership, and I see it right here on my side. I can't say that everything is good. I would be naive to say that, but the perspective is and I mean, we have a lot of teachers in the house, so that, you know, I like to listen in terms of what they say. Perspective. Mr. Speaker, the member spoke about, you know, my grandmother always said something. I grew up hearing her say, you know, at times when I was young, I wanted to wear Levi's and Ballys and stuff like that. She said, Kai, don't watch what people have, because you don't know what they did to get it. You could hear all the stories about what everybody else is doing. And I'm happy that the Honorable Skelton spoke against what was said. He said, I'm looking around in this territory and I'm seeing tourists all over the place. But the leader said nothing has happened. The tourism season ended in March. But yet, Mr. Speaker, American Airlines coming in full 2-3 times a day. Mr. Speaker, American Airlines, the demand is so high for this jurisdiction that American Airlines now will have an 8 a.m. flight and they'll come back to the BVI at 10 p.m. You know what you could do in that time? I heard the Honorable at-large member said that a businesswoman could do her job here, catch a flight, and be back home the next day. To open, well, not to open her business, but during there. But Mr. Speaker, you could imagine now her changing her schedule, take a day off, go 8 o'clock in the morning and return home 10. You know the kind of time that would take? You know what she could get, what that businesswoman could achieve during that time? I think that is huge for this territory.
Yes, yes.
And Mr. Speaker, we like to speak about St. Thomas. They're eating all lunch and they're doing this and doing that. USVI this. Mr. Speaker, just recently, 2 or 3 charter companies have moved to the BVI.
Correct.
Why are they moving here? Because we are so bad off here? No, they see a benefit in coming here. When you go over to St. Thomas, I mean, my family over there, Kmart is closing. You go by Tutu Park Mall up there, you hardly see people. Most people are now opting to shop here, CTL, Drake's Traders. But we always seem to make it seem that that's bad. I mean, some business based on business management may not survive. But we are thriving in some instances. And where we are not, as a government, we would assist, as we have just passed in Cabinet the small business grant, where we'll be able to assist some businesses in terms of where they face various challenges. Mr. Speaker, this haven't been an easy road. Buju Banton says it's not an easy road. It's okay for some people to refer to what has taken place from the hurricanes. But when we speak about it, we should not. We should not, because they say that we own this. We know we're supposed to fix all these things. Mr. Speaker, 2017, we had our hurricanes. We are still recovering from that. And I feel this vote of no confidence would have been like a grenade thrown into a room of our recovery. But thank God we understand that we have more work to do. And the Lord will continue to bless us so that we could continue to do the work. 2018, they had a new leader for the National Democratic Party. This is just a sequence of events. 2019, we got a new government. 2020, COVID. 2021, Commission of Inquiry. 2022, arrest of Andrew Floyd. 2023, new election, new government. New leader again. But Mr. Speaker, straw by straw, we'll continue to build on the things that needs to be built. Mr. Speaker, I just want to draw your attention to an article. We speak a lot about money and saying that we got this $100 million loan and so forth. And there's always this conversation about how much money is sent back and how much money is not spent and so forth. Mr. Speaker, I refer back to 2017 after the hurricanes. And, people will say these things like as if this government is not executing. But nobody speaks on the processes that you go through to get things done under the government. And this was pre-COI. I refer to an article, Mr. Speaker. The article was from BVI News. It says, the heading says, absolutely ridiculous. Still can't spend a cent of $65 million CDB loan. You know who said that? The Minister of Education said that. And I want to quote some of the things he said. He said to say you have a $65 million loan facility in your hands and you can't get a cent of it spent almost a year after the hurricanes is absolutely ridiculous. That's what he said. This is, and it quoted him by saying that. But now they want us to jump up and do everything right now. But we quickly forget. Mr. Speaker, talk about the USVI all the time. I read an article on Daily News. This was this year, January 23rd, 2025. The heading of the article say, 20 billion with a B. $20 billion in recovery funds slated for the territory. Brian to speak about these things. $20 billion. I just hear the members, my honorable cousin over here for education say, this is the most money. I feel so proud. Feel so good that we engage in and trying to get these things executed. And I thank the Premier. The Premier made a commitment years ago that we're going to get some funds, and we were able to get it. I heard the member, my other cousin, say he did the maths. From 2002 to 2025, communications and work received $207 million total. That ain't even the development or the capital side. When you look around, we talk about what is happening. We can't just go. You go various Caribbean islands. I think in Jamaica they have a road. $600+ million they spend on a road. Dominica, they have those roads. I go back to this reference with my grandmother. We don't know what was done for those roads to be done. I could bet any money the day Kairima or this government say, we bringing in China here to build up our roads. You'll hear the outcry. You'll hear them. And that is why I love my BVI. You know, you go down the street, you know which each and everything down there for. Other islands, I heard one island was selling up to 25,000 passports for a project. We want progress. And we need progress. But it's how we get there. Mr. Speaker, we talk about the opposition, right? And I just want to make reference to one little thing here. Is to give you the definition of a shadow minister. A shadow minister, and this is known in the UK. A shadow minister in a parliamentary system like the UK is a member of the principal opposition who is appointed to scrutinize and develop alternative policies for a government, Mr. Speaker. Shadow ministers closely observe and analyze the work of their corresponding government minister, questioning their decision and policies and so forth. There's also a shadow cabinet. Mr. Speaker, May 25, 2023, an article by the BVI Beacon. It states, the opposition forms shadow cabinet. Opposition leader, he is on finance, food security, gaming, immigration, banking, tongue and country planning, shipping registry, health, and social development, and also alternative energy. The date of this article was May 25th, 2023. It says the opposition leader announced the plan during the first sitting, and it says a press release was issued, or something to that extent. Myron Walwin, tourism, education, culture, financial services, information and technology, telecommunications technology. Mr. Speaker, all what I speak about here, this, what we are not doing and we don't have a plan, what is their plan? Are they fooling the people when they did this press release that they are shadow ministers? Because if you are a shadow minister, you're failing in your role. Could we do a vote on our confidence on that? I don't know. I'm just asking. Because if you are claiming that you are a shadow minister, let the public know, the world know that we have this role to be shadow ministers. You are not functioning in your role as a shadow minister. I don't hear you coming in with no new policy since these policies are failing. But it sounds good, you know, the waxing eloquence and the speak things that the people like to hear and the play on the emotions. And we have a fundamental problem, you know, Mr. Speaker. For all what we're doing here, barely keeping our head above water, still is order in council. I could recall we were, every second we got to go to meetings for COY and, you know, through the COVID and all that stuff. And we still kept this country going. We still continued on to balance. It was a balancing act. And Premier, you need to be acknowledged. You need to be acknowledged for that. This government remains stable and committed to these Virgin Islands. You know, people could speak now and say, oh, we should have called the bluff and we should have do this. The BVI is a little dot on the map. They colonized the wall at some point, most of the wall. Who is this little BVI if they had wanted to do the order in council? We saw what happened in Turks and Caicos. They bawled to get back their constitution. And now they still, you speak to some of the residents there, they still feel the remnants of that. But we can say that now because we are out of the wilderness. We could say what we should have done because we are out now. But that's how we are as human nature. We forget, you know, we turn the page on that. I think what is important, Mr. Speaker, is unity. Unity, I think, is key. Unity, and I think I have that right here on my side. Like the Minister of Education say, yeah, we're going to go a little ups and downs. We put all kind of, go through our trials and tribulation. Who don't go through that in life? Everybody. We deal with our child inside. We discipline and we move forward. I heard the leader of the opposition say, he got things happening over there. I want to know, Mr. Speaker, and you know, you hear a lot of things on the street, but I understand that this role for leader of the opposition is going to be shared. I heard so. I don't know how true it is. But you hear things on the street. I don't know how true it is. No, what kind of stability is that for this country? To hear that I might get leader of the opposition this 1 year and then it might change the next year, or if they win the government, I might get premier for 2 years and then I change again. What kind of thing is that? And I mean, cheese on bread. Right now, with a little movement, all we got to cheering them, asking me, what you is again? Who you is? What position you got? You's the minister for what? You could imagine that? Man, we'll be a confused country. And I mean, it's serious, you know, we laughing, but it's serious. Social study, I don't remember how you had to teach the children. Cheese on bread, man. Oh my goodness. Mr. Speaker, unity is what is needed, and we'll continue to. People of the territory, I want you to understand, because we need to be stable as we run this country. You don't want to hear today, you hear one voice in one position and another. We need stability. And this is what we are doing in this, with this Virgin Islands party. You could imagine today if this vote of confidence had succeeded. Man, a little bit of the investors who knocking on our door, when they see the headline, BVI government failed because of vote of confidence, who investor you think coming here to this territory? You heard a member for the deputy premier spoke about global ports. You think they're going to study us? No. Prospect Review here, you got multiple persons interested in building. And the member is speaking about don't take credit. But who's supposed to take credit? Jomar supposed to be starting and starting their development. Don't take no credit for that. What kind of nonsense is that? And we speak about getting things done. I reference Peter Island, right? Happy, beautiful place. Peter Island is the owners are multi-millionaires. It took them 7 years to rebuild Peter Island. 7 years. You could imagine 7 years. But we are supposed to repair everything immediately. People of this territory, I beg you to give us a little patience. Our heart is in the right place, our actions, we are working on it, and we'll definitely address everything that needs to address. So I ask you to bear with us a little bit, Mr. Speaker, as we go through these processes. It's not where we can just forego the procurement process. I heard, I spoke to the chairman for Global Ports. You know what he said? He said, right now, I am going to St. Vincent. The Prime Minister is waiting on me. We have a document to sign to do something. In my mind, I like, where in the world can we do that? We cannot do anything of the sort because we have to go through a procurement process even for 2 little biscuits. So you could imagine for anything else? No, we're laughing, but it's the truth. The public need to be aware that we can't, you know, I just want the public to know, right? When I, as a young man, 17 years, 18 years, I graduate high school, right? I graduate high school, I walk in at Port Authority. I paying cable bill, I paying light bill at home, living with my grandparents. But you know, my grandmother and my grandfather ain't give me a key to come into the house. If I go too late, I gotta go by the Miami shutter. Mama coming home. Right? We are under the umbrella of the UK. We want to do things like we are adults, but we have to follow these processes. This is what we want to do for the rest of our being. Think about it, you know. We are adults paying our own bills. Just like I was doing. I wasn't asking my grandparents for nothing. I pay my own bills. But I got to respect this house. Because you will hear my grandfather say, got one man. One man live here. Even though I feel I'm a man. And that's how we look here in this BVI. That's how we look in these Virgin Islands. We still under the UK. People thinking that we could do this and just sign a blank check or just make this decision. We can't. We are guided by policies up to our necks. I tell you, in a biscuit, we got to go and get $3 $10. Even though we got the money to pay for that biscuit. And we think we know what the best value is. We got to make sure we put that policy down in place. And that's the truth about what's happening. So that's a decision for us to make. Do we want to look like the rest of the Caribbean, like, you know, you hear they're driving on smooth roads, they're doing this, new hotel development. Right now, for us to do a hotel, I had a meeting today with finance where I'm saying that there's a developer want a piece of land to do a development. The first thing that they pull out is the protocol for effective financial management. Minister, you need a business case. I said the person just wanted to lease the land. No, but we got to do a business case to make sure. That's what we are faced with. I can't go and say, yes, I'm excited, we could go build this hotel right here now. No, We got to go do our expression of interest. We have to do the business case. Then you go to RFP. That is just the reality of, and this ain't new. Because if you had a leader of the opposition in 2018 screaming out for this money for this $65 million loan, this ain't a new phenomenon. This is the reality of governance. Nothing happens immediately. His heading say absolutely ridiculous. He cussing the CDB process. But that's the reality of it. For people of this territory, we are in this festive season. How much time I have? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to encourage persons to come out, enjoy the festivities. Like we say for Christmas, we understand the reason for the season. And I think Minister of Education, I think what we should do is some education as to what is happening for festival as well. Because, as a little boy, we were always just happy that it's summer break. We didn't even know the meaning of going to festival, going to the parade. All we knew is that we wanted to go get some cotton candy and go on the rides. But we need to teach our children what our forefathers went through for us to be able to have these celebrations. And I think that should start in school, where they understand. And, I encourage persons to be safe. Leave the violence at home. Go to the booth. Food fairs, I think, is tomorrow. Parade day, go to Juve. They change up the format this year. They're going to be clashing by the roundabout. So I kind of a little happy we changed around the traffic, so the traffic will go down Main Street and the other one could come up. So let's go out and have a grand time. 5th District, I appreciate all the support that you give to me. We have a couple booths in the village. We got some good food. Come out and enjoy. I thought the VIP would have had a booth this year because I see we create a new drink called All the Way. It tastes good. It tastes good. The VIP have a drink called All the Way, and it tastes good. So I hope parade day we could find a little cooler on the side of the road and serve that drink, to show that we want persons to understand that we're going all the way. And in this house, Mr. Speaker, they kind of make you feel bad, like to call certain things like, we Virgin Islands Party, like, they make you seem like you ain't supposed to say certain things, but, proud to be a Virgin Islands Party member. I mean, when you hear about all that has been done in this country to the Virgin Islands Party, I'm proud. I heard the member endorse Andrew Foy and then sat down. He should have elaborated a little bit. Just don't throw it out there. I know, we've been talking, and the strange thing is, they want to, at some point they wanted to take down his picture, like to say that he shouldn't be on the wall. But this man contributed to this territory. But I'm happy to hear the endorsement. And again, happy festival to everyone. Premier, keep plugging on. Always put God first. Continue to put God first. Don't worry about no Senegal man or what they're saying. We are God-fearing people. And we will continue to serve God and give God thanks for his continued blessings. The Virgin Islands is blessed. We are no different than no place in the world. We have work to do. We understand the perspective that is not all good, but we are going to continue to do our best. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the time.
Thank you, Honorable Minister of Communication and Works. Call upon the Premier. But
Yeah,
this
Mrs.
house will take a brief recess. This House resumes its sitting. Call upon the Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have been very patient in waiting to be able to give my contribution after such an eventful sitting. Mr. Speaker, I want to acknowledge your conduct of the sitting, presiding over the sitting in the way that you have. And I also want to applaud the honorable members on this side for their debate. They were on like popcorn, I would have to say. And I would say my colleagues are truly a hard act to follow. But I'm just going to speak from the heart, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I just want to acknowledge those persons who've lost loved ones in our community. Just this morning, we attended the homegoing celebration for Shabazz, who was a real culture man. And yes, we attended, and you know, he will be sorely missed. We knew him as a electrician. He had this nice smoothie stand. We knew him as a Calypsonian. We knew him just as an overall good guy. I also want to acknowledge some of the others who have lost loved ones. We have my cousin from the great Toma clan in Langlook, which is Sister Orlean, and I just want to express my sincere condolences to her family. We also have Sister Barbara as well, my very good friend Dali's daughter, and the rest of the family. I send them heartfelt condolences. And all of the other persons in our community who are mourning the loss of loved ones. I want to wish everyone a happy Emancipation season. And I will have to say a little bit about Emancipation season, Mr. Speaker. But the first thing I want to do is I want to start off where the Minister of Communications and Works started off. And it has to do with being a God-fearing people, Mr. Speaker. And the leader of the opposition spoke previously, and he almost ridiculed me for saying that I believe that, how I expressed it was I believe that God had prepared me for this particular moment. Everything in my life that has led up to this moment to be able to accomplish this task on behalf of my people. And that's truly how I see it, Mr. Speaker. I see it as God has given me talents, abilities, skills, has given me people who can assist me and help me to be able to fulfill my God-given potential. And I'm so grateful to God for the opportunity to be able to serve in this capacity. And I don't know where God will take me next, but of course I would like to ensure that I am aligned with God's will. And it's not that God is on my side. I want to be on God's side. And I want to stay on God's side. And I think that's what we all should do. We all have different roles to play in life. And we thank God for the gifts that He has given us to be able to play those roles to assist our community. I was reading an article from, this is all the way back in 2017. The leader of the opposition then was the Minister of Education. And it's so interesting, a quote that the now leader of the opposition, then Minister of Education, said. And I found it so curious that he was ridiculing the fact that I was saying that God prepared me to be in this position. And it says here in this article, it's a Virgin Islands News Online article, it says here, Honorable Waldwin has boasted that if there is one thing he knows, is the Bible. And I read with your permission, Mr. Speaker. And I remember Romans 13 says, respect those in authority, because those in authority were ordained by God. So Honorable Waldwin, I'm not sure if he forgot that he said that, but while he was Minister of Education, and it's interesting, at this was being said in response to his now colleague in the Alliance, Honorable Melvin Mitch Turnbull. I'm not sure if persons remember, but they had a little spat in the House of Assembly. And Honorable Waldwin was chiding him for being very disrespectful to the leadership. And that's why he responded and said, respect those in authority, because those in authority were ordained by God. I think that's something that the leader of the opposition should try to remember. And also the members of His Majesty's loyal opposition. And while we speak about respect, Mr. Speaker, I just have to say a few words about the vote of no confidence, just in terms of the whole process that took place. Mr. Speaker, the much anticipated vote of no confidence was a flop. It flopped and it fell on its face. Important to say, Mr. Speaker, that votes of no confidence do play an important role in parliamentary democracy. And as was stated, we had to use a vote of no confidence to form the unity government when Honorable Foy got into his specific situation. The votes of no confidence are not to be taken lightly. And we spoke about God, Mr. Speaker, and this is just my belief. God is in control, in my view. And that vote of no confidence, even among my colleagues, I believe it brought us closer together. And I was so proud of each and every member on the team for how they responded to that vote of no confidence. But it brought us together. But while the opposition has about 5 members, not one member, not even one, Mr. Speaker, not even one member debated in support of the vote of no confidence. Honorable Waldwin was on his soapbox for about 3.5 hours. A one-man show. And not one person in the opposition, not even one, not even the members of the alliance, were able to debate in support of that vote of no confidence. And on the vote itself, it was defeated 7-2. And the members, I understood, they had one or two excuses for not being present. But I believe, Mr. Speaker, I believe when they were listening to that debate on Tuesday, I believe the conscience started to work on them. I believe they started rethinking this thing. I said, I wonder if I really want to be involved in this. Do I really want to be involved in this? Do I want this? I believe the conscience started to work, and they just conveniently, I believe they made a good argument to the leader of the opposition. Man, I don't understand what happened. Those guys were supposed to wait on us. But those guys felt some relief. They felt some relief. They didn't really want to be involved in that. And so for all the noise that was made about this vote of no confidence, it really fell on its face. And the reality is that, Mr. Speaker, that vote of no confidence was really an opportunity for one man. One man to seek to further, in my view, his ambitions. And as I observed this one gentleman over the years, I see a pattern of behavior. And I don't want anybody to think that I have any ill will towards this gentleman, because this gentleman and I get along pretty well. And he's an articulate person, always well-groomed. I don't think I ever see one stray hair come out of his head. Not one stray hair. He's always well-groomed. Yeah, and I marvel at it, how he gets his head so shiny. Always well-groomed. Mr. Speaker. And certainly has great talent and great ability. But he always seems in a rush, Mr. Speaker, to be in charge. And it seems as though there's nothing that he would not do to accomplish that ambition. Seems like there's no length he wouldn't go to be able to achieve that ambition. He will form any alliance possible. Mr. Speaker, he mentioned I used to be a part of the Virgin Islands Party. And that is indeed true. In fact, he was mentored. I don't know if he's proud to say so now. In fact, I think about Star Wars, Deputy Premier. When Obi-Wan Kenobi, he trained who turned out to be Darth Vader, which was Anakin Skywalker. And then afterwards, he trained up Luke Skywalker. But he was a part of the Virgin Islands Party. And it would seem, Mr. Speaker, when the Virgin Islands Party took him as far as he could go, put him on all types of boards and promoted him, then he said goodbye. And in saying goodbye, he would make comments to one of our former leaders in the Virgin Islands Party, saying he's like an emperor with no clothes. to someone who gave him great opportunity on the national stage, and put him on boards and things like that for the first time in his professional career. Gave him great opportunity and elevated him. Made him the chair of the tourist board, a very elevated and prominent position. But when that organization outlived its usefulness, then the leader was like the emperor with no clothes. And that's unfortunate, Mr. Speaker. And the same gentleman joined the National Democratic Party and ran in 2011. And I would have to say to you that the National Democratic Party was a well-oiled machine. And I'm wearing green, Mr. Speaker. Honorable De Castro is in my notes. I'm wearing green. I proudly wear green. The leader of the opposition look at me and say, it must be St. Patrick's Day. My own member tell me I look like the Statue of Liberty. Guess which one? But, Mr. Speaker, in the history of the Virgin Islands, we've seen many St. Patrick Days. Because since 1986, the territory has only known one leader, which was not a Virgin Islands Party leader. Since 1986, basically the last 40 years, there's only been one leader who has not been leader under the Virgin Islands Party, and that's Dr. D. Orlando Smith. And we have to give Dr. D. Orlando Smith his credit. There has never been any other at-large representative in the Virgin Islands who has never lost their seat. Because, well, of course, we have a current member who has not lost her seat, or current members who have not lost their seat, and we know that will continue. But before this term, every other person who has represented at large has lost their seat, except for Dr. D. Orlando Smith. Yes, and of course, yes. So, the National Democratic Party, led by this giant in Dr. D. Orlando Smith, was a well-oiled machine. And at that time, you could really call them the family, because they were a group of tight-knit individuals who respected each other, businessmen and public servants. And they were a well-oiled machine, as I said before. But as soon as this gentleman joined, it wouldn't be too long, Mr. Speaker. And actually, the one who sits next to him played a role as well in the destruction of that organization. Because as soon as he joined, I could never forget the slogan he came out with when he first ran. His slogan was, he had his own slogan. Everybody else had a slogan, and he had his own personal slogan. So he said, with my run, we not too humble. Not the most humble slogan, I would say. With my run, we win. And really and truly, I would say that that was the beginning of the end of that organization. We had the then 7th district representative, who was deputy premier. and really in line for leadership of the party. And the one gentleman took aim at him. He became his primary target. You know, started to, instead of working with him on labor matters, started to do labor things in his own ministry. Criticized the member, and they didn't get along. All of those things, didn't get along. And it was obvious that he would challenge for the leadership. Because, of course, and another member said it, that if you want to lead, you need to learn how to follow. Seemed like he never learned how to follow. Always was in a rush to become the leader. And when Dr. D. Orlando Smith was about to retire, and the reins were handed over to this gentleman, the whole thing fell apart. And the organization split into two. And he lost his seat. Perhaps thought that he was more capable, more popular than Dr. D. Orlando Smith, but as soon as he handed it over, he lost his seat. And then Honorable Marlon Penn became the leader. And Honorable Marlon Penn, of course, I would often tell my friend, my cousin, you gotta be careful, you know. You got to be careful. Don't fight your cousin because of that alliance. Your cousin now is going to be there for you. But that gentleman there, he's going to come back for his seat. He's going to come back for his position. And so said, so done. It wasn't too long, Mr. Speaker, before this gentleman sought to make his move. And we have the at-large, territorial at-large member, Skelton, leader of the opposition. Other persons made reference to it. And they had an opposition of, at one point, 6 persons. And now they're broken into factions. The Alliance and Honorable Skelton and Honorable Penn, who are representing the National Democratic Party. But Honorable Skelton said that he was stabbed in the front. Not even in the back. He was stabbed in the front. And Honorable Penn, who was once in an alliance with Honorable Wildwin, seems like they fell out. And it seems like there's a pattern of behavior. There's a divisiveness. And Honorable Skelton was supplanted as leader of the opposition. And the question is, Mr. Speaker, if every organization you are part of breaks apart, and you're not able to keep a cohesive group together how do you intend to lead a nation? And the alliance that is currently formed, I'll see how long it lasts. Because as Honorable Reimer heard, I heard those rumors as well about a rotating leadership as though we were on a merry-go-round. And I even hesitate to say it in public because I don't want the BVI to look foolish. That who could come up with an idea of a rotating leadership persons would look at us like we're not serious. But I also heard that the one who got it say, well, I agree, but let me go first. Let me go first. But this alliance, we'll see where it goes. But it's interesting, Mr. Speaker, that everything which is being criticized right now in this territory, we're criticizing the water, we're criticizing the roads, we're criticizing unemployment, we're criticizing the cost of living. Everything that we're criticizing, these problems existed before. And it's quite interesting, the perspective of the leader of the opposition, Mr. Speaker. The leader of the opposition says, in response to all of these problems that existed before, that, well, I wasn't the subject minister, and I wasn't the leader. In my view, throwing his former colleagues under the bus. But when I read this article, it says something interesting. I'm gonna read for you what Honorable Waldwin said about teamwork. Let's see if I can pull that up. So now the leader of the opposition is saying that if anything went wrong before, don't look at me, despite the fact that they were in cabinet together, House of Assembly together, and had collective responsibility. So this is what Honorable Waldwin said in response to Honorable Turnbull criticizing the then Premier Orlando Smith. He said, Honorable Waldwin, that is, if the Premier is weak on finances, they have businessmen here, they will help him. If I am weak in education, come and help me. If Honorable Vanterpool is weak in communications, go and help him. If Honorable Penn is weak on trade, go and help him. That is what teamwork is about. So was it teamwork that was taking place? Was it teamwork? Or was it just everybody doing their own thing, being superstars in their own respective ministries? And they should be judged on their individual performance versus their collective performance as a team. Now, Mr. Speaker, I cast no aspersions on no former government. What I will say, Mr. Speaker, is that the problems that we face as a community are complex. It's not simply a reflection of which party is in power. And we cannot mislead the people. We cannot seek to confuse the people. We have to have the courage to tell the people that all of us have to play a role in solving these challenges and these problems. We all have to play a role. We can't make it seem, Mr. Speaker, that this is the worst the economy has ever been, because the facts just don't add up to that. I'll just give you an example, Mr. Speaker. We have our two main revenue earners. We have financial services and we have tourism. Mr. Speaker, between 2011 and 2018, the average revenue from financial services was 185 million plus. Between 2019 and 2024, the average revenue is $202,397,419. So the revenue that we are getting now is higher. We cannot make it seem, Mr. Speaker, that somehow or the other we're not managing financial services well, just because of Virgin Islands Party is in government. I would say, Mr. Speaker, that the one singular person who is most poised and capable of leading the financial services industry as a minister is Honorable Lorna Smith, OBE. And she is at the helm. And financial services could not be in better hands. So as it pertains to financial services, yes, we have ongoing challenges. We have Baroness Hodge coming to visit. We have pressure on public registers. It's through Honorable Smith's negotiation and her advocacy that we don't have fully public registers imposed on us since 2023. And I'm thankful for her leadership. And persons just don't know the perils that we have avoided through our negotiation and our good stewardship. And while we are not out of the woods yet, I remember someone used to say, I have great confidence that with Honorable Smith at the helm of financial services, and of course I'm there to support every step of the way, that we are going to get through our present and future challenges. So financial services is in good hands, despite the challenges. Tourism, Mr. Speaker. Yes, we have some challenges in tourism, but we have to tell the whole picture, Mr. Speaker. As it pertains to visitor arrivals, just looking at visitor arrivals alone, 3 out of our 5 highest recorded arrival numbers have happened since this Virgin Islands Party has been at the helm since 2019. 3 of the 5. Of course, we had Our highest numbers in 2016. But our second highest numbers occurred last year, 2024. Our third highest numbers happened in 2023. And then the fourth highest number were in 2015. And when we get to the end of this year, Mr. Speaker, 4 out of the top 5 highest arrival numbers would be during Virgin Islands Party administration. Some persons say, well, all of those are cruise ship numbers. Well, Mr. Speaker, we had the cruise pair that Mark Vanterpool extended. And we should say as well the Virgin Islands Party had plans to extend. Mark Vanterpool got it done. And as a result of the extension and the deal with Norwegian and Disney, we have increased cruise numbers. I'm not sure who they're trying to blame for the increased cruise numbers, but we'll happily take the blame. Because, Mr. Speaker, we believe that cruise has a part to play in our tourism product. I want to thank the Minister of Communications and Works for the work he has done in that area. And we've had the highest day trippers in history. And our overnight numbers are coming along. Last year we had, for the first time since the hurricanes, overnight numbers over 300,000. And our goal is to reach that 400,000 number that we got in 2016. And we are on our way, especially with those American Airlines flights. So we are on our way. So the whole concept that we're not doing well in our economy, financial services and tourism, is not the case. We are doing well in financial services. We are doing well in tourism. And the reality is, Mr. Speaker, we would have been doing better. But the unity of a government is important. And that administration between 2011 and 2019 fell apart. And therefore, they were not able to deliver on that airport. And when you look at places like St. Vincent that the leader of the opposition is praising, the reason why they have Holiday Inn and they have Sandals in some of these other places is because they have airlift. So the airlift is a precursor to the investment. And we have some investments on the way, Mr. Speaker, and we are not going to allow anyone to deter us from extending that airport runway. We're not going to let anyone deter us from building Prospect Reef and for advancing some of the other developments that we are seeking to advance, things like Nanny Key and Beef Island, Village Key, Port Purcell, and some of these other things. And this is where we have to have the courage to tell the people the truth. Because there are obstacles to these things happening. We have to tell the courage, because we have to stand for principle. It can't just be about politics. And it can't just be about popularity. We have to tell the truth. We don't want to offend civil servants because civil servants can vote. It's important for us to let us know, civil servants, you have to be a partner with us to execute these mandates, because we want the civil servants to be able to maintain their salaries first and foremost. And let's remind our civil servants that we've given the biggest raise in the history of the public service. We have. And we want to be able to maintain those salaries. And not just maintain them, we want to make more revenue so we can give you raises and bonuses and things like that. And we're not able to do that unless you assist us in making sure that we make development happen in the territory. Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, we have to have the courage to tell persons on things like crime. We have to have the courage of telling persons it's not just the politicians who are responsible for whether crime happens or not. We can't just go around trying to pander to the population. You have to tell the population the truth. I was reading a post on Facebook speaking about the village last night, which I agree with some of the observations. But we have the courage to tell the persons the truth. Parenting is important. Family values are important. Community cohesion is important. The church has a role to play. If you just make it about politicians, that's just a strategy for power. That's not a strategy to uplift the nation. We have to tell our people the truth. That's what true leadership is. True leadership isn't just being around a bunch of young people while they're smoking their weed and saying, well, leave the young people alone. Or being around buying a set of alcohol for young people who are showing signs of alcoholism. Just because you want to stay popular with the young people. We have to see what's happening with our young people and have them raise their standard. Raise their standard. And we go around and we talk to young people. I heard the leader of opposition say we talk to young people to death and we ain't buy anybody a drink. That's exactly what we should be doing, is talking to the young people. That's what we should be doing, speaking to them, communicating with them, trying to see how we can further their ambitions, their goals, their objectives, not just sit down and drink and party. Mr. Speaker, how much time do I have, by the way? All right, okay. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the leeway. But,
Don't abuse it though.
yeah. Mr. Speaker, you can't make it seem as though crime as a phenomena is linked to one government or the other. And I have to say to you, Mr. Speaker, that we are planning a crime summit. And what all of us should do is come together as a community, as a nation. That's what leadership is about. And say, how do we solve these challenges? Not trying to ascribe blame for political convenience. This is a challenge that we're all facing. How do we come together and solve it together? So we are going to have a crime summit. I believe the dates are somewhere late September. September 24th or somewhere around there, 24th, 25th, somewhere around that area. I believe it's the 20th. September 20th. We'll start to hear about it. Mr. Speaker, sometimes we make it seem as though the reason why we may have some challenges and struggles in our society is because we as a government travel too much. Or we spending too much money on quote-unquote parties. Mr. Speaker, I did the math. between 2011 and 2015, the travel budget was $6.6 million. $6.6 million. By comparison, just so persons can understand, between 2019 and 2023, it was $2 million. $2 million. In 2011 to 2015, 6.6 million. In 2019 to 2023, 2 million. Between 2015 and 2019, it was 3.9 million. Now, currently, 2023 to 2025, 3.9 million. Mr. Speaker, all governments travel. All governments travel. All governments have to travel. We go to the UK or we go to Asia because we have strong interest in those areas. That's the basis for our economy. So we have to go there. We go to CARICOM because we are members of CARICOM or the OECS. We are members. That's the reason why we go. So every government travels. But to those persons who don't have the information, you can easily be manipulated. Let's talk about the quote-unquote parties. Mr. Speaker, I can give you figures on festival because we've had festivals spending far above what we're spending now. But let's just deal with the music festival side of it, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there must have been at least 10 music festivals before I came along. So there's always been spending, and make no mistake, these music festivals have been, the biggest sponsor have been government. In the hundreds of thousands of dollars. It has always been the case, Mr. Speaker. So this whole concept of a party premiere and things like that, that's good marketing. That's good PR. That's a good social media campaign and strategy. It has nothing to do with the reality, Mr. Speaker. I'll try to speed up now. Mr. Speaker, what I'm seeking to get across is that there's facts, there's reality, and there's manipulation of information and misperception. We also have some news media who participate in that. I want persons in the public to pray for discernment, pray for wisdom, pray for knowledge, pray for understanding. Do not allow yourself to be manipulated. Seek the facts and the information, and then determine for yourself. When you get the facts and the information, and I acknowledge and appreciate, it can be difficult to know the truth from the lie. But you yourself who have common sense and understanding, and as Honorable De Castro said, our electorate is very intelligent, extremely intelligent. When you get the information, I believe you'll make the right choice. Mr. Speaker, I just need to touch on something quickly, and it has to do with divisiveness. Mr. Speaker, we're in the Emancipation season. I thought it sent a really bad message to have a vote of no confidence during the season. I thought so. That we in the House of Assembly dealing with this, and we celebrating our festival season. This should be a season of unity. Season where you're not involved in partisan politics. And I was disappointed that things happened during the season. But I was even more disturbed, Mr. Speaker, with this whole divisive attack against ancestral Virgin Islanders. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, persons would know that I believe in the unity of the community. And I welcome all persons who have come from different places. The only thing I ask, Mr. Speaker, is that when we come here, that we love the Virgin Islands and we're patriots for the Virgin Islands. That's what I ask. That while we're here, we're not just looking out for ourselves, but we're looking out for the collective. We're looking out for the whole. Mr. Speaker. But I have to respond to an attack against ancestral Virgin Islanders. It was said that the Premier is not born here. And then it was said that the leader of the opposition is born here. I wonder if the leader of the opposition, and I've seen the same thing on the blogs, by the way. It comes up on the online. In fact, a lot of what is said, sometimes I read it on the online comments. Do we know how many Virgin Islanders? How many Virgin Islanders are not born in the Virgin Islands? Do we know that? So you're not just offending myself, you know. It's a lot of people out there, if they're not born in St. Thomas, because we have this relationship with St. Thomas over the years, it's unique to us. If you're not born in Puerto Rico, you might be born in the United States. It's a lot of people. If it's not the person themselves, maybe their children. We have children and grandchildren born in a U.S. territory and the U.S. mainland. For what reason? What does it benefit us to make it seem that somebody who has ancestry in the Virgin Islands but may not be born in the Virgin Islands is less than? Or why are we comparing persons who are born here and not born here? That creates division in our community. And the reality of it is, with the British Nationality Act, and with how most persons pass on status, it's done by descent. By descent. And during the Emancipation season, to say that my lineage can't go to the supermarket, when we are celebrating the fact that my ancestors were enslaved on the soil, or that we are recognizing the fact that they were enslaved and were emancipated, to disregard my whole lineage and say it doesn't matter. It's of no consequence. It can't go to the supermarket. I find very disrespectful. I find it very disrespectful, because the Virgin Islands would not be what the Virgin Islands is if it weren't for people like H.L. Stout, my great-uncle Leslie Malone, my grandfather Willard Wheatley, my great-grandfather Captain Bim Thomas, my great-grandfather Clariman Davies, You know, it would not be what it is without my great-grandfather, Happy Malone, and all other persons who came before. So to say, well, to trivialize someone's lineage, to say you can't take it to the supermarket, is unnecessary and malicious. And I'm certainly not going to sit down and allow for that. I'm certainly not going to sit down and allow for that to take place without me saying some words about it. And Mr. Speaker, it's important that those who have ancestral lineage are respected. Now, Mr. Speaker, if I had lineage from elsewhere, there's no need for me to be ashamed of that. There's nothing to be ashamed about if you have lineage from elsewhere. You know, that just contributes, in my view, to the richness of the Virgin Islands. Persons with different experiences and different ties, but we all have to respect each other. And the one gentleman, Mr. Speaker, you even say the word Antigua and he ready to fight. And for me, that's unnecessary. That's what I call insecurity. And no matter, we have African roots. I celebrate my African roots. You know, that goes into the richness of who we are. We have persons who spend time in the Dominican Republic. We have a history in the Dominican Republic. We celebrate that. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the night is fast spent. And, you know, on cue, I have a little alarm that has gone off. The night is fast spent, Mr. Speaker. But if there's anything I want to leave with the public at this emancipation season, and I have to acknowledge the Deputy Premier, who I have to acknowledge the Deputy Premier. The Deputy Premier said, Mr. Speaker, I believe it was when we were sworn in, he said we're going to have lots of votes and no confidence. Yes. And if you don't believe in God, Mr. Speaker, something is wrong. The same man who said we're going to have all of these votes and no confidence, I reached my hand over to the opposition and I brought him right next to me. And he's one of the persons who's defending me the most in this vote of no confidence. Because, not just because of anything to do with me, but because he's a patriot for the country. He's a patriot for the country. I have great respect for him, and I'm learning a lot from him. In fact, I didn't even know about this thing about right to reply. I said, this man is some kind of magician. Where does this man come from with this section so-and-so, right to reply? Boy, that was great. That was great. Yeah, so this man has come with his institutional knowledge, and he has strengthened this team so much. Yeah. And he's a statesman just like the territorial at-large member who sits in the opposition. Both of them are statesmen. I respect them for that. We may not... Yes, we have the Honorable Skelton. And we may not always agree, but you can expect that he's going to take a view that he believes is best for the country. And I can respect that. But I'm going to close off here, Mr. Speaker, by saying that there's this whole question about independence and self-determination. It's something I need to clear up, I need to clarify. Mr. Speaker, I have said on multiple occasions, and I'll say it again, I can't take the Virgin Islands into independence or to any other relationship with the United Kingdom. That's a matter for the people of the Virgin Islands. What we do when people see us going to the UN is we have a legal obligation to report to the UN our progress towards self-determination. That's based on UN resolutions. The UN passed a resolution that all peoples must be free of colonialism. I think it might be Resolution 1514. That all people in the world must not be subject to colonialism. Now, out of the 160, 170 something countries in the world, I don't know if that's the right figure, but however many countries in the world, there are only 17 remaining. 17 out of all the countries in the world who remain colonies. And those 17 countries, based on the UN Convention, have to report. They have to report. And we didn't just start reporting when I became the premier. Other governments had persons attend and report. I remember the late Dolores Christopher attended before, C24. I remember Vaughan and Malone attended before. I believe Kedrick Pickering may have attended before. And we go and report on progress. And we pass resolutions. And that is something that's supposed to happen every year. But, Mr. Speaker, we as a people have to have a conversation. We have to have a conversation about our future. It is not a conversation that we can delay. That conversation is going to begin with a debate on the constitutional review, because our relationship with the United Kingdom is a constitutional one. And the constitutional review is something where our relationship with the United Kingdom takes center stage. Mr. Speaker, every constitution that we've had in the history of the Virgin Islands was given under a Labour government in the United Kingdom. We have a Labour government in the United Kingdom right now, and we cannot miss this opportunity. Every country in the Caribbean got to a stage, they had the same status we had before, and they advanced past it. They stopped having an administrator or a governor chair their cabinet, and they started to chair it themselves. Okay? It used to be the case that governors ran their civil service and their police, and then they're doing it now for themselves. We must ask ourselves a question. Are we not educated enough? Are we not moral enough? What is it that tells us that we can't run the police or the civil service or chair cabinet on our own? What is responsible for that lack of confidence that we have in ourselves? St. Kitts in 1983 went independent. And St. Kitts in 1983 so much more advanced than the Virgin Islands in 2025. So we have to have a conversation. And I'm going to say a little bit more about this, Mr. Speaker, at the Emancipation Service. I want persons to tune in to my discussion at the Emancipation Service. I want to take this opportunity to wish the people of the Virgin Islands a happy and a safe emancipation season. Please attend the Emancipation service, attend the church service at the Stickit, attend the food fair and all of the cultural events. But don't forget the reason for the season. Don't forget the reason why we're celebrating. We are much too focused on who's performing and who's coming. We are much too focused on that. We need to be much more focused on celebrating our history, celebrating our heritage, celebrating our culture, celebrating our young artists, celebrating family and friends, those who've come from near and far. That's what it has to be about. And persons talk about the village being free. I don't have a challenge with the village being free, Mr. Speaker, but that means that the budget will have to go up. Or we're going to have to take away all of those expensive access coming in. I don't mind either way. I don't mind either way. What's important for me is that we celebrate our freedom, our history, our heritage, our culture. Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to give this contribution. And Mr. Speaker, I'm looking forward to celebrating this Emancipation season. Just to say, of course, the House of Assembly, Mr. Speaker, will go on a little break after this season. And then when we come back, I'm hopeful that we'll all be prepared to debate the constitutional review report. And of course, we have big things coming. Of course, we have Baroness Margaret Hodge, who will be visiting the Virgin Islands. And we have other challenges on the horizon, so pray for the Virgin Islands. Pray for the leadership of the Virgin Islands. It's not easy being in the position that we are in. It's a great weight that rests on the shoulders of the leaders, whether leader in cabinet or in the House of Assembly, or in the public service for that matter. So it's a great responsibility. I want to thank all of those public officers and all of those citizens and NGOs and everyone who serve the Virgin Islands every day, who keep the Virgin Islands running. I want to thank you sincerely for the role you've played. And Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful for the opportunity to serve the people of the 7th District, I should say that. I'm looking forward to healing up my people there at the Eastern Longlook Festival activities. We're looking forward to that. And then, of course, we wrap up in Carrot Bay. I'll be down there in Carrot Bay as well. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Premier. Select members on both sides acknowledge the position I'm in as an elected member and playing the role of speaker on this occasion. It would have meant that I had to be excluded from the debate that was to take place here and not participate as a representative of the people normally would. But I heard from both sides suggesting that I should be able and be encouraged to take part in any other business, and it will take a few minutes to do so. I do want to thank the support given to me during this week in particular, in this role, particularly the staff of the House of Assembly, and also the encouraging words from various members of the House. I want to offer best wishes to our speaker who was not well this week, and I trust that she'll be fully recovered even as we take the break, as the Premier mentioned. I want to thank, of course, the people of the 1st District, the persons that elected, who I represent, and who continue to support me in this role. And as I thank them, I also think of persons who in a district, and I hope I do not miss anyone, who have recently passed. One of them, a fairly young lady, Miss Lisa Blessinger, who has been laid to rest. It just seemed like one day I was given her rights to work, and then shortly after I heard that she had passed, I did not even know her by her last name. It threw me off until I saw her picture and I realized how well I knew her. I also would want to offer condolences to the family of Miss Mariel Hodge Smith, actually a family member. She is of a Dawson lineage and in Cane Garden Bend, Ballast Bay area, who also was taken from us suddenly. Well-beloved husband Lloyd Smith, our son Jerry from Therapy Works, and his siblings, as well as his sister Mabel and her siblings. We all mourn her loss. We also lost teacher Leotil Hodge, who, a longtime resident of the Towers and a teacher for many years past. And again, too, I offer condolences to those closest to her. I also want to thank this opportunity my colleagues, the members that sit before me right now, including members in the opposition members for playing their roles, even in bringing even the vote of no confidence. As you said, it's a tool that's available within the Constitution, within the standing orders, and it is not something that governments should run from, but be prepared to defend if it is that we have confidence in ourselves. I'd like to thank my other colleagues sitting in government. I've seen recently I've engaged in my district in public meetings that we've had. And the more that we offer the people that we serve an opportunity to have input in governance, I think that's a positive thing for us. So I'd like to commend the Junior Minister for Financial Services. We had a meeting for trade recently. And I'd like to thank her for her leadership in these challenging times as far as financial services is concerned. People still question me, well, why did you step down in order to allow the member to come over? But I think that the leadership of this member was important for us as a territory in the challenging times that we currently face and what we see coming ahead. Her record is clear, her record of performance in this sector, and I'm glad that she is back with us. They also had public meetings related to tourism, which I was able to take part in, and I commend the junior minister for culture and tourism as well as the premier. And those activities are important to us given the vision I have for the first district as really being a primary destination within the destination of the Virgin Islands. We have many hotels, rooms, villas, and we want to make sure that the persons who come there have a quality experience, but not just the people who come to the first district, but those who come through, whether on cruise or visitors from other areas, to come into the community. And I commend the private sector, community persons, for the number of activities that we have seen increase over the last year or so. We see persons like Cheryl Smith having her baking experience. That's a wonderful cultural experience. We see cruise buses regularly stop at Selly's and the Coal Pot, particularly for local cuisine. We see Ayuki's farm having tours up the hills, and that is only expected to expand more and more. And even community activities such as our Cultural Thursdays is helping to build the reputation of the district as a primary experience for visitors as well as local persons. And I also want to commend the Premier and the Junior Minister for the rated program, because a part of that vision for the district has to do with the appearance of the district. So the appearance of the district, we are seeing that there's consistently the persons who are working, the leadership of those teams are taking pride in what they're doing, and is reflected in the final outcome. We also have persons from my office, such as Mr. Chichi Smith, who also has a planting program. As you drive through, you'll see that there are little pops-ups of color along the hills in the district. As you go down there for your cultural fiesta, you'll notice some little spots, and we're expanding them because we want to have a particular look for our district as we build it out. I want to commend my colleague who had to leave there, the Minister of Health. And I'm not going through all that everyone has done, but I was really pleased with the strategic plan produced by the Health Services Authority, which falls under his ministry, having served on that area for a period as well. I'm encouraged by that, and it's making, just as the Minister of Education said, it gives a clearer path forward as to how we will solve and increase efficiencies in these areas. I want to commend the Department of Waste Management. They have been running this summer beautification program for many years, and this year we had an opportunity to collaborate with Green VI as well as the Waste Management Department, where our students not only learn about waste management practices, but they produce collateral material. They produce Facebook flyers or flyers for use in social media. They produce an excellent video with respect to caring for the earth and waste management practices that we have shared and will continue to share, and we hope that the department will use as a resource for them going forward. I want to commend the Minister of Education. Um, we say it all the time, education is the key, but I really believe it, that when we look at the problems that we have, the issues related to crime, the issues related to our economic situation where it is that, or labor situation where we are importing persons when we have persons here, it has to do with education. It has to do with making sure that people are prepared. It has to make sure that people are able to understand how to interact with others and to see the opportunities before them and to develop a culture of continuous learning. So when I hear the Minister of Education able to quote figures like an increase of 16.9 million on average of the amount of money spent in education, even when the broader portfolio has been dropped, it says to me that she has been making a convincing argument and she has been putting forward a plan that can be followed and that could be supported and funded. And I commend her for that. I would also commend the Minister of Communication. As a district representative, the impact perhaps on a localized level has to do with the civil mitigation policy, which has allowed us to be more flexible in, for instance, moving away from everything being done through the Public Works Department, but having some flexibility to hire persons on the private sector. And it has had a positive impact in my district. And I do thank the residents for their patience in the civil works that we've completed in Windy Hill, in Fortune Gut, and Upper Fortune Gut, in Romney Park. And I seek their patience, members of the First District, once again, because more works are coming shortly. We will be commencing just after festival the work on the Sea Defense project. We'll continue working projects on stabilizing some roads in Romney Park and Zion Hill, which are pretty treacherous and at a risk of collapse. We also have a little bridge in Little Apple Bay and some flooding mitigation in Long Bay. So I'm asking you to be patient with us as we try to make our roads safer and be done in such a way as to reduce damage to various individuals. And we will, of course, with the support of the minister, be addressing water issues in the district. The provider is offering a brighter outlook, and we're trying to make sure that the infrastructure is such that we can also get water to persons who currently are not being serviced. I also want to commend the leader of government business, the Premier and Minister of Finance. A lot has been mentioned. I was pleased to hear that a number of the members in the House were talking about increase in finances, the monies that they were able to get. And even Mr. Premier, as I sat in the House and I've heard ridicule saying, you have a pipe dream about $100 million loan. We ain't see a cent yet, we ain't gonna see it. The loan has come, and I know that there are plans underway for how that loan will be improving the lives of Virgin Islanders. And I commend you for the efforts in financial services, tourism, moving in the right direction, not only as far as arrivals, but on an anecdotal visual, it seems to me that there's a better spread of tourists coming through the year, even as we go June, July. My marker sometimes is when I look at to see how many yachts in Cane Garden Bay. And the further down in the year that I go and I can see quite a number of yachts, I say, okay, something good is happening. My contacts with villa owners in the First District, again, they're still reporting good things. Rental cars are still reporting good things. So it says to me that something positive is happening. And I also want to commend you, Premier, in the midst of all your busy portfolio, that you're trying to turn a little more attention towards agriculture as well, to put in place a better executing and accountability structure to make sure that what we have in mind for that sector actually takes place. And in the midst of it, we have to fight through the Commission of Inquiry and all of those things that required from that, and we still look positively forward to the constitutional review. So I commend you, sir, and the entire team for the work that you have been doing. I want to, on this note, just like everyone, wish everyone a happy and safe festival, safe for all adults, but especially safe for our children as well. I really like the words from the Minister of Health that he has been putting out there, and I do believe that we have to try to make sure our children are safe. I will, of course, end, as you would expect, offering and extending a special invitation to come down to Carrot Bay, even as I invite you to attend all the festival events. On Carrot Bay on Thursday, we have our seafood cultural explosion and our fishermen's tournament. Friday, we have the cultural games and races and rhythm and reggae night. Saturday, we have aquatic day and our last lap. So I'm encouraging you to come down. And if you wanted to taste that before you came, tomorrow is food fair right here in Rotown. And we're going to have Melina Stout's Chibi Bakery will be there. We're going to have Greg and Marriott Smith will be there with all their various cultural delights, as well as Jenny's Kitchen by the Camerons, and then I think Dainty Delights from Laverne, and there may be one or two that I'm missing, but the first district will be well represented, so you can get your taste to know what you will get when you come to Carrot Bay in the week of August Festival. So, members, I thank you again for your support, and I trust that you too each will have a wonderful, safe, and enjoyable festival. I call upon the Premier. The clerk, sorry. Call upon the clerk.
Item number 11, adjournment.
Call upon the Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move a motion to adjourn the House sine die.
Members, it has been moved and seconded that the House adjourn sine die. All those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. This House is now adjourned.